Welcome to my Dragon's Dogma Dark Arisen commentary. Dragon's Dogma became one of my favorite games in a rather short span, and it's an incredible game in a lot of ways, but there are a lot of ways it also falls short. Today I would like to analyze the game, see some of its faults, some of its strong points, and some of its weirder aspects. Now, this part right here was actually from a different part than the rest of the gameplay you'll be seeing, as I have attempted this run many times, and during my last one I realized that I left the game on normal for a bit too long, so the tutorial section here will be played on hard mode. It starts you off with a nice in medias res intro. You'll start with some of the abilities you can unlock later on if you choose to go down this path. So it starts you off in the fighter vocation. The first ability you'll see me use is the hindsight slash. What that does is it allows you to dodge backwards and strike forward with your sword. The interesting thing about it is if you time it well, you'll get that slowdown and bonus damage by avoiding an enemy attack. The attack after that was a deflect, which is a well-timed block will cause extra stagger and damage to the enemy at the cost of no stamina to you. Here we are introduced to the concept of pawns. They are an essential part of the story and gameplay of Dragon's Dogma. However, you can play without them if you so choose, but the story pretty clearly wants you to at least stay with your main one. Now, this tutorial does a nice job of introducing you to most of the starting vocations. Each pawn represents one. There's a mage, a strider, and a fighter. So you can sort of get a feel for which one you like the most ahead of time, as these will also be classes you can choose. That pause combo right there, that's one light attack pause, followed by several more light attacks, is a core skill. You will not actually start off with that in the game, that is something unlocked. Now, what separates core skills from normal skills is the lack of stamina consumption. You might be able to tell that will be our first boss enemy of the game coming up. This is a snow harpy, a somewhat mid to late game enemy. As you can see, using skyward slash, pretty self-explanatory what it does there, took me 3 hits to knock it down. I then attempted to show off the grapple mechanic, but on this run through my pawns were following behind me further than usual. So I ran out of stamina and took some stamina enhancing drugs to finish off the bird. My pawns are finally deciding to catch up to me now, but a little late. The entire Hobgoblin squad decided to gank me with that. Anyways, Anodyne is being cast there, as you can see, healing me. Past the deflect there, you'll notice it has a radial effect. Not just the person you're directly parrying is knocked back, but so is everyone around them. The fire enchantment that was given to me by the mage pawn also applied to my shield and dealt fire damage. Now, something else to notice is that it only takes me 1 slash to bring down the snow harpies down. That is because, obviously, magic damage boosts to begin with, but also snow harpies, as you might imagine, are somewhat weak to heat-based attacks. The shield summons is supposed to be a taunt for enemies. As you can see, the snow harpies started pathing towards me at first, before being taken out of the sky by a mage, who has enchanted their own magic with firebolts. Again, granting them more stagger and knockdown. That was the Blink Strike. If you're familiar with other action titles, such as Devil May Cry, that's your gap closer, let's say like a stinger.
Arisen! This way, sir! The worm awaits beyond, sir. I should be proud to guide you.
I was hoping to find a Liquid Vim in this chest, but I did not get one. Liquid Vim basically means your stamina will not deplete no matter what, for the length of its active duration. Which, if you notice in the bottom of my left-hand corner, if I manage to block an attack but not deflect it, I lose stamina, or when I use skills, I lose stamina. Now, stamina is an all-encompassing bar in this game, so as mage characters, your magic is also drawn from your stamina rather than having separate mana. Sprinting is also consuming it, as you can see there. Now that I have a fire enchantment, I'm doing bonus damage, so I hop onto the Chimera. Now this is one of the big aspects of Dragon's Dogma, is the climbing feature, which would later go on to be implemented in Monster Hunter World's Iceborne expansion, another game made by Capcom. You'll notice that it shares actually a lot of DNA with Devil May Cry and Monster Hunter. In fact, a large portion of the studio's development team had worked on Devil May Cry previously. That's why, for an RPG, it has pretty incredible action, probably the best to my mind. You'll notice I am targeting the snake head of the Chimera at this point. Now, each head has different properties. The snake head is something of a Hydra head, where it will regrow after some time after it's severed. However, it forces the enemy into a knockdown state, meaning I can hit the other heads without climbing and using less stamina thereby. The goat head is the mage head. You may have noticed I tried to cast ice magic a little bit earlier, that is the light blue color. However, my pawn had silenced it using their Silentium spell. The goat is heavily weak to physical attacks, so naturally being a fighter, I'm able to take it down quite easily. The lion head can be a bit harder for me, as it is heavily resistant to physical attack, but not very resistant to magic. Thankfully, on this go-through, my pawn managed to buff every single person in the team, so all of us were dealing at least some magic damage. You can die here. It'll just go to the next black screen with a quote on it. Since we managed to defeat the Chimera, we get treated to this little cutscene.
Choose, flee, or step forth. Take hold of what lies beyond. Claim mastery over the eternal ring.
And the tutorial section is now complete. The game proper will be beginning shortly. First, we're going to let the intro cutscenes play out. Somewhat. These are normal harpies. They're what you will encounter in the early game, much less intimidating than snow harpies, and it's kind of sad. Snow harpies are not particularly intimidating. This fella here is named Greg. He's a rather standard dragon design, but a very good one at that, in my opinion. The sort of curved snout and horns he has really sets him apart from the standard dragon that with just the alligator jaws. It kind of reminds me of the trolls from Berserk, and you will definitely note Berserk influences throughout this game. Berserk being the Kento Mura manga, for those of you who are not familiar, it is also a Japanese take on European fantasy. And there is Grancis, where we will start our new adventure. First, the character creator. I quite adore the character creator in Dragon's Dogma. While it may not have the most depth for features of any game I've seen, it has quite the breadth, and you'll see what I'm getting to later on. The name is basically randomly chosen by me. I tend to like going for M. Bison for the moniker, because, I don't know, it's kind of funny to me that, you know. So the moniker is the censored version of your name if someone's playing parental controls. That was Guts, basically. Just straight up Guts, the main character of Berserk. In fact, this game used to have armor from both Griffith and Guts in the game, but due to licensing reasons, they were not able to bring it back for Dark Arisen, and is only in the original copies of Dragon's Dogma. Here are all the preset faces available. I decided to start with the old man just to show that, well, you can make an old man. Some games don't let you actually do that particularly well. The hair color is also separate from the rest of the facial hair, which, you know, is always a nice thing. Going for a bit of a old Yakuza style right now, apparently. Somewhere between that and a Desperado. I don't know.
Yourself for combat.
I tend to go with the standard voice. They're all I believe they're all Keith Silverstein, but just pitch shifted. There may be some Troy Baker voices in there as well. Both quite diverse actors, yet they're doing their relatively standard voices for this. Of course, as you know, in somewhat anime-inspired game, there's obviously heterochromia options in order to make your perfect little anime boy who is also an old Yakuza desperado. Didn't spend much time on the brows, as, you know, there's not a lot to say about brows. You'll notice that there is quite the variety in each of these options, including the noses. Even in the more detailed section, there are usually at least 2 options for personalizing each option. Likewise, there are many options for the mouth, which is somewhat obscured by my massive mustache, so let's embiggen the mouth a little to see how it works. Now, something we will be exploring in this game somewhat is cut content, one of which was there's originally intended to be an elf race in the game, which is pretty standard for fantasy settings. However, as we'll discuss more, there were many cuts to the game in terms of budget, time, and, well, Capcom was somewhat hemorrhaging money at this point in time. This came out in the early 2010s, late 2000s. Those of you who have played games such as Devil May Cry 4 will note that a lot of content gets recycled throughout the game due to the constraints that was placed on the dev teams. However, they did manage to make a very broad character creator, which I quite enjoy messing around with, as character creators are something I find quite endearing in games. Now, I'm going to go for a standard-looking character, where I don't want the cutscenes to be too distracting. However, I would like to point out all the onyx and copper-colored skin tones you can put on if you like, bright orange, etc. Now, the body portion is actually somewhat important to your character's build. You can see there's a height and weight stat tracker at the bottom, underneath the option select. These will affect the gameplay in somewhat minuscule ways. I tend to not really notice unless I'm specifically looking for it. But effectively, height increases your hitbox, your range with your weapons, and how fast you run, longer legs. Makes sense. Weight affects your encumbrance. If you're a heavier set fellow, you're expected to be able to carry more, but also won't slow you down as much. However, this comes at the fact that you'll probably not be moving too fast anyways, given, the weight. So the game handles stamina and equip load somewhat similar to Dark Souls, as it's in tiers that affect your sprint speed and how much stamina you consume whenever you use skills or while running. Likewise, being lighter also means you can climb on top of monsters easier without losing stamina as fast. I've gone for a tall character due to the fact that I will be sprinting a lot. Here are some of the makeup options. Luckily, none of the facial hair or makeup is gender locked, which again is pretty nice, especially coming off of Korean MMOs. You'll find often lacking in that quality. Again, lots of interesting and fun colors. Here is a little area where you can tabulate just about all of them. However, you cannot do heterochromia from here. You'd have to go back to the more detailed eye selection if you're that into it. I'm actually gonna go for a lipstick color. I'm not entirely sure why. I think it just goes with his eyes. I think orange, yeah. Alright. That will be good for my character. Meet Finnegan. idyllic starting JRPG town. No tragedy will ever befall us. So I intended to make the character somewhat standard as to not distract from cutscenes too much, but I cannot stop looking at his orange lips.
Dragon's return is nigh. Join the honourable Duke's ranks and help us be rid of the fell beast. The day's come to lay down rod and reel and take up the sword.
Sorry to the lag from my recording. Fortunately, I was recording to an external hard drive, which does not have the disk write speed of my computer. However, my computer has very little storage. I did not think I'd be doing video content. Anyways, as you may have noticed, we're already getting introduced to the first love interest of the game.
It's the dragon!
Get to the
Nice, go!
Pick a bird!
Oh no, our idyllic JRPG village. Hello, Greg. Common trope you'll see in mildly dark RPG settings is just how useless the soldiers actually are. They like to talk big, but that is very important to the plot of this. Well, that is important to the plot of this game. Depending on what you Very early on, this game actually has pre-programmed speedrun tech for replays. Again, this is the Devil May Cry team, and something you may know about those games is they highly encourage replayability. This game is no exception. Now, I've decided to go for the long route, which is fighting the boss head-on. Fortunately, this is not a boss defeat, however, you can trigger the cutscene a number of different ways. If you run straight away, the ending cutscene will play. If you kill yourself by jumping straight into the fire, it'll play. Or, as you saw, if you tap him in the heart roughly 16 times, the cutscene triggers. Food is a more impressive way to start off my losing streak in this game.
Io acquarata misquirite. Acquarata del Dio mio.
Yeah, and yours too, buddy.
Mi squaroca contro la Gregori nestesta nesti mi escurate et malaga.
And with that, we are arisen. So, your heart has been eaten, and gotta do something about it, I suppose.
within.
Now you may select from your 3 starting vocations. I choose Strider. As you might be able to infer from the name, their whole thing is mobility. The mage is magic, and the fighter is traditional sword and board combat.
Yes, the wound has closed, and it seems the worst has passed, but his heart lies silent.
If you would face me. You are sure of this?
Yes,
Ill magic, the work of some curse. The whole world's already gone mad for fear of this dragon. Won't no good come of this? I must go see to the others, Kina. Tell me if aught changes here.
all right.
So, since your protagonist is not particularly voiced, cutscenes tend to get really creepy around them.
You should be abed. I wish you would not. I am worried.
So, the game may now truly begin. Casardis is your little fishing hamlet that you start off in. A very quaint town. Typical JRPG starting stuff, despite this not really being typical JRPG. Now, there are 3 quests in here that are cancelled very early on, and many people miss them when going for the all quest knowledge for their pawn, or simply trying to get the hero trophy, which is completing every named quest in the game. The person we just talked to was Valmiro. He is the second love interest of the game. Now, I should probably explain the beloved system somewhat as I go on to the next quest givers. This game allows you to effectively romance any NPC in the game. However, there are some predetermined love interests that I will point out along the way, and we will in fact make a guide on how to get ideal waifus.
My thanks. 'Tis a sensitive matter. As a novice and a newcomer, I welcome the chance to be of use, but my scriptures are missing. I have yet to commit the verses to memory. The scriptures.
So the reason we went to this guy is I feel like this quest is one of the weirder ones to complete, because despite listening to the hints, it doesn't really tell you how to solve it. As where the flower lady who I showed you first, the flower is very easy. You find one at night along the cove towards the edge of the mouth there. And the guy we walked by, you just walk back and forth through the city talking to another civilian.
Forgive me. I thought to steal a glance and then return it, but the dragon came and I dropped it as I ran.
So, this boy dropped the book as he ran from the dragon. However, if you look over here, it's on the roof. I don't know how he got up here, where he ran exactly. Presumably the same path I took. But that completes this quest out of the way. Probably one of the last ones you'll complete if you were going for the hero quest on Blind.
The scriptures. But I have.
So leveling in this game is rather interesting. Your stats are assigned based on the class you are as you leveled up. Now there are more than the 3 starting classes. Fortunately, I will not be exploring those as much as I would like to due to the short nature of this video.
you are speaking with.
This is the first pawn our Arisen comes in contact with.
They come
If
from
you look at Dragon's
some
Dogma video,
unknown
you'll see
place.
tons of people
Just
abusing Rook,
appeared
which
without a warning.
I can't entirely disagree
Strange
with.
lot. Not human, quite. They look the part, sure enough, but they lack the will, the spark, what drive. They have no capacity to feel nor act alone, so they live as sellswords.
So
Why don't
this
you
is
take it?
effectively the game's justification for you basically treating them like, you know, free labor. In online mode, you will get to experience other people's pawns, and you can give them gifts to return to their master, but also taking them along with you will give them knowledge, which is rather convenient. You may have been shocked by the fact that I called this video relatively short, and I would like to point out that this run will be a bit odd. Part of this run will in fact involve me taking this quest to kill rabbits. Now, while it may sound like a psychopath, it's because it is. This game seems to have a pre-programmed sociopath-psychopath mechanic, where killing small animals allows you to rank up faster than killing large animals. Now, I did say rank up, not level up, as your vocations and your level have their own separate levels. Ranks determine your progress through a vocation, allowing you to take more advanced skills, and so on. Levels affect your stats. As a strider, one of the biggest stats I'll be given is stamina, which is very useful for the type of run I'm doing. Now, I should probably address that in more detail. I'm going for somewhat of a speed run. Now, 7 hours may not seem particularly short, however, this is a full RPG. Some sources say 35 hours is how long people took to complete the main quest. However, the main quest itself allows you to skip parts of the main quest. I'll get into that soon. First, we need to save third waifu in the game, Reynard. So, you may have figured out this strider is the rogue vocation that you saw at the beginning of the game, the one shooting arrows and using daggers to attack. I start off with the rapid slash technique and, of course, 3-fold arrow. Pretty self-explanatory, allows me to shoot 3 arrows at once. Anyways,
I'm called Reynard.
discipline is what determines your rank standing. So the lower XP creatures tend to have higher discipline gain relative to the XP gain of much larger things. Bosses will sometimes have 1% discipline or even less for the XP they give, as where animals like seabirds and rabbits will give you about 40% discipline for XP. Currently, I'm trying to find a surprise tool that will help us later. Unfortunately, nothing in the way yet. Well, that's close, but not exactly what I was going for. As such, these seagulls must pay. Sorry, seagulls. As you can see, I'm trying to practice my third-person shooting skills a bit here. They are sorely lacking. Again, not exactly what I was going for. I've wandered far enough away from the main quest, so we will continue on with that for now. Now, as you do main quests, that is usually what this game uses to tell time. As such, quests will begin to fail the more main quests you progress through. Again, the ones in the starting village are cancelled very early on through defeating the first 2 bosses. Well, since this character started.
O Master, can you hear our voice?
Aught to say, sir?
Have all you need?
Here is the fourth waifu that we have.
What will it be today?
I think she's inspired by Casca, but I might be reading too much in advance. Now we are going to learn some skills. Despite my terrible psychotic nature, I've only managed to get enough for one skill, and this will be Cloudburst Volley.
O Master, can you hear our voice? We speak to you from across great
More
distance.
pawn.
The Pawn Legion has awaited you. Pray, forgive this strange and impersonal greeting. This rift serves as a gate. It connects our kind to your world. It opens to the Arisen.
And
Possess a will powerful enough to
there
guide.
it is.
If you
Again, there are some weird jank moments you will experience throughout this game, marring an otherwise incredible experience.
The beast comes! Hurry!
So, the trial of the pawns begins now. First, another request board. Now, these are not included in the achievement I meant earlier upon completing quests to gain the hero trophy. I'm choosing quests that I think are likely for me to beat, especially that one at the bottom, which is about slaying Cyclopes, due to this encounter. Now, as I mentioned with the Chimera, you may notice some locational damage in this game. Obviously, the weak point of the Cyclops is going to be its massive eye. You can hear when I connect with it the little splorch sound effect. I'm trying to be very mindful of my stamina right now. As early in the game, I cannot use too many skills in a row and have it go off.
Boy there, been some time, hasn't it? The Arisen. 'Tis the second coming of
Reynard will sell
Dragonbane.
some unique gear right now that you will not actually be able to obtain later in the game. This probably doesn't bother most people as much as it does me, but it does bother me, so I'm going to pick up the two pieces that I know I will not be able to retrieve later. But first, let's take a look at a cure stone. I will need that later. Interestingly, Reynard actually sells a lot of gifts that the other beloveds like. So, you can romance just about any NPC in the game. You can do this by when you open up the dialogue, you'll get a present option, and you can gift them items. Now, standard characters tend to have standard likes between their occupation and so on. Merchants like Heartspud juices, stuff like that. However, each pre-programmed beloved has very particular interests. Well, the character creator is about to open again as we create our main pawn. These are the ones expected to work with you on a long journey, and I cannot think of any. I'll just do Raquel again. Yeah, okay. Again, lots of Capcom-inspired names here, but also just standard names. I ended up going Beautiful Joe. I quite like this name. Quite like this game. Quickly scrolling through, you can see the unique and varied bodies you can make with this. You can make large rotund characters. The voice actress for the female pawns is Laura Bailey, I believe. I will be spending less time demonstrating the options here and just sort of try to make them look mildly distinct from the preset. I often like setting them to juxtapose the main character, so since I went with a bit of a darker skin color and darker hair than usual, I will be doing lighter on both for the pawn. Again, I would like to stress just how varied and unique you can make your characters in this game. While I would appreciate more interpolations between some of the options, the endpoints are still very drastic from each other. Which admittedly, with some games with anime-style character creators, I can really only tell the difference between hairstyles of characters. That could just be height and weight isn't terribly important for your pawn, so I'm not going to spend too much time on the body size. Yeah, yes, let's go for the fell into a bush scars. And with that, the second character is now done. Or, well, not really. So I'm going utilitarian and challenger here. These determine how your pawn acts. I'm not really looking at the actual description, I'm just kind of going through the inclination stats. Challenger means they will attack the bigger enemies, and utilitarian means they'll try to inflict stuff like debilitations. So as you may have noticed, when me and the red pawn in the first area kept trying to grapple, that's because grappled or pinned enemies will take more damage. That's sort of what the red units get for utilitarian. Mages will get stuff like they'll try to cause more status effects on the targets.
Our fealty is sworn to you, Arisen. From this day, the Legion's men called pawns live and die by your command.
What happened to your voice there, Rook? You sounded like a pervert hunter clown, but now you sound like a deep-throated man.
A master and his pawn, is it?
This man would like to tutorialize us. Unfortunately, I've already done several tutorials. In fact, I have attempted this run many times, and to be quite frank, I'm quite done with this. You shoot down some dummies, you find out some are strong to magic, some are strong to physical, and you learn more about the carrying mechanic and how picking up stuff like barrels will encumber you. Or you can also pick up enemies, so on and so forth. There's the next main quest, however that does disrupt some quests, one of which I would like to show you now. On the way there, I think now is a good time to discuss the nature of this run. It is somewhat of a speed run, however, it's definitely not my best time. That is because I wanted to show off some of the more interesting locations and mechanics that I feel often go overlooked. However, again, due to the fact that even when shortened, I think this will... my best run was like 3 hours. If everything I want to do, this will probably end up double that. Nevertheless, I've taken the Strider as means to speed up the run as much as possible. I'm gonna avoid some of the quests I think people will automatically do in favor of a bit weirder ones, or ones that allow me to discuss cut content, failings of the games, or successes of the game. Part of the run does involve an item I can find in these boxes, and the earliest I can get them is here at these boxes. They can be purchased later on, but that will be after a decent part in the story that ends a lot of the early game quests. There will also be some minor exploits, not necessarily things that aren't available to do in the game. I won't necessarily be cheating, but I will be using my knowledge of the game to get ahead quicker. Part of that is, of course, the sociopathy, killing small animals, because they give me more discipline, which, yeah, feels kind of gross, but I gotta say, it is fun practicing aiming on the birds.
Ah, the venerable Arisen returns. Are you come to lead the pawns in a quest to slay the dragon? Those equivocal husks. Will or nill, the Arisen is always drawn to the dragon, as puppets strung in fate's own thread. Many have come before you, eager to stand tall atop the grand capstone of worldly truth that is the dragon. Arrogance. The dragon is ever born anew into the world, and with it too, the Arisen. All Arisen seek out the dragon, but lucky are the few who attain an audience with the beast, while yet they live. Ours is a weak, fragile world, and little within it is more frail than man. In yon encampment they gather up their knights and hired steel. They think to grow their numbers and hunt the dragon. But they shall soon learn their lot will e'er be as prey.
I regret to inform you that that is not one of the pre-programmed waifus. In fact, that is one of the few NPCs you cannot romance. The quest I just picked up is one of the examples of something I quite like about Dragon's Dogma. Very few of the decisions in game are made through dialogue. They are all made, most of them are made through actions. So clearing out this quest will give you, start another quest later on that will allow you to access a new area that you would otherwise not be able to encounter. There are many options throughout the game that are handled by what your character does rather than what your character says. However, this game does not have too many decisions in it, unfortunately. However, I suppose this does make it the truest form of an action RPG.
Do what to do. If only there was some hero to aid a poor, unfortunate lass such as I.
Unfortunately, this is one of the romanceable options.
You took up steel and drove the dragon from Cassidus, yes? And of course you know me. I come here. You do recall me, yes? Ravishing beauty of legend and song? Madeline.
Ooh.
Well, no matter. I've bigger problems. These are dark days, so terrible as to drive even I to the brink of tears. And yet, just when I need the aid of one both clever and strong, truly fortune means us to partner together. Don't you agree? Only a fool could mistake the thread of destiny what links us. You will be my savior true. And with that, we must be off. I trust you know of the encampment, else I must travel there with all speed, but the wilds are perilous of late. Would you see me there safely?
So yes, Madeline is one of the other romanceable options. Clearly she is trying to exploit you to better her own life. I'm back. You may have noticed a startling wardrobe change, an increase in stats, and now double XP from these poor woodland creatures. So I realized after getting struck by a goblin and not spontaneously exploding that I was in fact on normal mode, not hard mode, and hard mode is kind of necessary as I need the double XP and discipline to get to some of the mechanics I quite enjoy in this game in a somewhat reasonable amount of time. Still going to be dreadfully long, I'm sure. Luckily, the rabbits give me a bit of a distraction from this escort quest, which really slows down my experience.
Hold a
This
moment.
is unfortunately not the last escort quest I will be dealing with this time around. This quest is, however, vital to get quest later on. Again, I find it very interesting that this game makes your decisions based on what quests you take. It just assumes you would like to complete them all the way through. And so your decision is made really upon accepting a quest, which, you know, usually in an RPG it's made later down the line.
Hold a moment. There's art here.
Since I had to cut the normal section, I haven't discussed the lore behind Madeline. So there's an area later in the game where you can buy a promissory note, which, again, another interesting decision as it allows you to unlock a unique area of the map. However, the description of the promissory note is what I'd like to discuss now. It says that you have lent money to a merchant in the past, but you do not recall her name as you look at this note. Now, I think that's implying that you have given Madeline money before, which is interesting for a number of reasons, because A, it implies you fell for her typical scams like usual, or you just don't care, as I do not. The amount of effort she actually asks from you is very small, all things considered. I think she's stuck in a wall here, so we're going to move her. But it's also kind of funny, because you may remember in the dialogue, she seemed frustrated that we don't remember who she is. So not only are we the type that falls for her scam, or at least humors her, it's implied that your character straight up does not remember these interactions. So despite her successfully getting money off you, she can't really get your attention, which is a bit of interesting characterization, especially since the character has the option to romance her, and it doesn't seem like you'd be the type to forget if you are going for that romance option.
Success! And all thanks goes to your fine work. We'd best be inside, don't you think?
In fact, a lot of lore and story through this game is somewhat difficult to come by. Some of it even being on Capcom's website that is no longer
in the
up.
way of coin? Please, I must make for the capital. It's a terrible... Will you? I am so... A woman... Oft has it been said, a poor life is a happy one. If ever fortune sees you to Grand Soren and me to setting up my shop, you must come visit. I shall even give you a discount. You'll find not...
My external hard drive is humming very loudly right now. I apologize to everyone watching the recording. We're going to pick up some Thoroblasts now, as this will again help with speedrun. Now, something you may not realize is explosives are in fact very strong. Early on, these weapons I picked up seem somewhat important. They do 20 more damage than I have, which is actually important as this, like many action RPGs, uses a somewhat logarithmic curve to the damage. Basically, when you meet an opponent's defense, you'll be doing roughly half the damage of your natural attack spell. Here I am divorcing Rook yet again. But basically, this means that if you're below an enemy's damage resistance threshold or magic resistance threshold, you will be doing much less damage than if you were just slightly over it. So this 20 damage actually helps me a lot throughout the early game and the escort quest coming up. Now, I'm making saves right now. The only way to get a full-on checkpoint is through major quest completions or by sleeping. Due to the fact that I'm annoyed with those messages popping up, in case I need to reload this checkpoint, I will be making another one just so I can carry on. Now, I'm a sucker for quick or unique ways to complete quests and defeat enemies. That is why I'm stashing explosives here. Something you will learn very fast is explosives are quite small.
I will did you make as you...
Quest is cool and all, but basically what I'm saying is, would you like to take a nap? servants. So, as you may have told, I failed at what I was trying to do the first time around. This one should be good. Oh, wow. I started my way. Yes! Okay. So, you may have noticed that this thing got explosive barrel. What this means for me is that I am able to sever its head very quickly. Usually there's this whole cinematic bit of it climbing the tower and crushing it with its neck. However, we managed to circumvent this and greatly shorten this quote-unquote boss fight. Again, I'm very much a sucker for this type of thing.
I am impressed.
Oh, be damned! It's your handiwork? For truth? What did the likes of an idol doing here?
You may notice the soldiers do not particularly
Ancient tales of
respect
the arisen
Mercedes,
are well and
the
good
custom
for
stand-in.
But make
This
a
is
gift of
important
these
for character
heads to the
development, so
Duke,
make a note of it.
and you might earn yourself a real title. Arisen. I see better now. Good judgment, swift footwork. In any case, the Duke will want to know of this attack. I'd hoped to gather a larger force before leaving for the capital. But a Hydra's head and the Arisen who claimed it make up the difference amply.
I cannot say what the past may hold. You will need your strength. It will be slow going. We'll meet at the Way Castle. Till then...
I don't want to do too many edits at this game, so there shouldn't be too many other scenes I'll fail, like the Hydra explosion. Due to completing one of the most important quests, another one has taken its place. You can have up to 6 total before it is able to get a new one. And we're gonna check up on our
That
village
it's
again,
been dispatched
hopefully
then?
triggering another cutscene like
Hey,
the one
hold a
Old
moment.
Darth City
Is
stand-in.
Kina not with you? She was said to lead the village in search of art for your wounds. I thought you accompanied her. These are dark times for a girl alone in the
Life
wilds.
number 1 has
Any idea where she might be off to?
Well, I got what I came for.
We can have your pick. What will it be today? Have your pick. What will it be today?
So, a lot of these skills for the mage are particularly interesting and varied. I will be taking the boons as they allow me to boost myself. Also, one of each of the new elemental types, so that she will have a full arsenal of elements to use depending on the enemy we are facing. Now, these aren't all just variations on the same spell with a different element. Each elemental spell has different mechanics to each other, different ways of targeting, and different means of attacking the enemy. This means that every option in the game has a very different way of handling it. Again, the director of this game is Hideaki Itsuno, and a lot of the gameplay directors worked on the Devil May Cry games, including Itsuno himself. So the action combat is definitely one of the strongest points of this game. It personally has, I'd say, the most fun magic system in any game I've played. Just gonna run past these bandits. They don't particularly interest me, nor do the wolves. Get very little at this point. Before the amount of time it takes to Speedrunning will be very slow and very poor early on, as I will start off with low stamina. However, this actually is a decision I made. I could be leveling up very high right now, however, I wanted to show the experience of quite possibly one of the most tedious quests in the game that you will have to go through on every playthrough. Well, this game has lots of pre-programmed speedrun tech, and this quest is
You made
no
it.
exception.
Good.
We make
It's
for the
still
capital,
very
men.
long,
Like as not, but
basically
fear
no matter
not.
what you do.
We walk with the Arisen.
very crucial part to these games is inverse kinematics, a topic I'd like to discuss right now. Now, you may notice in games your character's legs will automatically pack to the nearest surface and bend accordingly. As you can see as I walk here, that my legs bend and stand upright for the right parts of the trail. As you might imagine, a game with an in-depth climbing mechanic is very reliant on inverse kinematics. This lesson will continue again at the end of the quest. Now it's Goblin Slayer. I'm a very skilled practitioner of video games, as one may be able to tell. Now, getting an elemental bonus due to the buff by my good old pawn. The interesting thing about these elemental buffs is when applied to a magic staff, rather than just adding an element, it changes the properties of the bolts altogether, some of which are much more overpowered than others. The electricity one follows the general theme of electricity attacks in these games, which is electricity's main elemental bonus is when it inflicts a status, the electricity arcs to nearby enemies and deals bonus damage. So, as such, the bolt from the staff will cause ricochets all around when you fire it. Now, these are less powerful than snow harpies, but since I'm so early level in the game, I'm handling them much slower than the snow harpies. Seeing the harpies causes sneezes or something too much, also I'm attempting to get a buff for my pawn right there by mashing the right on the D-pad, which is help. Often this will give your pawn the encouragement to enchant you, but I'm running a bit too fast. There's the speedrun tech I was mentioning earlier. In this area, you can kick the ox. In exchange for some of the ox's health, it will sprint a short distance of the way. Now, you can heal the ox if you have the anodyne spell that you've seen the pawns use to heal, or you can simply get the pawn to heal for you. Now, this requires some finagling, as it were. Again, downpour volley is much better for ambushes than actual combat. It's long draw time and really somewhat difficult. Finally, my elemental buff is back, so I'm able to knock down the harpies and get them while they're down. Ignore the potions, you are welcome. So, had I had just a little bit less health, I would be getting one-shotted by these damn birds. Another thing that makes this run somewhat tedious. Luckily, I have better armor than I did in my last one, so I do not need to at all that of this quest, that is. I'm talking big right now, I actually don't know if that's true. On hard mode, you will notice that you tend to level up very fast, even like against low-level enemies. Even at the end of the tutorial, I managed to level up the tutorial NPC, which is, you know, a bit odd. Well, it does show that they built the tutorial NPC with only things that you'll be able to use, well, I guess a tutorial PC, with only things that the character can use in the game. You may not understand, but that barrel throw was actually a deep brain play. Not bad aiming on my part. Well, Harper's distracted, because I got wolves to fight. Music is enjoy that music. Unfortunately, my low combat skills are creating a big problem with the ox, as I'm not able to kick it as much while still remain confident in my own safety. I'm trying to get the heal for my pawn again, hence the mashing help, because anodyne has an area of effect. If I get in front of the oxen, I can get the oxen healed, meaning I can kick it more and get through this mission faster. Oh, something I probably cut out from the hard mode is I gave my pawn a ring that allows them to use the maximum version of angle. So instead of firing 1 fireball, she is firing 5. Position, so it makes it oxygen. There we go. Healing the good boy. And kicking. You can see me disarming booby traps up ahead and ambushes, so that I do not have to deal with the ox as much for the healing part. As such, I'm also kind of running for my own healing spells, if you notice, so that way I can get her healing again. The pawns will not be able to heal you past great health, and so they will not try no matter how much you mash the health button. As such, I need to maintain at least a pixel of it to get it properly. So the last wave of Harpies is beginning now. My pawn has given me the electric buff, and I should be good. Interestingly, you'll notice that the Harpies screaming, since it works on all manner of beasts, is actually healing the ox a little. Rather convenient, but hard to get down. Very annoying.
Stand strong and press onward.
So, you may notice that I really do not care about Madeline's scams, because just killing 1 wolf gave me 20,000 gold, so 1,000 is honestly kind of laughable. However, I do still need to start earning money to the best of my ability. I am very astounding at this game. You'll notice that since my pawn leveled up and is now closer to my level, the XP went back down. Instead of 342, I'm down at 339. As I've mentioned, your XP is split between you and your pawn. 25% if they're at roughly the same level, and 1% and so on.
The creatures come! Cut them down, men!
Those enemies have shields on the front and back, meaning they can be somewhat front. However, the very much to see them. I'm on the 4th grade strider. Everything's hunky-dory except for the fact that I cannot do any damage yet. This game, as I've referenced Monster Hunter and Devil May Cry, you may realize it's sort of in between them. You may have even noticed some attacks sharing similar animations. However, these two games have very large health pools, which is not something I'm too big into. However, Devil May Cry, you also get this balance with high-level attacks that can do
You've come this far safely.
Likewise,
Stay vigilant till we're in grand
Dragon's Dogma, but it can take a while. My E-drive got disconnected there, and so I had to reload the save. I'm going to edit the audio to overlap between the cuts to try to make it more seamless now, but I figured out this one rather dreadful long quest this one is. Unfortunately, this is mainline and it cannot be avoided no matter what. Thankfully, when on New Game Plus, you'll be able to have a much higher damaging weapon, and as such, focus more on preventing the Ox from taking damage, healing it, and then, you know, kicking it.
Sign is in
Even
sight.
so, if you'll find the speed limit,
We are nearly there, men. Now march!
except a decent portion of the run. Naturally, your main goal early on is to go for headshots. Dragon's Dogma is very dependent on locational damage, and as such, Cloudburst Volley is actually very handy for taking out enemies, as it guarantees several headshots at the cost of stamina. Now, I would like to point out, hard mode does not affect the amount of health enemies have, so this is how long it would be taking about anyways. It does, however, affect the amount of damage received by the player, and the amount of stamina cost of skills. So, this would be going just about as slow even on normal mode. The oxen in your pawn are not affected by this damage increase to them, so they wouldn't be dying slower in that rate either. Luckily, we're nearing the end. I know there are no enemies ahead. I'm kind of tired of fighting bandits, so we're just gonna run past them and stop it. That thing's getting loud.
High elevations make fine
in the
watchtowers.
future.
Best we sight the lights at a distance.
Trying to decide whether I should kick once more. Yeah. Okay. Another for good measure. No, Raquel, get out of my way. So, it's about time I give you that second lesson in inverse kinematics I promised. Now, the climbing is very heavily dependent on inverse kinematics, but you can see some of the constraints of this system when climbing a smaller beast such as the oxen. While my hands and feet generally align with the oxen's body, there are positions where it cannot. When making an inverse kinematic setup, you need to set how far something can go, and they need to put limits on the flexibility so your character doesn't cave in on itself. This leads to interesting scenarios like this, where I'm hovering over the oxen with my feet and hands. However, you can notice that if you look closely, the hands still sort of follow the trajectory
We've
of
arrived.
the hump's curve.
Well done, men.
And it's almost like there's just a wider oxen I'm on top of.
We are heroes to the people of Grand Sorin.
With that, the most tedious quest that's required.
I'll make
is
for
out
the
of way.
castle directly to offer my report to His Grace. I'll have word sent for you, friend. Pray, sojourn in the capital a while. To the castle, men! Step lively!
Fortune smiles upon me. Well met, sir. I am called Mason. Now you're come to the capital, my word to you, begin with the pawns. Their kinds.
Mason over there just told us to go visit some pawns, because there's an entire guild dedicated to them here. However, you cannot actually access them until you talk to the innkeeper, which is fair enough. The innkeeper grants you a lot of stuff, and this is also when you get introduced to the DLC Dark Arisen gear that comes with you free. Mainly the Eternal Fairy Stone. Now this is a decent-sized map, so a lot of the gameplay will be running. However, Eternal Fairy Stones basically grant you the ability of fast travel. The Eternal Fairy Stone is unique to Dark Arisen. There were Fairy Stones in the original Dragon's Dogma. However, they struggled because every time you use one, it's consumable, so you'd have to farm more of them. And even then, you can only go to port crystals, which there are only a few set port crystals. Those are the rings you saw outside of the
What will it be today?
One near the Punch Guild here in Grand Sorin. Otherwise, you need to find port crystals and place them yourself. So I should probably grab that thing, huh?
What will it be today? Have your pick, come on. It is. Have your pick.
You may have noticed
What will
that
it be?
a lot of the DLC customs were based off the pre-programmed beloveds in this game, as they are very integral to the plot of the game. I may have mentioned that there were many budget constraints and time constraints of this game due to Capcom's standings at the time.
Have your pick.
This means that there are not too many characters. Now, some of that might actually just be chalked
your
up to
pick.
the fact that most of this team only worked on action games before, never on an RPG setting. but you'll see that the overwhelming amount of NPCs you interact with are tied to the pawns, the Arisens, or just are tied to beloved. Mason, who we just met, is an extension. However, I actually have got him as a beloved due to running New Game Plus so many times and doing his quests. You can get affinity in more ways than just giving presents, that I described earlier. You can also gain affinity through use of completing quests. As such, that leads to some rather humorous beloved pairings that we'll end up with. I stopped to look at that because golden talismans are interesting for me. They double the amount of gold I need, which will be helpful, but I don't think enough to worry about. We can now make our way down to the Pawns Guild since we have talked to the hotel.
Welcome, Arisen. This pawn is called... The guild serves as a place of rest for pawns. The Everfall lies beneath Grand Soren. It is a place of great importance to our kind. But for now, let us rejoice in the coming of the Arisen, the light that guides the Legion. It grieves me to burden you, weary. I would bet you have my thanks. Beyond, we pause.
This is another milestone throughout the quest, which unlock many more and allow you to, and also cancel some of the ones you may have accepted previously. Some of the new quests, in fact, include good old beloved quests. The pre-programmed beloved, you can often complete their infatuation just by doing quests and not bestowing any gifts upon them. I like how the noticeboard quests sort of guide the player early on. A lot of the early ones are for hunting down small animals like rabbits and seabirds, which is handy for when you're first starting out, as that, again, levels up your vocation faster. The sociopathy program was a bit odd conclusion, I suppose. However, I'm glad that they, in a way, tutorialize it to the player, encouraging you to start off with more skills, especially since the beginner's vocations share some core skills with the other vocations, meaning you will be able to transfer them once you feel the need to move on. Well, with that, I suppose it's time to set off for the big number event. Casardus has opened up with several more quests, including those for two beloved in the city.
I beg of you, find Kina and see her back safely.
Palmero and Kina. Unfortunately, I kind of forgot where some of the quest gitters are. So we'll just be taking up some of these.
Come and find. Pray, what can I do you for? You seem tired. So be it.
Nighttime in Casardus is where you may begin the DLC. The Bitter Black Isles is called, included with Dragon's Dogma Dark Arisen, so I suppose not really a DLC. Bitter Black Isle is a challenge area. It adds some new enemies.
You can see me.
Creatures.
Then you are one known to the dragon, bound within the eternal ring. I have dire need of the Arisen's strength. You have my eternal thanks. You speak now to a shadow of sorts. My flesh resides elsewhere. I would take you there now, if it please you.
It also has some of the most powerful the most powerful items in the game that you can obtain here. The problem with this is it is, in fact, very difficult and meant for post-endgame. So, what insane scheme is going on?
You are arisen.
Nothing particularly insane, to be quite honest.
We stand now on Bitter Black Isle, far as sea from the cove we departed. I would ask you to explore its depths. Were it possible, I would not send you off with so meager an explanation. But I fear I myself do do not know it better. My past, my aims in coming here, all of it is lost, as in a fog.
Notice this notice board only has 3. The DLC notice boards are something unique, in that they are much more limited. However, there are several of them spread throughout this map. By that I mean 2 more. I don't care too much for stats for the armor in the stage, because you can see I'm kind of just going for what looks nice. I'm going to make a checkpoint before delving in. So, you'll notice the architecture for this place is actually unique, and they introduced many enemy types that were not found in the base game.
Heed these words.
Oh. Cool, I got Blastoids. I guess I don't need the ones I got earlier. These are the ones you didn't see because I looted the beach after switching to hard mode, but, you know, it feels kind of cheating to have those on the video. Anyways, time to begin running. Even surviving in this area is going to be very hard for low level. 1 hit can do that to me. But also, I have next to no stamina, meaning I will die quite a lot. Knowing that
just set one foot in front of
the chest here. So Helm Splitter, if you were paying attention, picked up Grand Soren. Very strong attack, and it has some other beneficial properties. For instance, you can fall from any safe height, that is, height that doesn't take you straight to the kill box, and take no fall whatsoever. Meaning I can effectively escape staircases and so on. Before leaving this place. There's also bitter black gear. These will give you stuff like rings, like the one my follower has equipped that upgrades your spell to max level, or other skills. You will start with the swordsman and a dagger one for buying Bitter Black Isle, making your cutting wind or become shearing wind, which is sort of like a rapid stinger for the rogue class, and for fighters you'll get improved range on your blink strike.
Welcome, good arisen. 3 days this one. A week, perhaps. A favoured game of mine, guessing the lifespan of those who enter these halls. Nothing personal, mind. And rest easy, friend. 70 guesses here now have yet to hit the mark once.
I mean, I already died, so fair.
Someone's looking for me.
One guesses.
An honest mistake, most likely. Now, will you have a look?
Throw are always handy, because despite there's being magic and sorcery in this world, at the end of the day, gunpowder is always the greatest weapon. Currently I'm looking for stamina curatives, as you notice I run out of stamina curatives fast, and I'm mostly just going to be running through this entire area. Fantasy will also help me, given the boss is coming up. So Barak offers sales of unique items, and he also allows the rarefication beyond the max strength for your weapons and armor. Usually a smith can only upgrade to 1 star, 2 star.
None of it matters
and
now.
upon slaying a worm, It's with a Y, by the way, so dragons, wyvern, and so on. You have a chance to get your equipment dragon forged. This chance increases the higher tier you've upgraded your weapon prior to this, so 3 stars more likely than 2 stars more likely than 1. Barrock extends this functionality by letting you upgrade dragon forged weapons to silver forged or gold forged. You cannot skip tiers as you can with normal smithing. You can go straight 3-star if you have the required materials, but you must build silver forged and then gold forged to work properly. The reason I bring up the smithing mechanic now is that Barrock is carrying gold daggers. Now, gold and annealed and rusted weapons tend to be weaker than their normal counterparts. However, upon verifying them to 3-star and beyond, they unlock special debilitations. Rusted will get poisoned at 2 stars and of the Topor at 3. Gold will unlock Silentium, which is what you saw my mage cast earlier. I just died. Meaning that you can prevent spellcasters from casting like she did with the goat head of the Chimera. Annealed weapons actually come with oil early on, but the rate at which they debilitate increases as you upgrade it. So that might imply something about Barrock himself. Maybe he fights mages often, or maybe he just likes gold. If you were paying attention to the notice board quest I received, I completed the one that said find the Arisen wandering Bitter Black Isle. Barrock himself is an Arisen, and due to being here and an Arisen, he can just sort of live forever. He has seen roughly 21 other Arisens come by and attempt to figure out the mystery of this place, and all of them died. So, this brings me up to a point I've seen brought up often, is that people don't like RPGs when they feel like the chosen one, and that complaint does also get applied to Dragon's Dogma. However, I feel like this is not as warranted as some other games, as while you are indeed chosen by the dragon for wounding it, this is something caused by your character's own feat. They aren't born in Arisen, they attain it after pissing off the dragon, essentially. Likewise, many of the Arisen, as we will find out throughout the course of this game, are in fact huge failures. The ones trapped here obviously did not slay the dragon, and there will be more later on, without me spoiling anything. But now, here comes the next somewhat painful part of the run. Everything here can just about one-shot me, and I have very little stamina. Now over here are some stamina curatives that are pre-programmed spawn. Ignore the rotten meat, it does not help you. The sour meat, however, is actually more useful than fresh meat in terms of restoring stamina. Our sweat sauce is also good for stamina and health. So, I'm trying to decrease my weight down to light or very light so I can run faster at the cost of stamina. Again, this is going to be mostly me running like a coward. Actually, prepare for this. Okay, save complete. We are going to try our run. Now, I've done this quite a few times before, so I might get on my first goal, but I don't know. I'm going to wait for this guy to start casting his thing so the fire won't be tracking us when we're running. That was the first roadblock. This lightning guy up here won't be too much of a problem. Lightning will show you where it's about to hit after casts like that. Now the real concern is this gargoyle. He appeared to have missed me because I accidentally grabbed the bridge there, so we're doing safe. This guy tends to kill me as I come out here because he's distracted the fireball, so I used Helm Splitter to stagger him, and we're almost there. Okay, we got the void key. We're gonna lift stone out of here. These fairy stones do not work on Bitter Black Isle. You need lift stones, and they only take you back to the entrance. You can't just go wherever you want willy-nilly with them. So, I no longer need my meat shield. Instead, I would like to get my 25% So we're just gonna, yeah. She'll be fine. She'll just get sent back to the rift. I'm just gonna shove my whole ass head inside this board. Since I found Barrock in the wild, I completed one of the notebook quests and now have another available. There's a particular one I'm trying to get through so I can have more money for purchasing weapons later on. The benches on Bitter Black Isle count you as resting. They give you checkpoints, restore your health and stamina. However, they don't take any time to use, so you can't fast forward using these. You have to find one that costs money to use. We'll now be making our second run through the beginning area. Void Key Gobble allows to address deeper depths of the black pile, assuming I don't get mauled by these poison wolves again.
You got it!
I did not use helps. Oh, okay, well, whatever. I have curatives for a reason. As you might imagine, there are also very strong curatives in this post-endgame area. So King Varish and Potent Green Varish are very strong health, and at my low level, each one can restore a sizable chunk of my health. The curatives have a flat health increase for the most part. I forgot I already looted this place. So they're more useful earlier on. Eventually, you'll need more to refill your health bar. Alright, time to use the Helm Splitter exploit one more time. And let's get to Void Keys So I'm going to be walking for a little bit as to save up stamina for the present podcast.
It's meaningless. The lot of it is mad.
When you explore this place later on, there will be more and more enemies, but before you beat the boss of this area the first time, it's relatively sparse, so I probably shouldn't be sprinting, but, well, anyways, that is a cockatrice. You may have knowledge of them from fantasy lore. These ones don't automatically verify from staring at you, however, they are still an endgame boss in the default game. After you beat them, there's only a handful of main quests afterwards. So, yeah, that's the type of scale we're talking in a bit Black Isle. It's very much meant to come here after you have already beaten the game once. Here is one of two checkpoint areas spread throughout the Bitter Black Isle, but the most important part of it is that, well, there's a lot of fun things here. There's another board allowing me to get more money for doing not too much. It will also affect the world around you. However, there are 18 road blasts in this case right here, which should get me up to just about enough I need. If I were more accurate with these, I wouldn't need as many as I got, but considering how few I've paid for, you know, I consider it a win. I'm not avoiding paying for them because I really need to save money. Throwbacks aren't terribly expensive, and you can get them at Casardis from Estella. She is the shop right across from the inn. However, this does mean it will take me time to buy things. The last item of interest here is the Moonbeam Gem. The Moonbeam Gem, the area where Barak was, there are lots of doors that can only be opened by such key items. I'm gonna
If there is
to check the quest. I do not have enough Rift Crystals. Well, I'm gonna drop off some run speed again. Alright, I'm all set. And here we go. This should actually be the last time we see this area for now. Getting ready to check on the stamina curatives, getting ready to dodge from poison wolves. You know the drill. So, the Bitter Black novelties, gear, and eventually armor and weapons are the endgame materials you will be getting from Bitter Black Isle. They can be opened with Rift Crystals. You will get those for completing quests, picking up them on the ground, and from XP gain every once in a while. Now, the thing about these novelties you find is they're somewhat randomized. Effectively, when you start up a game, a seed is generated, and based on that seed, it will determine what order items are bestowed upon you. Now, you can temper this a little bit with the weapons and armor, and, well, with everything, actually, except the novelties, because they are somewhat class-based. So, rather than getting a certain item, you will get a certain set of items. So, take, for instance, Bitter Black Armor level 3 comes with an enchantment. So if you get the yellow leggings for, they'll be rogues or striders and rangers, but you decide you don't like them, you can load the last save, and then you can switch you and your pawn to blue vocation or red vocation, and you will get also legs with the same or similar enchantment, depending if they don't have a parallel. So it'll be the same piece of equipment and the same enchantment if it can be. However, it will be for the different vocations. Likewise, if you make a novelty into a real item using Rift Crystals, it could be something that boosts your mage skills, but you don't like that, so you could change over to yellow or red, get something that boosts fighter skills, warrior skills, ranger skills, so on. This allows a lot more replayability and a sort of sense of grind that isn't too necessary for playing through the game, but it does offer you an incentive to keep playing, which is good for me because I really like playing this game, hence why I've taken the time to set aside and make this 7 or so hour long video, because I just really like this game, in spite of its weird jank. Speaking of which, time to use everything required, which of course means running past the cockatrice again, and we'll have to do it on the way back. Again, dreadful sorry for the grind, but I can assure you this will make a lot of the later parts quicker and easier to handle. These worms are the bane of my existence in the Bitter Black. They don't do a ton of damage, especially at higher levels. However, they're just so annoying because they have very high stagger with their leap attacks. I mean, they're leap worms, so, you only do one thing. But, like, I just want to use a skill, and they refuse to let me use that skill. And it's not like they ever have a chance to stop me from killing them, they're just... Anyways, the item I'm looking for is going to be in here to the left. I'm checking for more stamina curatives, but I didn't find any. Behind door number 1 is in fact an endgame bow. This can also be obtained by purifying Bitter Black weapons number 2, but you can also just get it here, much easier, costs less, and it's good for early levels. Now, something you might not see a lot of, because this game generally does a good job pacing itself, is weapons with weapon requirements. Now, I mentioned way early on that core skills do not consume stamina. This is mostly true. However, if you are using a weapon outside of the level, it will. So much as firing a normal arrow using the bow I just acquired will take stamina. As such, I will not be switching into it yet. Regardless, I don't really need it since I'm mostly avoiding dudes, and I'm absolutely loaded with grenades. More fantasy worlds should respect the power of gunpowder. But I'm not getting off topic though. Time to loot more stamina and get ourselves a checkpoint just in case this goes horribly wrong, which it can, because again, nicely on the level, about to take on a post-endgame boss with nothing but wits and firepower. Bitter Black Isle is home to many custom enemies, which is kind of surprising given how many restraints were put on the dev cycle of the original game. It kind of implies that it must have done well, which it did. Apparently, taking inspiration from Oblivion and Berserk are the ways to make good action RPGs in Japan. I was considering whether or not I should try looting the chest behind me, and realizing that there is a chance to spawn the Mimic, I decided to continue on. Gonna let some stamina build up and down, because again, everything here can kill me pretty resolutely, pretty easily. The shorter path is going to be around here to the right, and there's slightly less animations, as these swords are mostly upright. Need to evade the one coming in the head. God, I'm so good at games. And now,
I believed myself was to end the great cycle, free the world. Yet here I reach life, lost in quiet oblivion.
Vigilite, great. Vigilite, you can use useful because blindness is the worst status effect, but I'd kind of prefer if the game just didn't have it, to be honest. One of the things I will say bad about this game is some of the debilitations are more just annoying, and you have to deal with them for a very long time. Doesn't really fit the action aesthetic they were going for. I suppose it makes sense for an RPG, but in a turn-based game, when you are afflicted with something that makes you slower, it doesn't really feel like gameplay is much worse. It just sort of makes you use less action points per turn or whatever. We're going to add this column and let his tentacles spawn so that they won't spawn on the staircase. Now, you may notice that I am currently fighting the unholy offspring between Pac-Man and the Beholder. I say unholy not because there's a holy version, but there's a less unholy version. This is, I suppose, more akin to Death Knight than a Beholder for any Forgotten Realms nerds out there. I've already missed 2 grenades. This is fine. Now, the eye rays are very powerful, very annoying. They can inflict all manner of debilitation, slow down, blindness, I think on rare occasions even petrification. However, they work on Gorgon rules, where it's not like just a ray that automatically hits you. Your character has to be looking into the eye for it to take effect, or at least within the cone. So by turning around and looking at this wall, my character is thereby rendering this powerful being's attacks unavailable. We'll also not be spawning any more tentacles while I'm doing this, because it only takes 2 throw blasts to force him into the next phase of eye beams, which forces him to redraw all of his tentacle, mouth, eyeball things, and allows him to get more free hits. So, the first part of the fight is now out of the way. I'm now going to stop throwing throw blasts for a bit, for I know that there's a very realistic chance he's going to use his tentacle ability, which he is in fact doing. After Three Stooging themselves like an idiot, they are now knocked down and vulnerable to taking more damage. Of course, the vulnerable spot of this creature is the eye, if you haven't figured that out yet. The fastest way to do this is to jump, throw, and then quickly throw in after, if you can time the thing with the eye bobbing. I did not, however, meaning he has an extra bar of health, and I've gone on my best run, but 4.5 bars is definitely something that can break 20 bombs. Since I've gone in below half health, he's going to enter his next phase. No, I don't know its gender, don't ask. Sometimes you can get blast arrows in that spot behind me, by the way, in case you missed them earlier. But regardless, it's now going to attempt to summon a magic cannon, which is a Mystic Knight skill usually, a very fun one that can be used in set up in different ways to set up traps and all, but I have no time for this, so I'm just going to bomb his tentacles. Now, they're not actually going to use it as a magic cannon, they are going to use it as just an explosion, just a big old radial effect thing. The player themselves can then hit them, and it will transfer your damage through into magical orbs that will target the eye automatically. Again, like it's a nice thing. However, the less do not work for it, so I'm just going to run my hand, smack him with my explosive palm. I think 2 bars is about where it takes to get to the next eye poke phase, and as you saw, each grenade was doing about an explosion, so I stop it early to make sure I have enough, and attempt to trigger the next phase. I'm going to want to use an eye beam coming out of this, because, you know, eye beams are very powerful if you don't know their weakness. Fortunately far away, I'm going to wait a bit to get within throwing range again. Good boy. So, I'm going to use the next phase by causing it to reset its position, and I missed, and I'm running low on. Great. Okay. Ow! Yeah, that's why I try to take out its eye really fast most of the time. The eye beam will do damage to you if you see it, which I'm fully expecting. But I haven't actually seen it earlier, which cures all the limitations and restores a little bit of health. And come on, there we go. When it tilts down like that, you can tell it's going to go through the technique. And, oh, okay, I missed. Okay, that's great. That's... Okay. Okay, Marsh. This fight should now basically be over. Assuming I don't misspell with my bombs. Okay, that was less than a bar, so I should be good for another one. Okay, now we're gonna hit up the talisman. This mistake's gonna be twice the XP whenever I beat something. Congratulations, we have just used pay to win to exterminate the first boss in the Black Isle. The Abyssal Eye is one of the main things I came here for. Also, these bitter black novelties and gear are very useful. I can sell some of these other materials if I need. And I'm gonna check you. Maybe you. Okay. Well, we're moving on. Didn't get any interesting items out of here this time, but that's life. As you might imagine, 438,000 XP leveled me up quite a fair margin. And I'm still under the effects of wheel, so I have to run to the next area. I'm gonna start stacking buffs. The Dragon's Ire, out of my range, will consume a ton of stamina. That's why I have the Heartspud Sauce and Ambrosial meat on me. Fortunately, no Liquid Vim. I'm going to start. The Conqueror's Parry Apps basically boost your strength by 20%. You can stack 4 of them, and they are each multiplicative of each other. The Blast Arrows cause massive knockdown and do minus damage to arrow blasts. So even with 3-fold arrow, knockdown. As long as I have enough knockdown, which is determined out by your weapon properties for the most part. And there we go. 8 arrows hit, and that was enough to knock down death. I'm gonna refill my stamina and get out of here. As you might imagine, 2 million XP does quite wonders for me, and I go from level 33 to 75. With this upgrade, not only can I use the bow without losing stamina, I should be good for just about the rest of the game, except for some of the mechanics I'm gonna run up to Olra yet again and get our item purified this time.
But I've been endeavoring to remember more about myself.
Oh, wait, I have some low levels. Those only cost like a few hundred. Basically, she's saying that she was a pawn once. Anyways, let's complete this quest.
Remains that if I pray.
Thank you. Well, that's not a good scroll, but it'll do. I'm not going to use it, obviously, but I can now, since I had an Abyssal Eye, I immediately complete the quest for 100,000 gold and then 20,000 for the completion points. And I can now move on with the rest of the game. As I've mentioned, some beloved quests start now, mainly your original Casardus babes. In order to find Balmero, you have to first initiate this quest, which involves finding his relative, which can be a bit of a pain in the ass, if I'm being quite frank. And into Casardus we go. I took a long pause there. I'll edit that out in post. Basically, I need this a lot of this run was a bit harder than I expected. I need to get to watch you wander around this hardest. Just till I find this guy. Yeah, I really don't know where this guy hangs out. I mean, usually I find them around the coast, but they move with time of day, as you can tell, and I have not quite memorized the rewards. She's still thinking about the wall quest I started and have not completed. No.
Beg pardon, cousin. I wager he's on another mad quest for flowers or bugs or whatever. It's a bother, but the captain.
Marin's just trying to find Valmero.
One of them must have some word of him.
Valmero's a curious one. Quite adorable. Oh, okay. So, that's some same problems there. I forgot to get drugs. Anyways, Estella. No, okay. You need exactly 6 to complete Valmiro's quest. He's a curious boy and has a bad habit of finding himself in places while trying to move on with his life in Casardis. And, yeah, he really does not make it far. Hey man, discipline is discipline. Also, I still have heal on, so might as well. Like I said, this doubles both discipline and experience. Oh, how do you? Try going swimming without your floaties.
Many thanks, cousin. Might I ask what brings you so far afield? You came in pursuit of me?
Okay. Oh, what a poor instant thought. Anyways, we're gonna have to run quite a while to get to the next area, so might as well, you know, farm some more discipline while we have full effective. Work on my skills. There you go. Right, okay. See, Master Archer has no problems taking out these fierce enemies. Welcome to Valmiro. And birds are immune to gravity, that's why they can fly so well. Something you may have noticed about the birds is they are always here whenever I go through a load screen. This is what makes them so good for farming early on, is they can instantly respawn even if you fairy stone back to the same place you came from. Well, after that extensive journey, we made it as far as Valmiro did.
Not, please.
Incredible.
I am eternally in your debt, Kaz. After my last trial, I thought to bring herbs of my own, but they were used all afore I took notice. Seems caution is first to go when inspiration strikes. Still, I count this journey a success, made more so by your fine company. Perhaps to the Witchwood next.
What? Oh, Valmiro. Well, while I'm here, might as well pick up some new skills.
We can have your pick. What will it be today?
Actually.
What will it be today? Understood.
You know what? Actually, rather than doing nighttime, that increases the danger of enemies, but there's no need for me to do that now. Unfortunately, Valmiro's quest ends right as you start the next main quest, so I cannot go to that yet, which is unfortunate because that would give me access to a port crystal that I could take to the Witchwood, as Witchwood is turning to. Port crystals are, again, the markers for the Eternal Fairy Stone. Just clearing my screen real fast. Onward. We'll be running back through the same area. Since I chose this in daytime, it'll be largely the same people as before. However, we're going to take a turn right here. Now, still wolves and bandits, so not particularly interesting. But this is the other side of the map. The map is a rather sparse thing, unfortunately. Again, this may be due to dev time, this may be personal choice, I am unsure, but I do feel like there is more they could have done with this. We do know from Hideaki Atsuno's presentation at the Games Development Conference in 2013 that Dragon's Dogma did originally plan to have many more locations. According to his own estimates, roughly 60% of the game had to be cut before release, because their production cycle simply did not allow for everything they had originally aspired to do. Since none of Capcom's games were being nearly as successful as needed to fund full-length projects. You can see now I'm doing far more damage to humanoid enemies than I was before. In fact, these barbarian enemies, not touched them earlier, but they have much more health and resistance than the guys I fought earlier. Even using the starting daggers, I do a lot of damage because the Strider class gets even split between physical damage and magical damage as they level up. Since they are the sort of in-between class. Obviously, fighters will get a lot more physical damage, and mages will get more magical damage. But one of the key things to Striders is, of course, stamina, meaning more skill spamming. I tend to have a higher DPS than these other classes, depending on what stage of the game I'm in, and what enemies I'm against. I've decided to equip the neon stilettos.
Come here!
These were the ones that give off oil, like I mentioned earlier, but they do less damage than normal stilettos. Now, the debilitations in this game are interesting, not quite as deep as something as Divinity, but very few games are. Oil douses the enemy, and what this does is when you hit them with a fire attack, the amount of fire damage will be doubled. The problem with this is oil doesn't really stack super well, because once they're on fire, they can't be re-oiled again until they're off the fire. I would have liked if it did some sort of small explosion if you just reignited someone, but that's just me. So the best thing to do would be to have one high damaging fire attack, cover them in oil, and then kill them. You'll also notice I'm now taking the wolves down in only 1 or 2 arrows. I managed to land headshots. Again, the game should be going by much quicker now that I have this bow. The reason I set up these quests in this way means we can now encounter both of our early game loves right at the same time. From there I have 3 that should...
1,000 apologies, Scott.
Okay.
Somehow, you always end up bearing my burden. I considered myself well equipped this time, truly. But my stores were heavy, the monster was quick of foot, and I lacked the everyday sense to avoid such a mess in the first place. In the future, I shall confine my explorations to the village proper. These wanderings of mine lead only to trouble. I'll straight away to home, and no delay. You have my word on this.
So that's how you start off.
What are you doing here?
But the loves are very easy to romance, usually doing 1 or 2 quests.
I would never wish to worry, but I had to come. A witch walks these woods, one who understands the language of the dragon. If I may find her, will you accompany me?
Well, this place is absolutely filled with discipline points, as you can tell, and I am very bad at capitalizing on them. So, the charms I took out cover the area in fog, meaning your mini-games up. Luckily, I know these are... just in case something bad happens to the companion, we're going to make a save here, so I don't lose too much progress. Common Arc-Staff will be very useful to me to have. I was admittedly hoping for Banker's Parry up, but I don't need it. Anyways, Kina should be fine. Again, NPCs do not take the bonus damage. However, if you don't want to leave her alone for too long and automatically fail this quest. Crusader's Guard of Beast will help us later. After all, stamina can never be too high in this game. The Witchwoods is an interesting central point for the game. Doesn't seem too much like it, but it does contain roughly 8 gloves and some arisen lore that we'll be covering upon revisits. Fighters have an ability that allows them to break out of those easier if you're willing to. We haven't talked too much about skills yet, but basically you can purchase core skills, the ones that require no stamina, normal skills, and then you can also just get augments for your character. Now these are, much like the other ones, they're based on your level and rank inside certain vocations, but they can be applied to each and every vocation no matter what. So sometimes it's handy to dip your toes into one, like I did when I stopped in Grancis. I took up some Barbarian and took the Bastion augment, thus enabling me to greatly reduce my physical damage by a flat rate, meaning all lower enemies now only do a couple points of damage.
That
to me
must
per
be
attack.
it. Come on, cuz. Begging your pardon, but we seek the witch of these woods. Oh? A great and aged woman? Perhaps you might have seen her?
The witch? You seek grandmother?
Your grandmother? Yes. Where might we find her? I would ask her aid in a dire matter.
She is dead. She died, as all must.
Oh. What of you then? Know you aught of the dragon? Can you read the worm speak?
Gran told me. The faith knows. It cloaks the dragon.
Might I?
Gran said.
Anyways, that allows us to continue on Kina's storyline and how she makes her decisions going down the road, also allowing you to get one of the most powerful items in the game. Celine here, on the other hand, is another beloved, and the best way to ingratiate yourself with beloved is to steal all their stuff. I kind of wanted to see if I can have a core crystal. Let's. Does not seem to want to let me do it now. Invisible wall. Yeah. Alright. To pursue Kina and finish up her quest so that we can set up ourselves for the future. Now, I've already set up Valmiro's quest. After we hit the next major milestone in the story, you will be able to talk to him and prepare him for his journey outside of Casardis. And this will remove him from the game and locking him out. So we're going to talk a bit more about the beloved system. So, at some point in the game, a decision will be made and it needs to determine who your beloved is. Now, again, the decisions in this game are made mostly through your actions rather than what you necessarily say, leading to plenty of people getting someone they didn't want as their beloved. A lot of the quests also end with them being removed from the map. Now, how it determines who your beloved is who has the highest affinity that you last talked to. Throughout the course of this game, if you're interested in a beloved, you will likely max out several of their affinities, and sometimes you will max out characters without even realizing you were being nice to them. Some of them definitely seem more developed than others. Kina has several quests leading to hers, as where Valmiro has the only two before he's permanently removed from the game. So you have to know when the quest is coming up, or you have to purposefully lower your affinity with other beloveds if you want to get him as your final one. I've also gotten beloveds simply from restarting New Game Plus too early for getting the wrong ones, and then I would do their quest and I'd build up affinity too easily and end up with someone like, say, Mason as mine. It's very weird watching a man like that who deals with all the cult shenanigans in this game blushing bright red before you, if I'm being quite honest.
If it was idle twittering you'd
Since I got
want it,
Mason on the
you'd
mind,
have
let's
sought a
pick
prettier
up this
bird
next
than
quest.
this old crow. Crows bring tidings, most oft grim. Salvation again, naturally. Now there's word they've a man. If that be true, he'll have need to leave the castle eventually. All I ask is that you keep watch. I only have need of your eyes. Skulking about is more my line than yours. I do it myself, but there's aught has me away from Grand Soren for a time. Tell your findings to the innkeeper. Tread carefully, friend, and quietly what's more.
So yes, this is a good old-fashioned shadow
a
quest,
wise choice.
which is always a bit of a pain to deal with.
For a certain tome, Salomek's grimoire. The book itself.
Stefan here wants us to find a magic book,
I would ask
which
you,
will come up later in the game. If, well, honestly, it's more likely to happen if you don't know what you're doing. Again, this game likes to assume the dialogue for you. Of course, generally in RPG, your character's going to ask for recompense, and this game decides to cut that out for you, leading only to your direct actions leading to what you want. Now is a good time to stop by good old Montebank. He sells a lot of the unique items in this game, none of which I can afford yet, so I will be heading away. I was also kind of hoping that I might run into Fornival on the way here. He is a rather dubious fellow that will be discussed more in the main quest. And for rather hilarious reasons,
Have your pick. What will it be today?
path. I'm gonna pick up Double Vault and Forward Roll. Since they are core skills, they allow you to, well, Double Jump is quite self-explanatory, and Forward Roll is also very explanatory. It gives you iframes, but interestingly, unlike many action RPGs nowadays, dodging does not actually cost you stamina in this scenario. Fighters and barbarians have skills that also give them iframes and sort of work as dodges, but they are not core skills, so you have to equip them, and they also cost you stamina. I bought Sprint and Mad Dash again for speedrunning purposes. Mad Dash is actually more stamina efficient in terms of speed than sprinting usually is. However, sprinting does not drain stamina while it cities, but is still quicker and will be used throughout the rest of this run just about. Hitting triangle at the end of it causes you to do that power slide, which can be very problematic in the city, as you might slide kick someone and get forced into prison, ruining your run. Not that I've done that. I just really like the slide animation. A lot of the skills feel unnecessary as separate skills to me. I feel like they could have just been incorporated as part of a moveset or core skill set. Like, the slide kick doesn't really feel like it should be based off of this type of sprint. Maybe it should just be an option on normal sprint. Fornival, being his rather dubious fellow, wants us to kick this family off their land so he can sell it for higher money. Because he's just the biggest asshole. Unfortunately, we need to do this quest in order to unlock items later down the road that I quite like. So we're going to talk to all of his family members. Now, in order to get them to leave permanently, you have to basically harass his family. You can play basically an annoying game of tag with Pip, who you just saw there, and then you can also talk to the wife. The wife will make you wait 24 hours. What an interesting game mechanic.
No doubt.
However, as long as you meet everyone in the family, you can complete the game. You complete the mission early on, which, as you have no doubt figured out, is what I'm going for. Also, because I feel bad kicking them out, and this will actually help us in the future. People don't like it when you walk. knives. See, this guy makes you pay
dragon.
making
Any
Madeline's
right
jests at making you pay money seem pretty laughable, all things considered. I was hoping to trigger the next quest early. Yeah, it's not gonna happen.
Who among you is seeking the dragon?
So, I suppose it was time to get on with the next bit of lore I'd like to introduce.
This land. Have your pick. What will it be to? Understood.
The goal is to find the member of Salvation sneaking out at night, who they are and what they want. Almost just like that guy, but we're chilling. And let's get another pretty slow quest. I don't mind this one. I like role-playing stealth missions, but it is a bit of a problem when you're on a timer like me. Now, unlike many of these quests, you don't instantly fail right away, depending on when along the quest you caught. Honestly, this guy's not particularly good at espionage. He's just wandering out with bright blue and gold outfit. Then again, I'm the one with the glowing bow, so what do I know? Now, rather curiously, you can interrupt him right now, and this won't lead to a fail state. But later down the line, it might be more cautious now. So, while we're here, this quest kicks off the Salvation subplot. Salvation is the cult. You know, the weird, short, Sidious man was lecturing you about how it's foolishness to fight the dragon. Well, he leads the cult of Salvation, and basically their goal is to get the dragon to end the world so they'll be set free. Now, most people will experience the Salvation questline throughout their playthrough, so I intend to show another path. Usually the game defaults to you working against Salvation. However, it is worth mentioning that through certain decisions you make, you can actually end up aiding them. Now, you may not be aware of them, but it's not like the game's super subtle about it. That being said, I've noticed through a lot of posts, people tend to miss the story of Dragon's Dogma entirely. And that is because a decent amount of main quest lore is kept up in certain quests, and by avoiding the Salvation line, you'll probably miss a lot of this throughout the point of this run. If you're particularly interested, I'm sure you can find several Let's Plays, or even try the game your own. If you're into action games and someone into RPGs, I would definitely recommend this. The quest is just about wrapping up now, and this part will immediately fail the quest if you get caught by him, which is one of the reasons I had to restart this playthrough numerous times, because I got caught right around this corner getting a bit too cocky.
Just what is this scrap to you? Loose those lips and might be our repay in kind.
Good work.
Anything else I might work
sparkle for you.
I bid you good day.
So, as you can see, Madeline is her usual shtick to everyone, but Julian does not have time for it. He's too cool for Madeline. One of the reasons we did this quest is because it opens up Madeline's shop in Grand Soren. Had we not done this, you would just simply be standing in the inn and would not improve her wares at all, which is bad. She has a very good item later on. If you give her a good enough idol. We will get to that in the idol portion of the quests. But she also holds a lot of somewhat unique clothing items that can only be gained in about one other place in the game. That is the female bandit hideout. With this espionage out of our way, it's time to go deliver our report to the ale house so that Mason can get on dealing with whatever he does.
Oh, it's you. If you've met it,
Other than this quest, for the most part we will actually be aiding and abetting salvation. It's nice that the game lets you make that decision if you know, but there's also a chance you'll make the decision without knowing, and regardless of what you do, at the end of the day, you're still going to be standing up to them, no matter what, which I feel like is a missed opportunity. I would have preferred if you had only stuck to this, the quests change, and you get the option to, I don't know, switch sides or something. But, well, can't have everything in the game.
What will it be today?
Yeah. I'm gonna dump some more stuff. I'm gonna hold on to the arc set for now, I will be getting my pawn back shortly to explore
What will it be today?
another big lore area of the game.
This land. Have your pick. What will it be? Understood.
Let's go.
This land. Have your. What will it be? What will it be? Have your. Come again.
Well, with the menu management out of the way, so this part might be cut down. I don't want this to be filled with too many. It's supposed to be a straight commentary, but you know. We're gonna stop by and pick up some hammers from Count Bank. He holds a lot of stuff for crafting and mostly lockpicks, to be honest, because he's a bit of a recluse. Hammers can be combined with stones and such to make lockpicks, or shackles. However, I will be using them to make bones, skulls. The crafting mechanic actually has a lot of things you can craft with it, but honestly, you don't really need to ever look at it often. I'm only doing it to show off the mechanic I like just about everything I've done in this one. We're going to the Everfall now. Interesting thing about the Everfall and nearby is how central these are to the lore, and also to have
merciful
content.
maker.
But first, let's
Sir,
discuss the place nearby.
Please, thank you, sir. This child is always weak, but to see it, fain to try any means that I might. Here. The first is not tis a vain hope to seek immortality in such drink.
If you want to save this man from, or if you want to save this man's son from dying, the best way to do that is to get the quest before starting the Pawn Guild. We're going to take our pawn with us, as I'm gonna forget to do it later, to be honest. That's the main reason. So the Everfall is tied to a bit of content from the old game. Originally there's supposed to be a tower. Now, in the online mode you can get pawns from other people, and the Everfall is said to drop you in between these different realities. Before I get on with that, let me remind you what I said about Helm Splitter working no matter how high it is, as long as there's not a kill box. Basically, the way this Ever Tower would have worked is by there would be a tower that would be so tall it would stretch through different universes, i.e. other players' games, and so theoretically the tower was the same tower in everyone's world. The Everfall has sort of taken up that guard. Eventually you'll be able to access different realities through it. However, the tower mechanic also fit better with the old system. Rather than exploring the rift, a lot of the magic would be going straight on in the moon. You may have noticed there's not really a moon on this world. That was originally supposed to be a different plane
Hereby
for
welcome
Hans
to the
and
world.
their creator.
Bring
But
this
that's
writ
getting
to Sir
into later, so we'll
Maximilian
stop that.
outside the castle gates. The document confers the status of hunter upon you.
With this, we can now go on to the next portion of the main quests. So the Troublesome Tome quest does not cancel at the end of reading the Everfall quest. However, Hina's quest is cancelled after this. I'm going to go back to Mount Bank real fast because I'm going to start collecting more pieces of the Wigstone for later in the game. Mount Bank holds one Wigstone shard in its inventory, as does Fornival, who we will be talking to shortly. Is full of curiosities, but the Wigstone shard is the only one we're here for now. And onward. We're gonna be heading back towards the Worm Hunt area. We have basically gained access to the richer part of town, which I was able to walk through earlier, but now I'm actually meant to be there due to the Worm Hunt badge I acquired that the soldier gave to me. So, another series of mad dashes, and we'll be up starting the next series of the game. But we need to swing by Fornival's first, because after all, I'm still trying to collect pieces for the Wakestone in the future. Unfortunately, he does not want to sell to me right now. Due to me having done his last quest, he now wants me to escort his daughter throughout the city, which...
Simone.
It's another escort quest.
Tis
what can I
my
say?
neck. I've never seen an array, I will admit.
It's not
It does not
terrible,
sadden me to know I'll
but
not
again, this
he
has
is a
more to do
fool
with me
and terrible.
speedrunning than
Very well.
anything.
I've decided you will do as your fine. We shall.
Again, that's speedrun in the loosest definition. I really want to show off.
Come along.
This game. I'm gonna grab this affidavit right now. It'll be useful later in the main quest, and I don't want to think about it then. Now, this quest can be somewhat hard to get the max rewards for. Another example of rewards and exploration of the universe being based off how your character interacts. If you run into her, bump into her too much while running, if you don't meet her request, if you get too far away from her, you will get chastised, and you will end up with a later reward from her after the quest is complete.
Why do you suppose
What
the
she
dragon
gives you at the
attacks
end of the
mankind?
quest is the gold
Are we a
idol,
particular delicacy?
if you do it well enough.
What was it eating until
this
now?
will be part of the idol quest coming after the next set of main quests.
The Duke and his
Unfortunately,
men are all
I
doing
have
their
to
best, I've no doubt.
Picking her up will, of course,
But after man's best is far from
be
enough.
upset, not get the reward. And we're continuing along the theme of man not being able to best a worm, and the soldiers in Grand Sworn all being a bunch of, overhyped.
Be arisen for a servant. Yes, I think I like this. Tell me, Paige, do you find it diverting to travel about slaying monsters each day? I should think anyone with dreams of felling the dragon well deluded indeed. 'Tis mad really for a human to slay the worm. Still, Grand Soren will be safe enough, will it not? You'd hope so with all the guards about.
offers some variation from
Just
the
walking
combat.
about is
However,
dreadful dull, don't you
it's not
think?
exactly a
You
great
are a
thing, as the
fair-handed
combat in
hunter,
this
are you
game
not?
is pretty
I shall be the
stellar.
one to hide, naturally. Come and find me, if you're able. I should
Yeah.
think it...
As she has predicted, this is in fact a very easy task for the Arisen.
My, sir, I am impressed.
Because
I
I've
had
played
feared you
this
would give
game
it up
enough
for a
times to know
child's
exactly
game,
where she
but
hides
it
every
seems
time.
you're not encumbered by pride. Enough. Next to the...
Ow. Now comes the leisurely stroll around the marketplace.
greetings!
You may be tempted to talk to people, but you can't. This game is a cycle.
Ever a pleasure.
Kind of pleasant. Good to see Reynard's here as well. Made his way over to Grand Soren. And my arm is busy fishing by the fountain. They like again, you're definitely going to want to be very careful here as well, because if another character's path intersects with hers, she'll randomly jerk to the side and possibly bump into you. Despite the fact that this man can just slam at her at top speed, I've got to sit here and pretend like he's a complete psycho child. With a bad haircut. Oh, Jesus. But bumping into her once shouldn't actually create that much of a problem, but I'm paranoid because I've had to restart this run a couple of times, and it's not fun doing that to breathe your showers in. And we are about done with this portion of the escort mission. We're almost done with escort missions altogether too. I'll try not to do too many of the longer missions unless
I am half dead.
they're valuable to understanding some of the core points of this game.
Wait up there.
Blah, I need a flask of water. If you get it out of the fountain, I will slap you.
Tickle, Duke. Oh, I am in a... Ah, thank you. 'Tis a shame to waste you as food for the dragon, sir. You make a fine page. I should think you fleet of foot to keep pace with the creatures you fight. What say you to a contest?
So the
I'll
fun
race
thing is
you
about
to
since we
and
stopped by the
pray. Run
merchant
in
lady, she
earnest,
told us
sir.
that
I will
there are
not
likely
be
thieves that
patronized.
have the magic book. Again, the goal here is to not bump into her and to not catch up to her. Or not get past her, but you don't want to lose too much distance, otherwise that'll also be the downside. Oh, yeah, okay, cool. She just appeared behind me despite running out first. My usual strat for this is to simply run in the zigzag, as you can see here. That way I'll be sure I have enough momentum to keep up next to her, but I won't have to worry about getting in front of her too much. I was getting close there, I decided to slow down. Oh god, please tell me I don't have to restart this run. Okay, well, let's see where the dice fall, I suppose. Again, bumping her once should not automatically knock you out of the top bracket, but it could.
You will?
And you don't want to be too far behind either.
And my daughter sang your praises. I shall come to you directly the next
day. Straight to Cornival.
I should, for now.
Now, you don't actually get the reward from him. You talk to her afterwards, and she gave us a gold idol. Perfect. This will allow us to boost a vendor, get them the best equipment they can get, and we can move on to the game. I'm gonna pick up Ooh, I'll get the Pilgrim's Strength later. It's gonna be wild till I use them.
By any relic.
Yeah, it's just occurred to me that I need a Wakestone Shard.
Any relic.
Yeah, okay. You know what? I think I can use a Pilgrim's Charm soon, actually. Costs 70,000 gold, but it disposes of money wheel, which of course double XP. More importantly,
Detail what is it? The worm hunt license you carry permits the bearer to undertake those missions given by Duke Edmund himself. Of late, all our will is focused on learning of and defending against the wicked dragon. I am the choice, certainly. Then here, I have important work. The task, as I was, so best you. If there's the choice is certainly a whole room. The safety I've said. I await.
That was the translating a text I just took, and now I'll take routing monster investigation. You can do all 4 of these quests, one of which leads to the Salvation storyline that, again, a lot of people will experience. I am going for 2 of the shorter ones, and particularly one that is very related to cut content. It will also give me a good spot to place some port crystals, as well as acquire more port crystals, so I can spend more time fast traveling and less time running. However, still going to be a decent amount of running, so work on some pockets for that. But since my Wakestone is now complete, let's go deliver it to this father.
A miracle! 'Tis a miracle!
Father,
Wilhelm. Sweet Wilhelm!
And with that, we brought a boy back to life. Pretty straightforward, I suppose. That mechanic actually does come back later in another quest. This game is filled with a lot of interesting decisions you can make, however, there's usually not many per quest, and the decisions often only show up a handful of times. Like I've mentioned the promissory note to expand the map. I've talked about doing a quest to expand the map, and that's about all the time that happens. There's some side quests there's 2 that let you get basically free passes through bandit territory, and there's 2 that have Wakestones. Ultimately, I would like to see more choices per quest, and also I feel like a choice can be repeated more. The later quests, you probably wouldn't even consider Wakestones as an option unless you found it online, or if you had done this quest, that's very easy to mess by just running past that seemingly destroyed and abandoned pass. Xardus' fingers point to where I'm trying to go, which is the Route of Monster Infestation quest. We'll take largely the same path to the Witchwood. In fact, I'm going to stop by the Witchwood for the Port Crystal. Goblin ambush. Okay, well, should be much quicker than it used to be. I really do appreciate the feeling of progression as you level up and get new skills. And get more skills. Oh, that should about do it. So I failed the ambush quest, apparently. I guess I missed the goblin. Oh well. It's not that important.
We can have your big
Slayer goblin well. I mean, I guess I am literally hired to do that right now. So, back to core skills and augments. This is something you might not hear often, but I would recommend not getting every core skill or augment. Well, every core skill from your pawn, because the thing about core skills is unlike augments and normal skills, they cannot be unequipped no matter what. So, if you get Levitate or later Magic Agent for these caster classes, they'll spend time doing that in the middle of battle when you would rather have them cast a spell or use Focused Bolt. Instead, they're just making beads fly around their head. Likewise, it also might be worth considering for longer casting spells, not giving them the fully maxed out version, unless you intend to have some synergy with your character, be it you design yourself as a tank or just draw aggro, or if you're another caster, you will be able to help them cast later on. Back in Menamia Trail. Menamia. Dude. The wolves, since I hunted them down, are not going to be showing up right again. Likewise, neither the bullet nor the bandits have had time to respawn. Rolling, since it's marginally faster than running, walking, it's not quite as fast as sprint, and definitely not as fast as mad dash, but as you saw, as a core skill, it does not take stamina. So that's usually what I'll do to recharge stamina when I'm getting low, if I forgot to bring a bunch of curates with me. It does look rather goofy. This is why, in game design, it's best not to have a roll animation that's faster than the character's move speed, and if you do, you want to have a stamina attacks like, say, Dark Souls. Of course, that's only if you really style during movement. Alright. We're going to drop report crystal here so we can return to it. And we're going to continue on to the bandit camp to finish up Troublesome Tome. It's another unique quest solution that, unfortunately, you don't really see a lot. Usually the affinity only helps you with vendors unlocking more of their stock, or if it's as blood. However, in some cases you can actually use the affinity system as a quest. The holy properties, rather than getting a ricochet, whenever you inflict a status or a random hit on them, they will heal you, in a sense dealing negative damage to you. The reason I chose this wording is because it contrasts well with the dark, which does critical hits, i.e. positive damage to your enemies. I think that was an intentional parallel between holy and dark, but it's not like there's really a lot you can decide between the two. And due to the noises coming from my hard drive, it's probably best to skip to the part. This is unfortunate.
Hold nothing back!
Here I'm going to attempt a slide kick. Unfortunately, his knockdown resistance is too high, and you don't get his little goofy flying in the air animation. Don't worry, I'll be sure to trigger it later. Here is one of the two bandit encampments I mentioned earlier in the game. They're not hostile to you, so it kind of makes the fact that doing a quest then makes them not hostile to you is an option.
I've no patience.
Anyway, so I don't lose track of where I'm going.
Which is to the north.
Not sure how he knows this already. So the options here are to hunt down someone who left their group, or to kill a bunch of female bandits up north, the other camp I was referring to. Now, I'm using the present system to exploit the affinity system. By giving bandits skulls, particularly this man, you will be able to make them like you. And you can romance them in a weird way if you want, but only the pre-programmed beloveds have special lines for
Try,
the
speak. What can I do you for?
that can't be in the house.
I'd not the least.
So I've decided that the goose's affinity attitude cost me just
And
because I have
well?
skulls. I am joining
Done with your
this quest.
And why not? As a reason, petty thieves are a simple quarry, aye?
Effectively, a man has been robbing the nearby stores. Yes, they are, in fact. We're gonna sit here and
Unhand me!
Oh, there he is. God, I love slide kicks.
How's the day? How is fine? What's... If you...
I'm very happy with how quick that quest was. Now that we have that...
Most. Any beauty arisen, sir?
To rejoin skulls. choosing to leave the village and run far away is actually a false option. Like I said, dialogue does not actually have many options in this game, as it turns out, and even some of the ones it does have are kind of false. But I did just enable the Troublesome Tone quest in a friendlier manner. So returning to the camp. This time I'm not gonna have to bother with the camp as much. Especially since I can lower the lag. That's probably right now. Not that comfortable. And we're back to the camp.
I must say, I am well surprised to see our traitor Ailes resolved so. He is here. Pipe, our law has ever held death for oath breakers. Knowing that, he still came back. Said his life was ours to take in recompense for his betrayal. He left us to thieve alone, then became some innkeep's pet when he failed even at that. He was a weakling, but now, after meeting you, he returned. He made his choice, proved the strength of his will. I thought it only fitting to reward such growth, so I've decided to forgive his transgression for now. You have proven your will, Arisen. In return, I grant you freedom. You're an equal among us now. The freedom to follow your own will where it takes you. It's a precious thing. Here, bring this whene'er you wish to pass. Aye, the grimoire's here with me. King. Aye, the grimoire's here with me. You know a man who seeks it, and well you might. 'Tis quite the treasure. Solomet knew no peer as a scholar. If you desire the book, 'tis a fair price to pay that I might count the Arisen in my debt. Here, take it.
Okay. So, we were able to get that for free. Usually, there are a number of ways to solve this quest, actually. You can sneak through the camp, steal it, you can just simply fight him to death for it, or you can do the Infinity Road, which I think is a rather unique way to solve this quest. So, with that demonstration out of the way, time to continue on with the quest. Once I get there. Silians line the paths, but they're not really too bothered. There should be I am about the level that, well, Raquel recently hit level 20, so you are about this right level to have fought it, even if you haven't done all the bitter Black Isle grinding. Something you may have noticed is her XP seems to be going up really fast when I kill things, and so is her vocation somewhat. I think that when you get way ahead of your pawn in XP, well, I know it does rubber banding. However, I think the amount of discipline she gets might be relative to the animal you're currently killing, rather than the actual total XP of, you know, death and the gazer. As such, she's ranking up very fast, they try to stay even with your position, so you'll never really be getting full XP around your main pawn for long, because it will almost always be within 25% of you. So here's our first glance at a worm in the game. I believe this one is I think that's a drake. The drakes in this, there is no real anatomical difference between the dragons, so wyverns, drakes, and such are usually distinguished by their moveset and elements, rather than by their, you know, amount of limbs, or whatever you might find in usual fantasy settings. The drakes are the fire brand, so fighting them with a fire bow is not necessarily the best idea, and also my drive is not handling the outside super well. So let's just go on the main quest. I'm already thinking. So going to start saving up stamina because I'm going to be fighting a bunch soon. Usually you'll want to set up a port crystal outside the shadow port here. There are a lot of escort quests here. You may have noticed one that I was looking at earlier. Reynard wanted me to take
For the Arisen. Sir Maximilian informed us of your coming.
And it's also
our tactics are we aim to strike from the front gate, but lack the time and means to batter down the doors. I ask that you pass through the hole you see there, and lay open the gate. I can...
I kind of wish Sir Robert was a voice option for the pawn, because, you know, with Laura Bailey as a female pawn, I would like to make Grimoire Price and Kaine from Nier, but that's neither here nor there. On to killing bats. And collecting stuff. Oh man, this is so much easier. There are actually a lot of endgame characters around this area, interestingly enough. This area will be besieged by several monster threats throughout later in the game, especially if you take the Norder's board tasks blading to them. One of which is particularly funny because it implies that the Hydra whose head you shot off is capable of writing a note and then having someone put it on a Novus board as a threat, basically. So, in our goal to get open the gate, we need to get the lever over there. However, there is not in fact a lever, as you may see. It is just a hole. You can also see me exploding the elemental combos, inflicting them with oil, and then hitting them for double damage with the fire. Now this should be, if you pick the quest at the right time, you should be able to finish off the 3 Cyclops here for a nice little stipend, if you will. Ooh, Mushroom Pouch. It's a good stamina curative. Up here is a port crystal, which is very useful. Good goblins. Yeah. That they also like their own, but they don't really have much way to capitalize on it without their friends. And the lever is now being applied. Continue on setting for them. Yeah, the fastest way is going to be up here. Oh, that's right. I haven't cleared out the ballista yet. The ballistas can be very annoying, so best to get this one out of the way. You can't really get the other guys till later, unfortunately, unless you're really good at sniping. Nice. Oh, that's right. Goblins don't like fire. Finish off this dude. Now we'll stop getting shot on the back. We'll also get a free hit of money right there. And down. So Mad Dash has more options than just a slide kick. You can also get a bonus jump from there. So you can do a nice little double flip with a double vault upgrade. Square allows you to cancel it early. Not all there is to Mad Dash. Pretty simple skill. So, I have taken the parry up, but then I have house of the Born of all, get a bunch of gold for let's say. I've had bad experiences of Sir Robert dying against just ganked by a bunch of little dudes, so I'm cutting out the small guys now while I can. Cyclops on pretty weak to fire. I do have a strong bow, however. They are very lightning, which is what you'll usually want to go with if you're fighting. Hence why my pawn just buffed me with lightning effect. It's best not to stay on an animal, or at least while you're stunned whilst doing those. That just means stop stamina unless you have the augment to cancel that. But since I've been lightning enchanted, there's no need for me to climb on it anymore, and it knocked off its helmet trying to reach me, so I can go for as many peaceful lightning shots in the eye as I so desire when it sustains me. Here we go. First one down. There's another enchanted distance. This one does not have a helmet. Nearby easier to take on. As you can see, the talisman is already more than made back its money. So, definitely worth picking up. Have need for it. I'm not going to bother too much with that. Something you do need to watch out for is if you're giving your pawn lightning abilities to fight them, is if their helmet is still on, they might just get infinitely staggered due to suffering the debilitation from lightning, and therefore you'll never really be able to take off the helmet, as you can't really do that as far as I'm aware. And again, they do much less damage if you're not able to hit it in the head. Bring it over here to get the concentration, but yeah, no, that's actually. Hopefully, I'll get enchanted now. There we are. Again, they are very susceptible to lightning and will stun things, which can both be a good and a bad thing, depending. Now this actually even more damage, and I missed us this one. Okay, that was a rather scary noise from my eyes. I'll have to make sure I don't redo this later.
Worthy of your skill, sir.
Okay. Go. So we should be entering the next phase. The door is open. We can spawn the Flooded shields. Their hitbox is open on the sides, which is actually very detailed hitbox. Although I suppose it makes sense for a game that's built on locational damage. Like this. There aren't enough stone castle missions in this game. Honestly, it feels very empowering. Raquel's already up to Vocation 8. Keep in mind this is a pretty typical leveling scale, even for vocations, where it takes more XP every time you go up. Which is why I'm pretty confident that the discipline scales with what you're fighting and then multiplies it to match the XP you need. I had that experience on stunning this guy infinitely, so I took off her staff for now. And we're gonna see about moving this guy's hands before taking on the Cyclops. Come on, grab me. Oh yeah, the Cyclops has some moves where he throws stuff, although the barrel didn't explode that time, so it's kind of just a little lame, honestly. Alright, there we go. Helmet is off. This fight should be very close to the second. And, oh, dang. So, I keep spamming help, hoping to get a lightning boost, and then I look on the mechanics. He's going. So, sorry. I was offended earlier, but so come on. I do like skill-based aiming. A lot of the mage abilities use lock-on by default. You can use left trigger to aim manually, or right trigger to save the points you've already locked on to. But, I don't know, it's always a bit harder to muster than a bow, in my opinion. I'm gonna start to pull off a bit of aiming. I've gone to the quote-unquote boss here by taking off my opponent's staff so I can have full range. This was the reason I'm using fire to finish them off. Right around this corner. Once I've got this one. Alright. Well, I guess let's go. Gonna... Okay, stop. Oil is inflicted. Might be easier for him to kill a target. Let's go for it. Fire headshots. Come on. Ah, I don't... No, there's no way. You can actually kill that guy if you time it well. And you have probably more strength and magic damage than me. Basically, if he catches fire before the cutscene triggers, he'll run outside and then just die here.
Magnificent, sir.
Now, he ran into that tunnel you just saw, and that's an important part. One of the parts of the cut content was this tunnel here was actually supposed to lead to an entirely new area where the monsters reign. Instead, in the game, it's just sort of become a haven for monsters, including that rather interesting Hydra notice board quest I described earlier. Well, back to our homeland. This will get us closer to the next area I need to get to, and that is the Hill Figure Knoll. This main quest should be significantly shorter than the last one, of course. We're still going to have to deal with travel time, since this is a full new game and I've not yet set up my port crystals.
No surprise.
Let's get a checkpoint in first, just in case my game crashes again. Wait, not my game, but... So, my hard drive got disconnected. It's getting kind of old, which is probably... But that's not what you want to hear about. You want to hear about Dragon's Dogma. Again, I would highly recommend not buying Magic Agent for your pawns. You can get it for yourself if you'd like, but... Again, I don't really think it's worth for your pawns. Most of the mage skills are short enough that you can get the upgraded versions. When we get to the sorcerer part, I will recommend not upgrading all of their high-level skills unless you have plans for them, unless you know what you're doing. We're taking a look at the augments now, since I've been mostly neglecting these throughout the video. And there's the one I got from Bitter Black Isle, as you may recall. But yeah, none of them really seems worth it. I'm gonna get 100 kisses. The cool thing about the kisses branch for dagger skills is they can actually be used while climbing, unlike most skills. Upgrade our shot. That should be good. And since I've got some leftovers, let's buy some perk point. So those allow me to use the pause combo, similar to the fighters one we saw at the beginning of the video, and also the one where you hold the heavy attack to do a bonus attack. Since Raquel is very close to max rank, we're going to give her the sorcerer and start leveling that up, because sorcerers have a unique synergy that I think a lot of people aren't aware of. Since we're here, might as well give her some more interesting looking equipment rather than the starting skin. Again, I'm not big on stats. I'd much prefer to do a fashioned Dogma. The tunic kind of ruins the look, doesn't it? I don't really have anything to replace it with. I don't know.
Have your pick. Any you like. What will it be?
Yeah, you know what? I think this is gonna be fun. We're gonna give her Staff Bearer's Ring. I haven't upgraded her Ingle since, you know, you come with the Staff Bearer's Ring.
What will it be tonight? Have your pick.
That way I can get her to use the lower tier if I need, and if I want to use the higher tier, just put her on the ring. Awareness is good for the Arisen, but it's not particularly good for Pawn, because, like I said, they do not suffer increased damage. Miasma is a sorcerer-only spell. It creates a little fog of haze that causes extra damage. Perpetuation will let her affinity for
We
this
don't
last longer,
take all the
which will be handy for me. Not to be confused with high affinity for like befriending NPCs, but more the holy boon that you saw earlier. Let's stack some furtive, so that and some stamina since the hill figure knows quite a walk away.
Salome.
Oh, I haven't returned the tome yet. Here you are. You can also go on down to Monty Bank. He has the ability to forge stuff. You can get the book to complete the quest. You won't get the full rewards, and you won't get the quest resolution later down the line that's tied to this. But we probably won't need it anyways, since we're such a high level. Going very far. Let's see what weight I can drop off. Oh.
What will it be today?
Lessons. I'm sure I'll remember.
What will it be? Have you come again?
And I need to keep the sight on.
We wait and we listen for further word.
Right. As close as I can get. That courier is actually helpful for finding you where you're supposed to go, but thankfully I know already. Waiting for the courier can be a bit in the ass because of how long their travel cycles are. The area we shall be going into to find the cipher will be much different from Enemy Hills, where that whole area was largely based on beast encounters, giant lizards.
Then be quick about it!
Drakes, even. As we go more north, there's a higher concentration of undead. Okay, Kent. Bye, Kent. That was 2,477 XP. But yeah, it'll be a larger portion of undead that you'll come across rather than the beast. And the undead are actually easier to farm in my mind, just due to the way their summoning mechanics is so good. Running low on Mad Dash, you'll see a lot of pauses to refill my stamina. Just enjoy the sound effects of this game. Really impressive. Yeah, you probably want to look away from the screen. Oh. Okay, well, let's calm down for now, so hopefully it looks better on your end. The hill figure knoll is thankfully not too far away, and there definitely aren't many enemy encounters along the way. However, I can't have anything.
Hand over anything of worth you've got.
We're also going to stop by somewhere else afterwards. Oh, you're not even close to me. What? Look at all these other people you could have mugged. What is your plan? Is it worth it? Was your plan worth it? Oh. Hello there. Seriously, like, the three of them combined gave me as much XP as that one dude I one-headshotted. If you encounter Kent in your game, please tell him I'm sorry. Oh, come on. So much to load. There is the keep along the way. The keep will come back later in the game, so it's a good thing we're stopping by the hill figure knoll, as it will give us a nice and handy starting point to approach this place from. We should be nearing the knoll about now. Yep, the snow harpies are near. So, as you can see, we've encountered snow harpies and chimeras, so at this point in the game, they expect you to be relatively close to the power level that you were at the tutorial section. Here we are. unfortunately, right as I'm running out of stamina. So we're just gonna...
Him who
we're
knows that I know what he seeks to know, knows it well, while he who knows not what I know, or know not. You see me, yes? Then congratulations on you. You have found the man you seek. I am, or was, perhaps like you, a child of man, bound to the dragon. Well met, young Arisen. I am he who was forged by the dragon.
Hey, look, it's a hill figure in the snow.
Well met, Arisen of the present day. You have come
Yeah, that's
seeking meaning for that slate. None, save that it brought you here to... My form can be discerned only by the true Arisen. Go now. Tell him that gave you the cipher of what you have heard here.
So yeah, something you may have noticed is a lot of the Arisen don't actually kill the dragon. They don't succeed, or for whatever reason. So again, I don't feel like the Chosen One is as necessarily bad as it is in some games, narratively speaking. You'll also get your first hints at the bestowal of spirit and just the fact that when Arisen's hearts are removed, they effectively stop aging. The Dragon Force has been here for a very long time and guided other Arisens. His pawn as well is starting to look like him. These will be further continued on next time we visit the Witchwoods. For now, let's place this and get ready to place our next thing. Oh jeez. Yeah, let's go with that. Our next spot is another central location that's close to main story areas and also to continue the love storylines. It is a chapel out in the woods. Now, you definitely should know who this beloved is if you were listening during the quest. So, I mean, I guess that's part of the hint right there, is we've already done quests for them. I find it interesting that the church in the middle of the woods is actually surrounded by the most undead. Now, I'm not sure if that's because they're trying to get intense training, if the undead swarm to them to like hunt down the holy magic, or if there's something darker going on. Of course, being inspired by Berserk, it's definitely possible that it's the church being evil. However, this game seems to be honestly pretty favorable to the institutions. At least for us. Cyclones in the distance. Deal with them. Yeah. There will also be plenty of stones around here, but once we get into the woods proper, that is when the undead show up at night. Good place to get skulls if you need to bribe raiders to like you. And wow, I use a lot of stamina curatives. Okay, we are in Saurian territory. Wait. Yeah. Almost reached the female abandoned cat, and then yeah, I'm going the wrong way. Yeah, that looks familiar. Spicy mushroom because, I guess, makes you hot. Listen to the sound crunch of me rolling in the forest. So, and listen to the sound crunch of my hard drive as I go into the forest. Built the forest. Closer. If you listen closely, you may hear something that sounds similar to monkey calls. I believe that is a sampled kookaburra. Literally, I've only heard kookaburras a handful of times in my life. But, I don't know. I would like this forest to be filled with monkeys. That'd be quite interesting.
You here? They speak of you
and
in every corner of the
Ina is
capital.
here.
They say the Arisen has returned.
And, yep. Now, you heard the sound effect, and you may have seen her blush. That means that, again, I've maxed out affinity with her, and she is capable of becoming blush. That's only after, what was it? Alright. We're back, mad dashing to the end. My stamina is still a bit low for having ran through the forest. Let's... Oh, right, I need to grab my license, actually.
Have your pick.
If we don't have a license during these questions, we will just straight up perform service to you.
What will it be? Have your pick. Come on.
Thank you.
Who among you has seen the dragon?
So the nice thing about being in a village is I don't need to roll anymore to maintain stamina. I can just shoot. I mean, rolling is still fun.
Not a cipher crafted to bring you to the dragon.
Alright, time to finish up this portion of the main quest. Again, he also offers...
Be that the case, his words are well worth heeding, sir. With luck, he'll lead you to victory as well. With the choice is yours. This is a high... One great... Know, however, that any errand you have taken on will be left to another to complete. You will also be... If you... Knowing that, you are under... a guide...
So basically, all your worm hunt quests will automatically end, and there are also plenty of other quests that end during Come to Court. There are also many more.
Tonight the fisher knight leaves the humble shores of home for the heady depths of Cart. Pray, let this token...
Yeah, so he gave me a funny hat. I kind of compulsively hit that skip button after I realized what cutscene I was in. Oh yeah, I forgot to turn in the quest for going to the Everfall at the Pawns Guild. I don't think this ever happened to me before. To be fair, most of the time I run out, but I was kind of in a rush.
I fear your crown outshines my own.
Both of your potential loves of shit.
By my command, every road in Grancis shall be open to you henceforth as a member of the Worm Hunt. May your efforts help deliver us
from the shadow of the dragon. As long as that damnable beast draws breath, I'll fain accept any help on offer. All right.
Arisen. Hail, sir. Some sneered when I presented the Hydra's head. Said it, in truth, I can. But what? I have no answer to give my men.
The sovereign of this land ill comprehends the urgency of
So we're
the
saying
danger
now
it
we're
faces.
gonna be getting
This
towards
eve
Mercedes, and
empty
she is
pomp
definitely one of the
proof.
hardest
I'll allow.
Tis well
A
to get
people
because
numbed
she is
by
forced
2
out
generations
early, and
of
it's part of the main quest,
cannot
so
be expected to
you
know
kind of
true
have to.
resolve. But
Julian is a very interesting character because he basically came here because he had to, and really doesn't want Grand Soren to be the ones to overtake the dragon. Again, a lot of people are very cynical about, you know, the prospect of fighting the dragon. And there is our last beloved, I want to say.
My. Apologies, dear warrior. But to see a face austere
God,
as
look
the
at this
castle
creepy
walls adorned with this. Still, 'tis more agreeable than the endlessly dour air of most of my husband's sawn swords. Valor dwells in the heart, after all. The brave ought not need their raiment to speak for them at all. No? Hail, dear warrior of the lovely helm. I fear I am remiss in asking your name. Arisen? You must forgive me. I had thought all who fought shared the title warrior.
So remember what I
But
said
again,
about
you
how
must
easy it was to
excuse
get
me.
affinity?
I am Eleanor. Come to... I pray you will serve my lord husband faithfully, Sir Warrior. I presume the crown you bear is a mark of your station as the Arisen? I must apologize for my laughter, good sir. I assure you. You would gift me your crown, dear warrior? You are far too kind. I shall cherish it. I shall pray for your safe travels, sir.
Yep. The only gift she needed was a weird hat. So, you know, naturally things must be going very well with the group. It's that easy. Oh, wait, I have to trigger. Gotta reach an event trigger. There we are.
By decree of the Duke, you are to be allowed free passage into the castle. This right extends only to your person, and you are advised to comport yourself fittingly.
Alright, this opens up a lot of quests, one of which is the extension to the Monsters
You are
of
to
the
see
World
me
Castle
for your
is
assignments,
opening the
no
new
one
area.
else.
This one is
I speak
that.
for his grace on this.
We're just
Pray.
gonna pick up the quest from him right now.
He is, it seems, even opinion, any just. You are to pray. Make no doubt you're aware the roads are ever more overrun with beasts of it. The threat has only worsened since the dragon's coming. A company of the land's finest sword hands. 'Tis no perfect. There's been. 'Tis not a. They stand. I fear.
I've heard of the party being gathered to slay the griffin. Sir Georg and the others from the encampment are among them. The men who fought the Hydra. They are touted as elites, but the fact of it is they're mere sellswords. The harshest tasks are often left.
Arisen, sir? Beg pardon, sir. I bear a message from Milady Eleanor. She would speak with you, sir. In private. Some would raise an eyebrow at such a request. Forgive me, Arisen.
So on. Daro's quest to finish off his romance line should he begin now, but again, if you do that, you will not be able to get him as your beloved, because
I would suffer.
unless you spend a lot of time making
I've long had dealings with Fornival. And what? Pray, take a particular...
So, yeah, something you may have noticed is that we are, in fact, aiding and abetting salvation currently. Fornival offers arms to the people. Now, that on its own is inherently bad. It's also worth pointing out that in order to get this quest to end,
What is to become of my father? You're the Arisen, are you not? Can you not do aught to help him? I could not bear to lose him, even if a petition. Of course, I would draft 100 if it be a help.
Interesting. She wouldn't be interested in helping her father as much if you hadn't done the escort quest earlier.
This pawn cannot enter the castle. I shall await you here.
You need at least 4 pieces of evidence to make sure Fornival is not convicted, because again, he really is kind of a bad person. That was demonstrated well in the eviction. Another thing about the eviction is if you had done that but evicted them, you would have gotten a petition calling for his guilt rather than his innocence. Oh, that just deconnect and reconnect.
You've come. I came here to the Abbey in hopes they might find me worthy to send on to the Grand Cathedral and all. No place holds so much wisdom concerned.
Wow.
While I am here, I train as a sister of the faith. And they say I've talent as a healer. They say I learn to grant blessings upon others through flowers. I feel like this.
So, the flower she just gave us, the blessed flower, is actually a very powerful item. It grants you wheel, as you can see in the bottom left corner, which was the thing that doubled XP and discipline. But more importantly, it lasts a full day rather than the usual 5 minutes. So, this will often be preserved if you are intending to grind at a lot of levels. Now, you can't refresh or preserve this if it goes bad. This quest also works on a unique timer. While many are based on the main quest progression, this one is just based on how long the item lasts. And since it is a unique item, you cannot replace it anywhere else. This area will be the focal point of some upcoming main quests. It also has some integration with Fornival's quest and, of course, the Salvation storyline to begin with. Chances are you won't have access to this quest on your first playthrough, as I do actually recommend going through the whole Salvation storyline. During that, you get spotted by some members of Salvation, and I think that prevents you from carrying out this quest.
Welcome, sir.
Maybe it just means your
How do you find playing the role of
because they didn't learn all of the
I meant
details.
only the role of hero.
I am
must be
unsure.
tiresome work. I may have one such task to offer. If you then pray, allow me to begin with. Given the hold's remote location, though, and sadly, though no matter the number of pleas I were to commence a new regimen of training, it would be a mercy if you, as Arisen, and in so doing, Grand Sorin, you will find a Lord Julian. The hold's expeditions and supply fall under his charge. Pray, speak with him, else the...
As was established, Julian is in fact part of Salvation, or at least helping them. So, it should be very clear that this man is also with Salvation, especially the way he specifically said, hey, you want to do something not very heroic? Which also brings us back to Fornival. Fornival is the one who gives them weapons, and if you come here and you don't have this quest available, you can ask him to be a witness. The soldier will instead send you a
His talent is without measure, but he's stubborn as a plough beast and sells only to a chosen circle of clients. To such patrons he gifts an idol. I must gain such an icon and access to his wares no matter what the cost. It's often been said you possess a talent for discovery. Secure me a figurine, and I shall provide weapons the likes of which you would never dream.
say it. The masterwork, come again. An idol, by the maiden. I shall make for the weapons. Your effort, the masterwork.
Obviously, we already have the idol from helping Simone around the city. So this is about the best gear he can get. It's certainly the best gear in the base game before post-game. I'm very much counting Bitter Black Isle as post-game, despite it technically being able to access very early on. We're going to stop by Mountebank right now, as he has the ability to forge items, something I have not really shown much. I mentioned it in the Grimoire section. I'm going to show what happens to this quest if you don't turn in the flower, but I also don't want to fail the quest, because I'm trying to kind of do a guide for all of the Beloveds, but also how to avoid them, like...
Any.
Well, I don't have much time, so I can't explore most of Mountebank's where I would like to show off a certain item, the Force Hatchet, as that one is my personal favorite.
Me, the masterwork.
I do not have the resources to get it right now. Let's stop by.
The master, come again.
I probably have something from Bitter Black Isle after killing the Gazer. Oh, hey Reynard. So, Reynard's quest, while I am showing this Beloved, this one's a bit harder. You have to buy 10 different things from him, then it'll get you the retrieve material, then you have to buy more stuff, then he'll want you to retrieve material, and to be quite frank, that's a large hassle, and it also forces him out of the game, much like many of the Beloved storylines, but he can be a useful vendor. He sells most of the stuff you need to give as gifts to the Beloveds if you're struggling to do the quests and what have you.
You know more of the other speak.
Okay, so the loot from Bitter Black Isle should be more than enough to get
though there's a rift, and my prices have been flowing.
I need to remember to take on the Witch of the Woods later. So Reynard does sell affidavits of both guilt and innocence. You can use those to cheat on the Fornival trial a little if you do not have enough pieces of innocent to set him free because you didn't do quests earlier on, or when you were escorting the soldier back to town he died, or if you actually gave him too many of one type and you want to change your opinion, you can get 4 of each from Reynard. You do not have to turn in all the evidence you get. You can select what you get. So if you accidentally pick up the bad things but you want Corporal Q3, because also a very powerful vendor, you will want to make sure that he's equipped. Welcome back to the Witchwoods. We will be sprinting through as fast as possible. Appears nighttime is befalling us, which means the enemy spawns will change. Many of the animals will be replaced with wolves, and we'll have to deal with some phantasms, which really... Well, I failed to find that before, so we're just going to continue on. Even though Sir Quell is leveling up slower, especially location-wise, I do stand by my theory about how the rubber banding system works. Enough that out of the way. Since we were here fast enough, the fog units have not respawned, and so it's easier to navigate the forest. The forest can be labyrinthine, so it's best to know where you need to go, and you don't even know much else. Yep. Seems like the nighttime is about upon us, but
hide the witch! Here. She conjures a dragon! Damn double hexa!
So, since Lane knows worms speak, they assume she's...
By the maker! The rock! It moves! Monster! This is her devilry! Run!
notice looking at the golem that it is in fact entirely based on rotational damage. The goal is to destroy each of the plates around its body. The golem can be somewhat hard depending on your vocation and what items you brought with you. After all, it has one on the bottom of its foot and one in its hand. Without the ability to manually target, or if it's difficult, it can be hard to get those. You don't have a loading ability. Also, its knocked down. I'm trying to get a relatively even spread on the damage so I can finish in one go when it gets staggered. The foggy play indicates that this is a special weak point, meaning once you finish, all the magical temporarily go out of the focus while it's hit, and you can use those in time effectively. Miasma is good because it covers a large area, but it doesn't very much damage. Rocks aren't particularly poison. And it's probably the next hardest spot to hit, so I'm gonna add now that's frozen, let's use another opportunity. There we go. First one down. Small stamina. Now that I've got some stamina, I'm going to show how this is works now. Blinded. Very effective. So, stamina's getting low. Let's see if I can take out another blast before I. And no. Oh no. Now, after being unfrozen, the golem will enter a reserve, indicated by the more magenta color. This can be a troublesome phase to deal with, but I've already managed to destroy most of the metals. So, there we go. As our first golem of the game. Golems drop magic metals. Those can be gifted to Madeline for bonus affinity. Then very easy to finish off reprogram the love's affinity max out. Another reason we came here, not just to help Celine, but also port crystals. Well, there's a maximum to how many you can place, but I will not encounter that in one playthrough. Especially one that's relatively short. Since we're in a new region, there are more fog metals. I'm not too concerned with them. Following this road should get me what I need. Okay. We should be running the corner where we get more information.
You share in my troubles through no fault of your own. Some part of me has long known I was, in truth, a pawn. And always I found making my own decisions difficult. Gran gifted me a portion of her very soul. It was a kindness I can never repay. At first, I knew not how to use this gift, but now I have met you. I am some part Gran, but now I...
So, this may come as a small surprise, but I know well the path you walk. For you see, I myself was once arisen. And this girl Celine was my pawn. The soul of an arisen cannot but affect it. This is the bestowal of spirit, or so I named it. I did not grasp the full meaning of this transfer when first I noticed it. But see well Celine. See how she resembles me? I pray she can soon live her life as a human true. Age and experience separate us, arisen, but I know you ken my worth. Celine is more than pawn now. She yearns to choose the course of her life, free from the will of others. If you can aid in this, there may yet be a future for her.
My pawn print?
Yes, I see it now. In truth, I had not thought as much. The ways of pawns and humans are so very close.
Can I truly live? Can I be human?
You can, Celine. The bestowal of spirit granted you my heart. As you learned of the world, you filled this heart with feelings of your own. Pawns are but shadows of life, doomed to forever echo out across the rift. But soon you will be freed of this unending cycle. Then will your thoughts belong to you alone. Then will you speak with your own voice.
Own voice. I would be with you.
Bit of a hefty roar down there.
Please,
Let's
Arisen,
talk to Celine
say that I might stay in your village.
Analyze
I
this.
want to.
Much like the Dragon Forge, the pawn of Grand,
Really safe.
Arisen, has taken on much of her likeness. This is the bestowal of spirit concept. Effectively, pawns can become human through the will of their master and adapting it to their own hearts. Gonna give her this tea and leave. Okay. They should have just let the fairy step. What's wrong with me? Well, I guess now's a good enough time as any to recap what I said as I was leaving. Basically, I was continuing on the thought of how the Arisens aren't really chosen, and it sort of seems like a scam. Which brings some interesting parallels to Dark Souls, in which both games are set along the idea of divinity using effectively a scam to get their will done. Now, there are a decent amount of similarities between Dragon's Dogma and Dark Souls, despite coming out relatively close to each other. I think that this is honestly a coincidence, mainly because Dark Souls came out only a handful of months before Dragon's Dogma. Demon Souls did come out way earlier, but in Itsuno-san's GDC presentation, he very much mentions how he was not really familiar with the concept of action RPGs inside of Japan. So it seems to me that this is more of a coincidence. And I think that's likely because they both draw many references to Berserk influences quite explicitly, and they both originally came with the concept of effectively trying to copy Oblivion's appeal from the West, but make it more to a Japanese game. And which follows as a big part of Berserk's lore is how divinity exploits people and how it uses evil as a way to
Looks like
its
aught of
tasks.
value, or scholarly
So
interest.
it makes sense that
If you want
games
those strange
inspired by
writings
Berserk
read,
would
you best seek a man of letters. Helping the masses is their calling, after all. It would be my pleasure to help you myself, though I fear my rates are...
Yeah, so this is a important step in the beloved system of Dragon's Dogma. Sorry if that Dark Souls Berserk plot thread ended up kind of abruptly. I had to recap it in a short time. We'll probably follow through with it later. So we're going to take this tablet to the Dragon Forge, as I know that it runs there.
Is there naught you have to show me?
arisen? For I have seen it. A cipher, the sign of those bound to the dragon, and through it to one another. Bring it here. That tablet, then it has presented itself to you as well, arisen of the present day. I held it once myself, though it knew a different form then. 'Tis the Arisen's bond, an oath given form. It has shown itself to each Arisen in turn since time immemorial, ever changing its guise. Perhaps it is a test of sorts, though it appears a humble tablet now. It will take on the form best suited to you when the time is come. Then the Arisen's bond has chosen its form. For you, it is become a ring. Take it.
Alright. Effectively, this is an item you can present to any character to instantly max out their affinity. This is probably the easiest way to romance random NPCs if you're not going for one of the prime beloveds, as it were. Back in Grandthorn, we still have some main quests to take care of. First, I don't want my oil to spoil when I go to put that away. So you may remember, it was well met, but I talked to the Duchess's mistress and she told me to return to the castle at night. This is obviously Eleanor's romance book.
Praise the Maker, you've come, Arisen. Oh, this is glorious. Pardon, it's only... Milady's request to see you. I trust you understand the delicacy of the situation. And well, yes. Pray, walk softly, Arisen.
So if you get caught in this, you'll basically just fail the quest right away and get sent to the dungeons. You need to sneak around carefully. There's an invisibility spell. Oh, there's invisibility skill as an assassin, but it's not really invisibility. It's more like intangibility. Basically, you're immortal for a short period of time, but you can still be spotted, and it consumes stamina at a very impressive rate. I have most control over speed reduction rolls, so that's why I left that here. Now since I'm out of sight, we can sprint. Or madly.
My warrior has come for me. You must think me a shameless harlot. Would that words could prove my love is pure.
Off to a night siren after a long day's ruling, sire?
No, you must hide.
There is the boldness that fell that dragon.
Quickly!
You storm my lady's bedchambers with the urgency of a man in battle.
There's something deep in Festus back there.
Fear not. I shall eavesdrop on the ducal proceedings. I remain to stand watch and guard, sire. For your protection, of course.
My Lord Edmund.
He's also clearly talking to her.
Mentioned your coming, I might have dressed more finely.
Something's wrong with Festus, and I don't have an answer for it.
Lenore! Lenore! Oh, love! Forgive me!
So here's a bit of a problem. You can just go over here, do a pantry fight, and it's, I don't know, it feels like it kind of defeats the narrative weight of this scene a bit. Sorry.
What have I...
Your Grace, Edmund, this isn't... This wicked fool mistook a trifling kindness that I once paid for something more. He stole into my room. I was terrified. This commoner must be made to learn, sire. Give him a taste of the lash and a stay in the dungeon. Festi, I know you're there!
The lady is mistaken. I would never violate his Grace's privacy while he violates my lady's privacy.
Oh, brook none of your jakes, fool! Summon the guards! Have this villain removed!
Well, what have we here? Friend of the Duchess, sneaking off to her chambers for a cup of tea? Must be a fine tea. What to come all this way in the dead of night? Perhaps you seek refreshment of a different sort, like a turning the sheets with his Grace's own wife. You're tougher than you seem. Perhaps there's aught to this arisen business after all.
What have I done? I cannot ask forgiveness for this betrayal. But I was certain the Duke would cut me down where I stood had I not spoken so. You must run. The Duke is half mad and fearsome wrath. I shall think of some way to assuage him.
Oh. Anyways, I feel like this is a good time to bring back up the preserver parallels. After all, you just snuck into a duchess's bedchambers, and upon being caught, you were last repeatedly in a dungeon, at the orders of the Mad King. So, I guess that makes you Griffith if you pursue Eleanor's quest, which, you know, don't be Griffith. Anyways, here's the unarmed moveset. That was the entirety of the moveset. It's fun, but sorely lacking. I'd personally like to see more unarmed weapons in games. Or just unarmed styles. Well, that quest is now done and over with. We can get back to our usual state of being. The worst part about getting there in the dungeon is having to re-equip all your stuff. Because that means really barely an inconvenience to get there in the dungeon otherwise. Soon, but it's honestly gonna be faster to just teleport back to Grand Soren. You are still in Greensword, don't be confused, just... This is honestly the easiest way to get out of here. And I've got time restrictions to meet. I hate the sound of poison. I made you endure for the last 30 or so seconds just to really appreciate how annoying it is. It's more the low health distortion effects. And I know why games need to do it. If you don't have low health and you're not being told about it, you'll probably just die and then get angry at developers anyways. But I feel like I should be able to be trusted by my own health, especially when outside of combat. I'm gonna return to Mount Bay because I should finally have the funds necessary to get what I want.
I'm sure you'll find.
Yes, you're afraid of the knives.
I'm sure you'll find. Here we are.
Finally, Force Hatchet. So this has a semi-new mechanic. Basically, as you rack up hits with it, it will do more damage.
I've a proposal that, well, it's like
getting
this.
to doubling your strength. Now, it's not the Force
For my
Hatchet
own
itself
part,
that
but
doubles
contentment leads to failure.
it
I
is
have
your
a
strength,
certain one.
meaning your sub-weapons also benefit from it.
The smith refuses audience with all but
Much like
select
Texan Metal
clients.
is asking
And
for
upon
an
such
idol from the
clients, he
smith
bestows
as a
an
way
idol.
to
There
get
is
better
nothing
equipment.
find not- thank you.
So we will be giving her the bronze idol
This
we
is the
found at
icon
Dragon
bestowed
Forge
upon
later.
only the most valued of customers. I expected something more. The weaponsmith will see me now, and until you'll find not. Thank you. You'll find.
And she's at max infinity despite how adamantly she complained about getting the bronze idol. Whatever. We should be about ready to finish up both of the quests. Now, I have the blessed flower. I want to make sure to put half of it in storage.
I hear. Have your pick. Or will it be?
Not spoil the whole batch.
Or will it be? Have your pick. Come again. Have your pick. Or will it be? Understood.
Alright. Down to lightweight. I should make a checkpoint.
Have your pick. Or will it be? Understood.
Actually, I don't want to fight that. It's very dark. Let's go ahead and...
Have your pick.
Okay,
Or will it be? Have your pick.
Sorry, another lag spike. I accidentally came back in and it seemed to be fixed. So it's back at morning. We will be taking the assassin vocation now. Usually one of my favorites, but without deadline to meet. This allows you to use swords, shields, bows, and daggers. The Force Hatchet comes
your
as a
pick.
sword,
Come again.
so I need to equip the assassin or to demonstrate what I would like to. Now, the downside to the Force Hatchet is it has relatively low damage, but more importantly, as you rack up hits to increase your strength, once you hit the maximum tier, any single hit will immediately drain all of your stamina. And this includes things like winged creatures beating their wings and causing you to stagger. That's enough to drain all your stamina, which is rather frustrating.
I had a feeling you might be our escort. Aye, we are the company of elites you're to march with. A poor jest, I know. If you...
Yet again,
Focus.
Elites
on
the soldiers here are nothing but low-level cell swords. So while the Arisen may seem really good, it kind of also subverts that in saying, well, really most of these soldiers just don't know what they're doing. But, yeah, definitely more brothers would have left the Chosen One order. Anyways, Dogma is the toughest enemy. As I build up ranks in the Force Hatchet, you will see I get this nice little blue cloud around me, indicating how far I've progressed. At maximum, it's just this constant pouring of aura. All I have to do now is ensure that I'm not hit by anything. And we should be able to finish this quest way early. Over there is a gore pile. To get the griffin we were trying to hunt, we'll throw some gore into it, which can be done right up this hill. Spiders have ranged attacks, so I don't really want to get too close to them. Upon reaching near the circle, we trigger the griffin. I may have been a bit underinformative earlier. The force hatchet doesn't just double the strength of the force hatchet, nor is it just double the strength of your sub-weapon. It doubles the strength of your consumables as well, meaning 10 blast arrows at double strength fired from the dragon's ire at the head of this poor fella should be enough to, yeah, quest is done. Usually you end up pursuing the dragon to the far corners of the map, and it kills most of the men, and then put it down, and we have to go all the way back, but we're just gonna kill it right instead. Grand Sword, save some. If you ever find yourself playing this game after watching this video, I would definitely recommend taking a look at other of Mountebank's wares. There's a staff equivalent of the force hatchet. Okay, that was a bit odd. That can be used for your caster. There's things that draw aggro. There's just tons of gold generators. Bow that gives you XP does not unfortunately stack with wheel effects. But yeah, definitely a fun area. And that's what happens if you leave the flower in your inventory too long. It becomes a useless dead item. So we're going to take ours and we're going to finish up Queena's part of the quest, as well as getting some more leeway into Fornival's trial. Oh, I'm going to get you. Good doctor. I forgot to switch back into Strider, so this part might be a bit slower, but hey, you don't have to hear the mad dash sound effects.
What?
Hello,
Fornival stands
I have a flower.
in truth. The man was profligate.
Just book it straight through
He
these
was
pews.
not the sort of man to seek profit in the misfortunes of others.
Oh.
I will add my name to the petition.
I see.
I shall pray that his innocence is proven. I thank you for your efforts in petitioning. Man judges...
So this kind of had the opposite problem as the soldiers at the fort. At the fort, since I accidentally triggered their other quest, well, it was intentional this time, but the first time I did it, I accidentally triggered their quest. I was not able to get the witness for Fornival's trial. However, since Fornival's trial is still going, I'm not able to
Tina is so diligent in her
Tina's,
study.
Part. Let's try talking to the Fornival, see if that helps us. But I think it'd be better just turn in this stuff while I have the chance. I should already have 3 pieces of evidence. I just need the caster. Wait, now. Chamberlain. Let's see if we can find Julian first while I think about this. I cannot. Where? Oh, I just waited till morning, so he's gonna be wherever he rests. Well, learn NPC paths, I suppose, kids. Something else this game can definitely benefit from is a better waiting mechanic. Just going to morning and night can lead to problems like what you see here. More so morning than night, as no one is gathered for their things yet. Okay. This is his room up on the right.
Welcome back, sir. Blessed relief.
Yep.
It is welcome. You.
Hello, Chamberlain.
You are to pray. I would.
I got a reward.
Good.
Griffin.
Here. I shall see. There's time yet, sir.
Rig the fuck out of this trial.
You are to pray. I would up the ink. Good. There's. You are to pray.
There's the priest, there's the chamberlain.
Good. There's. You are to pray. I would up the ink. Good. There's.
That was the one from inside the castle, if you recall. Alright. trial can now be completed at no risk to my wares. I'm gonna make one more run for... I can't find Julian. Julian? Well, here's a suspicious cache of arms, since I'm apparently failing to do this quest, that can help you see what's going on. I remember last time I did this quest, Julian was found around these towers, which definitely does serve the narrative well. Again, I appreciate these small little facts, and I take time to split it down to the Stone Assassin. Great. I deserve this. So, this area was muted, so this is
Sweet
JK
peanut.
from the future. I just realized now that I had the quest marker, and I could have gone straight to Julian, but... Hey. Well, you don't miss a whole lot. Effectively, what happens is, the way Julian hears the data is, it's like, you can tell it's code. Oh, you know what? I remember why. I remember why I didn't go to that quest marker. That's the other soldier who wants to take the info. It's not really Julian. Okay, well, I'm gonna start talking in a second, so I'll stop here. Well, I guess I need to fully complete the quest before I'll be able to finish this one. Gotta rest till Fornival's trial happens. Again, 4 pieces of evidence. I am pretty confident, but I'm still nervous. Let's get back into the outfit.
Have your pig. Come again. Have your pig. What will it be?
Okay. Oh, wait. Let's clear up some more. Oh, fly.
What will it be today? Have your pig. What will it be today? Have your pig. What will it be today?
It occurs to me now that you need to
will it be?
put
Have your pig. Come again.
a different vocation if you played as a different vocation with a dagger.
Have your pig. What will it be today?
Assassin also comes with some decent damage pistol augments, but
What will it be? Have your pig. Come again.
don't have time to explore those with you in this video. Let's grab the flowers so I don't have to run back. And we should be about done with this phase entirely.
Order! I will have order! This inquest has its conclusion. Fornival Frescobaldi, in the name of His Grace, Duke Edmund Dragonsbane, the court hereby proclaims its verdict. Not guilty. You are cleared of all charges and released from bondage forthwith.
Хорошо, товарищ.
Business. The master will.
Right. We got Masterworks all. Oh. No. Masterworks all.
The master.
Cannot get those razors yet. Okay, we'll just stick with these annealed stilettos for a hot second then. Should get some money for completing these quests. Oh, that dash is back, baby. Now I just need knives at the guard again. Not that I did that in my last playthrough or anything. Biggest. Honestly, didn't realize how much of a time sink running back and forth the castle was gonna be. Quite significant, it turns out. Yep, that was not Julian on the quest marker. I kind of suspected as much, but I probably should have checked. Well, if there's an alternative I can do to use Where would he sleep? This is quite embarrassing. I thought I knew plenty about this game. Of course, I also thought I knew that before I saw the good old iceberg painting, which will be up on screen right now. Since I feel like I've overused the, I've done very few full-on cuts other than loading screens, but I feel like you deserve at least some content. This iceberg right here is part of what made me want to delve back into the game and make this video. Despite having logged hundreds of hours into this game, there are still many things I do not know and have not tried. For instance, there are some folk who have taken over 1,000 whacks at the Dragon. There's so much into this game that managed to make it through and is kind of obscure. Really, one of the big things I appreciate about this game is it's just willing to let you miss stuff, and I know that's the opposite of a selling point for many people, but to me it adds a lot of replayability, as there's always new things to find, different ways to play out the game just by moving where people are throughout the quest by doing some of their early stuff or choosing not to. You can play a little game and see which of the lists on the iceberg I checked off during this video if you're into it. I will link that below. So, the only thing that's happened since then is I grabbed another charm from Fornival so I can do more grinding. Now it's a good time to do Queen's quest, since as soon as this phase ends, it cancels. And that is not a good thing.
She trains in the blessing of flower, that she bears the gifts of a healer.
So, we should pass this nonsense now, yes?
This is Kina's, then? How marvelous. Would seem she is gifted. Perhaps it will not be so long before the Mother Superior writes the mainland on Kina's behalf. To think that it gives me joy. It was the Maker's hand guided her here to our church.
With that, that is the second to last bit of Kina's quest done. I only need to talk to her now, so assure her she's been granted a position. You'll notice I'm not doing the last quest of many of the Beloveds, and that's because I want to show you when they get locked out, or at least tell you when they get locked out, rather than
You delivered the flower.
simply
Then they acknowledge my skill as a healer. I knew I was right to have come here. If I continue at this pace, I am sure to earn transfer to the Great Cathedral. Then I shall learn more of the dragon to aid in your journey.
And we should be at max affinity. But here's another little thing of the thing. Mason goes here after Company starts. Nice seeing you too, buddy. And that is everything I wanted to show in this phase. So let's go and finish it up as best as we can. Yet again, let's ascend the stairs. Boy. Okay, that pregnant silence throughout the stairs journey was fine, I think. There really should be an easier way to get to the cathedral and the Desmine. But we're here. time to finish up some phases. Get lost, Julian Imposter. If you give it to him, you get less reward for doing the quest, as he's either a snitch or doesn't know about Salvation Plan, so he won't interpret the code well. And also, you know, all you have to do is follow.
You've made quite the name for yourself since last we spoke. I thank you. 'Tis very kind.
Let's see here. Ah, yes, about Cloud1 from Reynard earlier.
Arisen, I would speak with you. This is not
Hers can be a bit harder, depending on the quest. Again, that's why one of the reasons we'll be going after her for Beloved. Oh, and there's the sort of counterpoint to the Salvation quest. Well, pro-Salvation quest. This is an anti-Salvation quest. I didn't do it because, you know, I figured I would be going pro-Salvation this run. I didn't expect it to be this hard to find Julian.
Word for the...
Okay, well, get on with it. Basically, he was winding up Fornival, got acquitted, as, you know, that's sus as fuck.
Many within the castle praise you.
Because I just took up as cancelled. However, the one
it was,
about
but first,
is not. And that's because it doesn't actually end now. Solomon has stolen a powerful ring. Yes, that's Solomon of the Grimoire variety. Now, again, supply and demands has not failed yet. However, as soon as I take Pride Before a Fall, it should immediately fail. This is due to the fact that Pride Before a Fall is basically the final point of Julian's, Mercedes, and the Pro-Salvation Rebellion part of the quest line. Salvation continues on afterwards, but it has less to do with the soldiers. It doesn't actually affect much with how the final quest plays out, but I would have liked to demonstrate how Julian is well aware of a code being spread there. I know where the Worm King is, so I'm not going to spend time asking around, as I find that rather dull. And there's already a lot of running in this video, let's be honest. Now we're going to head on down to the abandoned mine shaft. It's not a terribly long distance way, one of the reasons I placed the port crystal at the cathedral. It's still obviously going to be a bit of a hike, as this is a pretty big, sparse world. Fun for exploring, not so much for killing time. We're just going to run past this Chimera. They really don't pose a threat to us at this point. And we're going to check these chests for money. Well, I was hoping for consumables, but I guess I said money. This is what I asked for. Yep. Only 3,500 gold. This is nothing. Yeah, well, here's usually a somewhat unique or hard to find weapon. Of course, I'm sure it can still be bought from the vendors. In fact, this vendor up here sells some unique items that you can't really find anywhere else except the Everfall, which might be a bit alarming since the Everfall didn't seem like it had much. I assure you it does. When he gets in here, he sells you the promissory notes that are likely lend money to Madeline, but enough of that. On to the one.
Well.
The so-called ring.
The Arisen, toast of all grand Soren. Does the work of all mankind's savior truly afford the time to go hunting petty thieves? If you insist on a game of cat and mouse, what say we see which role you'll fill?
So, Solomon got away despite us completely obliterating him and his men. And now back to the castle. Do so into the castle. So, Salamet is basically a rotten bastard. He's kind of a murderer, but he's also a bit of a sorcerer genius, as he's the one that made Salamet's grimoire that we attained earlier. I have decided now that I'm not gonna show what happens with that quest. Basically, if it takes you too long to kill Salamet because, let's say, you're a melee vocation and he's too good at distancing, the person you bestowed the book upon will be ready and will actually attack using the grimoire, which will then be consumed in the process. That was a long loading screen. Yeah, we'll it's on the way if you want. Hit up another mad dash. Oh, hey, there he is. We were just talking about him. Honestly, it might be faster just to get on these guards' legs and then use the get out of jail free. Ooh. Oh, I should have enough money. I think I'm gonna grab another one of the talismans to get how much money I have. Yeah, because I'm gonna have plenty of time to use that in this quest. It's got a lot more minions than the ones we saw, as you might have figured.
The Stone of the North? Aye. There's tell Lord Julian rode for there not long ago. I don't ken the cause of the uproar. By all accounts, he's as skilled a diplomat as a warrior.
Yeah, that's another bit of a problem, since there isn't much you can do with the dialogue of the game. The main quest is still very linear, despite all the small decisions you can make, and despite the fact you've known Julian as part of Salvation since before you even went into the Everfall. You can't really tell anyone, and so everyone's like, well, a strong warrior and diplomat such as he should have no problems handling the uprising in the north. So yeah, that... This is going to be one of the last long travels we have to make to a new region of the map. I'm gonna grab this along the way. Not a dog's poison stone charge. That one! Oh. Yeah, this is taking too long. Let's just get out of here. On the way, keep an eye out for snow harpies. This is a windy area of the map, so there's lots of bandits inside fortified hills and flying enemies. Very rock-themed area, part of the map. Another good thing for bringing Strider is the Windborn Valley. A good spot for harpies to ambush you as you are drastically slowed down by this incoming wind. However, Mad Dash is quite the matchup at this point. Also, something I have not done a good enough job of mentioning is the unique resources and crafting materials at each part of the map. Different regions, different biomes have different plants, and in my defense, the game doesn't really do a good job of it either, because crafting is not that necessary. Almost everything you'll want or need can be purchased from some vendor by just, buttering them up, increasing affinity towards you, and then buying all their expensive stuff. I suppose it kind of makes Madeline a good tutorial for that part of the game, at least. Interestingly, around here is the only bandits I know of with really unique locations. There should be a Mystic Archer, but I'm not going to spend too much time thinking about him. But nearby, there's a Mystic Archer. Judging by the lack of magic arrows coming at me, I think I immediately killed upon entering this area. Magic Archer and Mystic Knight, much like the Assassin, are mixed vocations. Now, mixed vocations can be taken on by very few characters. Most bandits will have one of the normal ones, and pawns can't even take a mixed vocation. So the fact that these guys out here have them is something of note. They're rather skilled, and this might have to do with Salamet, or just the Cooling Tower in general. Nope. You need to get some momentum going in order to use Helm Splitter properly. Otherwise, it'll use its big brother control system to Well, locational damage is something that can go more into depth in this somewhat void. Since there is a golem coming up, we'll mostly ignore him. The fact that there are things like golems kind of indicates how much effort they really put into this game. They wanted to make the climbing aspect they worked so hard on work properly. A big portion of this game's development was making stuff work together naturally. That's why inverse kinematics is such a big deal. Climbing along a beast, but also it's striking you as you climb along in different ways. And when you've implemented all these calculations, might as well go for tracking where on the rig an enemy was hit. Now, this can be done through trigonometry also, but I think the skeleton is what they chose to do with, since it's pretty close every time, and trig can mess up when animations do. However, if you watch the game's developer conference with Itsuno explaining Dragon's Dogma, they did put a lot of work into making it so animations could be applied to different shaped rigs. So it wouldn't surprise me if they had some very advanced calculations going on. That being said, at the end of the day, you want your computers to have less strain on them, less math and trig and what have you. So nearly there. I'm gonna start conserving stamina, for I know there is quite the army of fools waiting inside for me. They won't put up much of a challenge, but archers are a big problem in this game, as they can completely riddle you with holes before you're aware of them, so it's best to take them out quickly. There's also a not unreal chance that our pawn will get knocked into a hole and die. The brine in this universe, which is the stuff that killed my darling Clementine, is just about the strongest creature. Anything that falls into it will almost surely die, except for the Arisen, which will just be sent back up to where they fell from. Hence why, when I killed Death earlier, it only worked because he fell into water and was eaten by the brine. That's right, the brine are stronger than Death himself, which, you know, really makes me understand my darling Clementine a bit better, because, like, I wouldn't challenge it either unless I knew I were Arisen. Nothing says discipline like rangers in the bird in the middle of a firefight. And one prick down. The rest of them, oh no, I seem to be getting rather unlucky with the coin drops right now. Oh! Well, I guess I just need to disaster the game a bit more. Need to get at least 70k back, so this wasn't a waste of an amulet. Thankfully, Salamet, being the hoarder he is, will be surrounded by golden ink. So as long as I can get it in 5 minutes, he should be doing just fine. This tower is not usually the first time you've encountered the main quest. If you were not ready to take on the Griffin, you would survive the first encounter and fly here. This is where the rest of the men, or most of them, are cut down. And for a long, fast battle, especially if you chose a red vocation, meaning melee only, and this bastard's flying around the whole time. And I think it's very clear why I chose the striker vocation for this playthrough. Do you guys have gold for me? You do need to be a bit careful in gold farming. Getting too many drops on the ground will cause them to despawn. this works for other jobs too, so be mindful of what you're killing if you're killing them in droves, or if you know they drop a lot of stuff. There are Mystic Knight skeletons in the Big Black Isle, for instance. One of them drops Rift Crystals and the other drops like gold. Rift Crystals are a bit more rare, so if you kill that guy last, he will die first, and then the other two, realizing that their friend is dead, will spontaneously combust on the ground, dropping a bunch of gold resources from existence. No, I'm not salty, why you ask. There are easier ways to come by Rift Crystals, especially if you're online and have multiple accounts. But I've got money to make. Yeah, archers are still a pretty big problem for me even once I have Bastion. And I'm not wasting any more time. Well, at least I didn't die, I suppose. Loading screen and refighting through this whole area would have taken more. Thank you, Rokal. Kind of not used to the pawn actually killing people. Not this one. I've built some machines, but this one I've obviously not focused much on due to the time constraint of this video. This helmet will teleport away if you're in melee range. However, as a red vocation is a problem, just come in with a decent amount of strength, you can just throw your pawn at them, killing him instantly. Well, he lectures to himself about how amazing he is. We're just gonna loot his area. Send him into negative health points. It's very Looney Tunes of him. He doesn't die until he realizes it. Uh-huh. Life everlasting. He just clipped into that cliffside. So Solomon's Ring, or the Worm King's Ring, is actually a decently strong item. It reduces casting time of spells by 10%. So naturally, this is another item commonly forged by players. If you forge the ring, that will affect a later quest, but very, very minorly, much less so than the Grimoire, even though obviously the Grimoire didn't come into effect here. And to think I killed him with time to spare on the gold down. Well, that should do for this part of the quest. Time to climb the 1,000 steps yet again.
The master works on.
Actually, I have plans coming up. I do have some gold. Let's just go for the big daggers, maybe. Alright. These are the daggers that were unlocked from using the golden idol, and as such will be the best until outposting. The checkpoint is I don't want to run all the way back to the goddamn tower. That being said, gotta run to this tower. It'd be so easy. We just slide kick it. And we go tumbling.
Well met, sir.
I would be spared the rod, because it only costs 5,000 gold to break out of jail.
I take it you've heard. Then you'll know that this task is mine. I'll not be an idle burden on the Duke's hospitality any longer. And surely you've won enough glory, sir. Allow me this one chance to prove myself. You have my thanks. This matter concerns Lord Julian as well. There is talk of dark happenings at the Stone of the North. Lord Julian's watch. He set out for the hold himself some time ago. There has been no word since. Someone must go and see what has become of him. As a fellow, I would forbid you from interceding, but you no doubt have your own reasons for going. I will not stop you from joining me, but neither can I wait. Follow if you wish, sir. I am off.
Well met, sir.
As we begin wrapping up the main plot, it's worth mentioning that part of the reason we are choosing to go with Mercedes is because of the fact that she has been one of the harder ones to get in my experience, as she is forced out by the main quest.
How did the day find you?
The others are all usually forced out before the final battle begins, but not much before. Hers is probably the earliest. As I mentioned, Valmiro and, well, many of them can be pushed out earlier if you wish, but some of them cannot. Madeline, for instance, will not ever leave Grand Soren, but her final quest doesn't start till after the final battle. As such, can be somewhat hard to obtain. Now, I'm not gonna start from Hillfigure Knoll, due to there is an interesting interaction along the way, which means we do have to suffer through this again. I know Kent. Poor Kent. No, it's not the same. It really would behoove me to pick up more stamina consumables whenever I stop by Grand Soren. This final quest is roughly the ending of Julian and Mercedes' quest lines. Mercedes will disappear from the country, and depending on the outcome, so will Julian. Now, since Julian is a bit of a bastard, well, obviously, you wouldn't want that. Hello there. You are not what I was looking for. I heard flying screeches, and I thought it might have been what I came here for. Oh, look. It's that chicken thing from the Black Isle. What's it doing here? Huh. An area of flesh and bone.
Say you were risen. Quite the prize, eh? 'Twas I
must have died of a heart attack.
though I'll claim no glory in the beast's death. Seems the makers at last taken note of all my good deeds.
Well, that's great. Take that back to the inner walls. Close to my... Yeah, it wouldn't really help to fast travel to the knoll. I think the only beloved questline I haven't really covered is Reynard's. I went over it briefly, but I didn't actually do any part of it. Which, again, I feel bad for all you Reynard stands out there, but it's really, really time-consuming one. My God is really bugging out right now. This is effectively the beginning of the end. The simple, straightforward orders from the Duke start going out the window. Shit starts going very wrong, very fast. But let's not spoil the fun, shall we? We're here to fight a big, epic rebellion at the fort. Full of swords clashing and bravado and 3 or 6 guys. No matter what you do, you can't kill any of them, not even them. Health bars, you might be able to see. Really don't know what's going on with the hard drive right now. So, just continue onward. Luckily, I know where the triggers are here, so we should
Viper!
stamina.
You colluded with Salvation to work sedition among the Duke's men!
Salvation? You place me in ill company. I'm a man of this world. Fantasies of death and redemption concern me not one whit. Now, legends. Legends stalk up the masses. If Duke Edmund were to best a second dragon, Francis would take the ascendant. But her neighbors ill want a giant looming at their borders, am I wrong?
Spare me your sophistry! The word neighbor sours on your forky tongue. Our lands have long sworn unstinting aid to any neighbor beset by the dragon.
Unstinting, you say? Tell me then, why has your Lord Father not sent your brother, joined by Hearthstone's finest steel? Why am I speaking instead with a bleating she-goat mocked even by her own men?
You will retract those words, sir!
Else suffer what consequence?
Else I shall wash my honor clean in your blood!
And you? You will play her second? I would welcome the challenge.
Stay out of this! He's made an open mockery of me and my homeland! I had thought they trusted you were about the base.
This area also has several speedrun techs. For instance, you could just beat the loving shit out of Julian right now. Like, oh my god, get fucked, dude.
Thanks, woman.
You can also just run out straight behind you, or if you hit
You've
Julian on his shield, it will actually trigger. Both of those will trigger the Mercedes' impressive.
I
am best.
I am a meager choice to send us
Slain
in.
by your
I know it
hands,
well.
brought back as well. Such utter defeat ill leaves room for argument. I shall return to the capital and place myself at the mercy of the court. They will have my confession and my head, should they wish it. And you shall have the glory, sir. Why not? I've no design on running. Even as I am, I've still some semblance of pride. I leave you with a word of warning. The revolt was but a diversion. The killing blow will be delivered elsewhere. Pay heed, sir.
I must make a pitiable sight. I'm new. I am a meager choice to send as aid. I know it well. Still, I could not. I must make a pitiable sight.
Nisa?
Better suited to rings than rapiers, am I? Let a woman useless as a knight serve as a wife? Is this your meaning? These are jests, sir. I would be
maxed out after this anyways, but worth a try.
Here I put on a shameful display. Lord Julian had the truth of it, every word.
The other waifus for the rest of the game.
I am weak. I serve no purpose here, save as hollow homage to an empty pact. Aids in name only. Hearthstone or Grancis, there's not a man in either who expected anything else of me. I knew it well enough, tasted it on every breath I drew, yet still I fancied myself a knight. Arisen. I will return to Hearthstone, not to lick my wounds, but to petition my Lord Father that Grancis people receive true aid. I will not send you to meet the dragon with their fates weighing upon you. After, I shall return here, to aid you however I may. I am a fool. Pray, accept this token. I haven't much to give, but it would please me to know it provided you some small comfort on your journey.
And then that generic animation to cap it all off.
But I will return a woman able to serve you. Until then,
if we had chosen not to aid her, she would have given us the silver rapier instead. That being said, it's a bit disappointing that you can't really side with Salvation in this game at all. Even if you let Julian win and you delivered all the messages to him, they're like, nope, the Arisen must still fight Salvation at the end of the day, which, I don't know, is a bit disappointing. I am well aware of many problems that plague this game's development, but it's still something to hope for.
Salvation's handiwork. Villains all those zealots.
Let us
Thing
flex on
to hear it
Julian
was
once
Lord
more.
Julian.
Where do you say
them,
he is?
Though I'd always heard him told a good and noble knight. I suppose the greatest of men is still human. He'll be rotting in a cell below the castle now. 'Tis a terrible waste.
Well, now's our chance. It's time to start dodging left and right. Between this phase and then the next phase is about your last time to talk to all the potential beloved and block them. That's big plot details that we have made soon. Yet again, we return to the castle, and up the stairs. Truly, a creature of habits.
Well met,
Never safe. So, let's go in. Once again, remind how not only did we kill Julian, but then we brought him back to life to humiliate him, like the ultimate badass we are. Hey, Vesta. He likes mocking the prisoners. Vesta is so fucked up. I think the reason he lies down all the time is because he knows about, like, the dude's previous brides who died. I don't know how that's related, but I feel like
Do you think me a fool for coming back? For not running?
In plain clothes?
Perhaps I am. In truth, I hardly know my own reasons. I cannot think the Duke has any hope of victory in his campaign against the dragon. I thought it a mercy to speed the land to his downfall, and so I sowed dissent. Better that men at arms turn and run than stand and die. I was sure it was the best way, the only way, until I came to know you, sir. You brought doubt with you. Perhaps you might yet best the dragon, I thought. 'Tis a strange thing, to find such hope unwelcome. Enough. Pray, leave this place. It ill serves you to linger here. Take this token for your troubles. I have little need for such possessions now. Take all I have.
Yeah, they just let him keep his magic shield in here. Anyways, I actually really like the dynamic between Mercedes and Julian, as you no doubt know by now, as I've said it. But it's a very interesting contrast between idealism and cynicism, where Mercedes doesn't really have the ability to keep up with his contemporaries, except obviously
the ring is reclaimed.
Are nothing more
a talisman of such power must be kept from those who will use it. The Duke will see it well guarded, and the faults in the castle's security mended. Pray let this lead us all to take greater care in the future.
The reason I like to do the ending where I bring Julian back to life after beating him is it kind of serves as being the best of both of them. Julian being highly skilled and cynical versus Mercedes lacking skill, but being very idealistic, believing in knight's code and honor.
A matter of a most pressing
but ultimately,
nature has come to us.
That is likely what leads to her weakness, and likewise Julian is strong because of how cold and calculating he is, refusing to help this land save themselves from a dragon because they might get too much political power. But this sort of, but almost playing the Superman archetype lets you see that you can, that this apocalyptic event on the border is above the petty squabbles of the average person. And it kind of redeems Julian in a way. Obviously, you know, he's still theoretically led to the deaths of a bunch of soldiers, although you don't really see any of that, so they didn't do a good job of selling it, probably because he is one of the beloved, and they didn't want you to feel too bad about it. Reenact Watership Down again, and carry on down the road. Ultimately, the dynamic between Mercedes and Julian is why I don't really like to see either of them die or shame, but Mercedes will exist and be shamed no matter what. No matter how many people I tackle in the forest. So, this is one of my favorite ways to go about it. And Julian brings a lot of intrigue to the game that I think a lot of people miss. Despite not having the best plot, Dragon's Dogma does tend to have well-written characters. Again, Mercedes and Julian are some of my favorites. They ask a lot of interesting questions about facing an apocalypse scenario and loyalty. For instance, Julian is loyal to his country, and he is only participating as far as he retreats. He doesn't really think that there's any chance of investing in war. That would be terrible for his people as he sees it. So, is it right to condemn an entire country to death by dragon if it can potentially save their own citizens? On the other hand, there's Mercedes, who chooses to stay on the path of the night no matter what, honor the social contracts established between the two countries, despite the fact that her own presence there is in some way a violation of the contract because her father was trying to send as little as possible, as they, much like Julian, only want to enforce their own borders. Nevertheless, despite knowing she is not tasked to the same level as other knights, her elite knights from her country, she still thinks that the worm can be bested if they unite and try to work together. Then, if you're spread too thin, is that worth it? And is it worth saving the world if you're going to be completely powerless after it happens?
Arisen! Urgent word from the capital,
sir.
sir.
The Duke fell another dragon.
You are to return to Aldous' side with all possible haste.
So, time to see what's going back in Grand Soren. Yes. It's that chicken fellow from the Isles. What's he doing here? Well, as it turns out, the dead corpse was not as much of a dead corpse. It's sort of a living corpse. I can only assume it was reanimated by the mastermind, the Hydra, that is capable of writing a note lair. So, I don't have any augments to help you with climbing right now. Very few stamina potions. Saddling the cockatrice is probably not gonna likely rely on those lands, as those require a bit less effort to hit on the head with. Salvation managed to get this terrifying thing into the walls, and this is a real problem, because the cockatrice, that breath you see right there, the stink breath, is capable of stone from stone. The same way, because it's so ugly it turns into stone. It just smells so absolute rank. Cockatrices are really the type of enemy you shouldn't grab panacea or throughout the course of this game is a lot of monsters have similar animations to those from Monster Hunter. Capcom seems to have a habit of sharing across their studios Black Isle. This was just a somewhat normal enemy, like a little above average maybe, and I'm sure it. Now, a large part of that is due to the resistances of the cockatrice, and the weapons I have are not suited for it. is programmed to run away after a certain time. Which is why I didn't spend too much time preparing for it. I feel like it might have been a mistake. Oh, it's not idea. Okay. Come on. Get out of here. It appears that Raquel has been afflicted by silence, one of the... that's the one that is seen at the beginning of the game that forces casters to do spells. And just will often start describing it, so I suppose. These boxes are set up, they drop some materials to distract and block the cockatrice if you hide behind them. And now you're gonna see why I have been put in torpor. This means all my movements are slowed down. All of them. At least that kind of extends the iframes for my dodge roll. But other than that, it has really no pleasant qualities. Thankfully, I should end here. Always bring chariots with friends. And then force his ass. Lost. There we go. Seems the fire put it over the end. Alright. Now we're returning to the Duke. But this time we do not actually have to go up the flight of stairs. Due to our little gear.
Sold. Best you did not keep him waiting.
Let's see if this opens. No, it's not.
What damage have I wrought in carelessness to allow an agent of salvation through? And in sending you away afore the creature was revived, the damage was all the greater. While I, in my fool credulity, ran to the castle, only to be knocked insensate by some villain. 'Twas a lucky thing the beast was kept from the residential quarter. Or the castle. We must rethink the practice of tribute to prevent such a happening again. For now, though, the danger has passed. What of the damages?
Order has been restored, though not without casualty. A few of the trophies were lost. An unavoidable fate given the circumstances.
No doubt. You have my thanks, Arisen. Your aid spared us greater loss. The beast is slain as well. In truth, 'tis fine work. Still, Hail, Arisen. Good news. His Grace has taken notice of your feats.
Okay, I think I've been congratulated
Selected you to lead an
Be
expedition.
careful in taking on
It is
this
a
quest.
difficult
This is
task,
war
but
responsibility.
the
This
Duke
is
was
where
adamant
Kina's
that none would
storyline
do
can
so
only
fine. The
continue.
journey will... If you've tasks to... 'Tis like... Then...
I need to nab a skeleton key. Forgot to do that a while back. Believe it or not, this will actually be faster than trying to follow that man at his speed. So, in order to speed up this walking bit, since Albus and the Duke are so slow, we will be getting a skeleton key as a sort of, let's say, bribe. Anyways, this quest reward and responsibility will be your last chance to do Kina's relationship quest. If that's what you want, it will be available at the same place as the last one I did. Basically, you just need to go into the catacombs and find her with Pilgrim's Charm.
The office of Arisen brings with it equal parts strength and ambition. I am greatly pleased by your work, sir. Come, follow.
Alright. I'm just gonna steal this man's stuff, as RPG protagonists are wont to do. And follow him incredibly slowly down this hallway. Okay, well, I'm tired of this. Let's get him as close to the door as possible. Hello, pegs of guard. Okay. And with that, the whole escort part of this quest is done, and we are free to move on. I wish more of the escort quests had a solution like this, with, you know, out diminishing all your rewards. But does it be too much? Not sure what I was planning there, to be honest. Just kind of felt like going up the stairs. Hello, I'm still wearing my fresh prison clothes, and I would like all your money.
There's no call for humility, sir. Take it. The expedition will no doubt hold its share of dangers. May the Maker speed your steps.
Another consequence of your decisions there, if you had given them a forged Worm King's ring, the chest would not have been able to open, as it would not possess the same magical properties. However, this is not really worth it. It's the Paladin's Mantle. If you're trying to collect everything, then sure, but to be honest, the Worm King's ring is definitely worth more than the Paladin's Mantle.
He's taken captives and threatens to offer up a grand sacrifice to see the land cleansed.
The expedition will keep Arisen. Head for the Great Wall at once, and quash Salvation's designs afore they're realized. This matter takes precedence over all others. Now go.
With that, Deny Salvation begins. Deny Salvation is the end for several other quests for the Beloveds, but it's also the start of Eleanor's last quest. Deny Salvation is the last quest to help determine your beloved. So, now is the time to figure out what you want to do for that. Also a good time to re-equip all your stuff if you chose to go to jail rather than follow the Duke. Feel free to pause there if you would want to know what the Paladin's Mantle is worth, but again, my answer is going to be less than a 10% reduction in spellcasting time. Speaking of spellcasting, there's another mechanic I'd like to show off. This will result in a lot of grinding. I will put a timestamp on screen when we get to that point for you to avoid. For now, we're just going to pick up the best item we can from Caxton. Oh. 8,000 short, that shouldn't be a problem. I should have some leftover gazer equipment if I don't have anything in my inventory. No, not Upwards Charm. The Badge of Merit we just got, prices have decreased a fair amount since the last quest. We got the Badge of Merit from the Duke's treasury. This gives about an 8% decrease to most vendors in Grand Soren. Fornival notwithstanding, because Fornival is just kind of, you know, an asshole. The Stagnant Search here is of course available due to the Golden Idol quest performed earlier. It will help me demonstrate one of my favorite obscure mechanics in this game. It should be good on port crystals for now. There's only one place I intend to stop more throughout the game. I will not be using red-based armor. Again, the Paladin's Mantle is mostly worthless to me. I'm not really using Cutting Wind. I'm using Mad Dash, so that Dagger is helpful. Quick run by Madeline's shop. Show you how to get the final quest of her beloved line. You can pick up this quest during Worm Kings and Pride Before a Fall phase, but it will end after this one. That is to say, after you complete Deny Salvation. Now, to avoid this, you would simply just not speak to her and then You will not have to deal with her being your beloved if you do not wish. However, this does create the problem that her vendor does disappear after the game is beaten, which can be a problem as she has very useful items like the barbed nails. Increase your knockdown and stagger by 100, which, using my bitter black bow, is currently only 200, so that's a 50% increase for one piece and nearly double for two. So what you would ideally do in this scenario, if you don't intend to complete your quest all the way through, is simply don't go back to her shop. If you never accept the final quest, you will not lose her as a vendor. Similarly, you will not actually get access to this final quest if you don't do the first one where you escort her to the encampment. In a normal game, she will still show up to Grand Soren on her own, but she will not be able to continue on to bad business if you don't do both of her prior quests.
Is in jeopardy, Arisen. We must take our next move before his. We plan to flee and seek refuge in our native Meloir. Please, Arisen, make for the manse and find the dot. I have. Please.
So she just saddled us with a set of heavy armor so we can disguise ourselves to save Eleanor. This is her quest. Thankfully, this quest does not actually end upon completing the next one. Unless she was your beloved beforehand, due to, again, the plot happening. We will now be heading to the final area of the main game. This is the Great Wall encampment, an area we have not been yet. There are reasons to go there earlier during the Fornval quest, for instance. Raynon might show up there and only peddle his wares there, so buying acquittal or guilt affidavits won't be possible there if you messed up the evidence delivery for one. You came here to face off against the female bandits as part of Maul's Amity quest. Plenty of notice board quests send you to the Sulflayer Canyon, also located in this region. It tends to be filled with pretty close endgame monsters. The cockatrice will be there if you're taking its quest. One of the bitter black notice board quests we took sent us here to fight a Gore Cyclops. Ultimately, this is probably the most endgame area before you beat it. As such, there will be enemies such as improved chimeras, the ones with the black fur. The female bandits in this region also have their own Amity quest. However, the centralized female bandits will not attack you if you are female, you and your pawn, or if you have a set of ladies' garb to put on. You can also do the Amity quest if you are male to get them to ignore you. This is very similar to Maul's quest. Go and slay 10 male bandits, and there is, of course, another optional way to do it. Deeper into the region, there is a pen, and in this pen you can talk to one of the servants, or the mistress of the bandits, and she tells you to feed their pet Cyclops. Pretty simple quest. You just kill a goblin, bring it to the Cyclops, and try not to accidentally get grabbed by it while it's reaching for its lunch. Not that I would know anything about that. The castle in which the main female bandits are situated is also a good place to get female clothing for your female arisen or pawns. There is some high quality stuff, but mostly people use it for just fashion. The nice part about being an action game is that thanks. The nice part about being this an action game is a well-built character or simply highly skilled character can avoid all damage incoming, and you can dress however you damn well please. While I was pretty shocked by what just happened, don't worry, that's not the pet Cyclops you need to feed. That one is kept safe in a pen and will not be leaping off any cliffs due to whatever reason. Luckily, the female bandits aren't too aggressive to begin with, so if you just run past them, you will not have to fight very much. Of course, I've been doing nothing but running, and I'm somewhat low on stamina. Now we're just gonna Skull Splitter off of here, and Big Brother the control's trying to save me. Okay. Well, there's lost my green wars. Should not matter, I do not intend to enter combat along the way. I merely intend to stop by and place my port crystal. With that, we have entered the Varda Crags, It is a swampy sort of area with a big poisonous lake. It also possesses most of the sort of foot soldier combatants you will see throughout the game, which brings us to another point. You may have noticed that there's a very low enemy variety for the most part. There are several boss-type creatures, but even then, some of them are just recolors and reach stats of the other, for instance the upgraded Chimera. Be careful when stepping into the water. This small stuff shouldn't affect you, but the bigger lake has the potentiality to poison you, silence you, or, in my opinion, worst of all, blind you. Because that just leads to a whole minute of your screen being heavily obscured, and you just not really being able to do about it if you didn't bring the right curatives. So, you know, I just like to carry Panacea on me usually. It cures everything. Rather amusingly, the Saurians around here like to hang out near the lake, but they will sometimes wander in and they will be affected by the debilitations. Kind of makes you wonder where they spend most of their time. Throughout this area, you will see the hobgoblins, the saurians, the skeletons, normally at night, skeleton warriors, skeleton mages. The unfortunate fact is that that's just about all the normal foot enemies of the game. There were the bandits, but those are mostly localized at the beginning or near the pen. Finally, something you will see at night are phantasms. You can see those in other parts of the map. I have mostly been avoiding them because I do not enjoy fighting them. They're heavily resistant to physical damage and will go intangible for a bit even when struck with magical, so you're kind of just left not doing damage to them for a while they can dash towards you, get mildly free hits, or just stagger you while you're trying to attack something else because your attacks felt useless on the phantasms. And that they can also do this from behind walls, or at least dash through to behind walls so you can't hit them for a while they reposition to get another free stagger on you. Phantasms are the main reason I would ever take Equanimity, which is the basically magic equivalent of Bastion. You can only get it from being a sorcerer, which I've been found for much longer. Now let's drop off this heavy armor. Checkpoint. Now we're going to Nightfall to show one of my favorite grinding areas for the game, because... Okay, I thought he was in jail. I cannot disclose the details. Is he still plotting? But the Great Wall's already been taken over, so what could he be scheming? Is there... What? Yeah, I've started to deny salvation. Okay, I'm curious. Let's grab some stamina and health curatives, since I will not have most of my skills for what I intend to do. I wonder... So, apparently the notice board quests were not particularly well thought out, at least not the escort ones. The escort quests you usually get just for having a decent amount of affinity with a character, and it's basically a free way to boost it some more if you're not into gift giving or you already expended all the quests you can do for that character. I forgot to switch locations, so I'm just gonna reload that. It honestly kind of feels easier than walking, since I know everything with the grabbing on the way out. Now, I haven't gotten to this much, but a lot of the clothing is class-locked, and a couple of them are gender-locked. So I'm not able to equip my novice bracers, unfortunately. Kind of ruins my design a little bit. Huh. Oh, I missed them all last time I was looking, because I was still in shock from Julian. Okay, now let's repick up our curatives and we'll be on the way. So, the notice board could be a good way to get your beloved after they already completed their quest where they're supposed to leave the game, apparently, due to them being somewhat poorly integrated with the rest of the game. I do ultimately appreciate the notice board quest, as they can add a lot of gameplay to it and free items, as well as unique items from the DLCs, but yeah, it feels like they could have been thought out a bit more, especially the escort quests. Hang on. I think Julian just blushed. That's... After all this time and effort to get Mercedes, we're I avoided so many beloved quests. I was doing a tutorial on. No. Actually, this probably won't be that bad. I've never romanced Julian before. Forgive that terrible acting. That was a bit of a reinterpretation of the first several times I tried to get the correct beloved in this game, only to end up with a bunch of weirdos that I hadn't even realized. Since we're about to enter grind area, this is going to be an even less focused part of the video. Skip to the timestamp on screen if you would like to go past that. Now, a rather amusing anecdote a surprising number of players have is they actually end up with Fornival for one of their early game playthroughs, perhaps even their first one. Due to the way the affinity works, you may have noticed Fornival actually hit max affinity with me just because, you know, I completely rigged a trial so that he wouldn't get arrested. So because of that, and him also being a very useful vendor, many players talk to him shortly before going to this quest to pick up parry apps or what have you. Since I'm just starting out my main vocation right now, I will be using the Grand Ingle Ring. Eventually I should have a more efficient way to dispatch these folk, but this is what I got for now. If this happens to you and you still want to buy stuff from Fornival before this quest begins and ends, the best thing you can do to decrease a character's affinity is to not talk to them for a while. However, this does come with the fact that you'll probably also not be talking to characters you would like to for a while. So you need to be cautious about that. Obviously, my character is still kind of lacking in stamina, especially to be casting a post-endgame spell constantly after having ran a long distance to get here. So if you've been paying attention to the vocation rank and XP as well as gold I'm getting, you can make an absolute killing here, and I'm not really being efficient at all with my current setup as I just started Sorcerer and, well, just started any mage vocation on this character. Doing no damage. Oh, wow, the next set's already good. While not necessarily being terribly low in XP, the skeletons give a decent amount of discipline. More so than you'll find farming bosses, of course. But the real key is they are easy to take down, and you can... Lich over here, actually this might be a wight, is summoning them in swarms, and he will continue to do so until he dies, or at least until day comes, where they will go off to fight the wolves that spawned. That's usually waiting until your session's done. However, I only have one talisman on me. As such, I will only be able to keep this going for 5 or so minutes. Unless, at my current rate, I'm not handling these spells very well. Bastion decreases damage at a flat rate, so despite the fact that I have it on, they're still doing a fair amount of damage because it removes around, I think it's between 200 and 250 damage on hard mode. It's decreased down to 50 on normal. Basically, that's the damage low-level enemies in goblins or wolves will do to you in one hit, thus reducing it to about one hit. Now, you will always take damage in this game, as is common with action RPGs. The days of attacks being reduced to 0 are basically past, unless you're still playing turn-based games, which, you know, are very fun. Even then, barring flat-out missing, even turn-based RPG games have switched over to doing at least some damage on hit. And this is why we stocked up on curatives before coming here. I knew very well I'd probably be able to take them with this build. Another problem is the Stagnant Surge doing dark damage. While that will be handy for some events, it's not particularly good against undead, as you might imagine, especially ones without flesh. So, what I remember trying earlier, rank 3 should be the 6 is what I want to showcase. It's the unique sorcerer casting mechanic. I could be using left stick right now to aim mainly with fireball, but I wasn't really thinking, and there's no use in attacking them early anyway, so might as well be locked on. When doing this, you find that the reticle keeps locked on something you don't want, but you don't really want to fully manually aim, but it might be a good idea so something like that doesn't happen. You don't want to kill the caster early. You can use right stick. It'll basically save whatever characters you have highlighted over to stay locked onto. I think Dragon's Dogma has a really fun magic system, probably the most fun I've played in any game. However, I will say that it can be a bit tedious to stand there for 11 or so seconds just to get a spell off. Usually ones that take that long are very impressive spells. But I would like to see some sort of mechanic where it's a bit more active than that. Luckily, since I'm constantly being pursued by melee attackers, I don't really have... I'm still constantly focused. Since this whole training arc is effectively filler for this video, and by filler I mean I want to do it so I can show off something, let's just talk about how Dragon's Dogma Online handled the issue of just standing there and casting. For sorcerers, if you stood there and cast in the late Dragon's Dogma Online, there would be a chance to move the right stick around and match up with runes along the casting thing, similar to the lock-on there, except a bit more artistically drawn. Basically, the runes would appear around it, and you would move your stick around to hit the runes as fast as possible, and this would actually give you a damage multiplier for your spells, which I think would be a fun way to implement the casting mechanic for especially larger spells. Right. That will be our first wave, as the talisman has just worn off. My goal is to get to rank 6 again. That has Bowl-Eyed, Focused Bolt, and Holy Affinity. Effectively will be carrying us through the Deny Salvation quest. I should be able to finish this in one grind. One more night anyways. Sorcerer vocation, all of the vocations take more than base ones, so the base vocations require the least amount of discipline in order to hit max. I'm going to take awareness so that I won't be as nearly affected by the caster hitting me with small lightning balls or whatnot. I haven't really been able to get many new things. Holy Boon will help a lot. As you might imagine, things that are strong to dark, such as skeletons, are weak to holy. I don't, however, yet have the most powerful ability in the game, Focused Bolt. Time to swing by Fornival's place, see if he's moved on from me, found a new lover, whatever, and has finally taken up selling again. After being freed from the gallows. I miss Mad Dash again. So I think 2 should be enough. Once you're able to take the skeletons down at a relatively good rate, you can easily get 500,000 gold using the Pilgrim's Charm.
Right.
Ah, yes. Oh, and I also have a discount at Fornival. That's what you get if you manage to save him during trials and tribulations. So, while earlier I was sort of joking about how people end up with Fornival and end up regretting it when the time comes. However, I have seen people that either really like Fornival or just wanted to justify what happened, pointing out that it's actually kind of a good thing to have Fornival as your beloved, because in the end game, it becomes a bit harder to access his area depending on the decisions you may have made earlier on. So, to be able to keep buying powerful items at end game, the only way to really do that is by either waiting until a certain time of day where he goes out, Or, if you get him as your beloved, he will move into your house, and you get access to all of his Conqueror Periapps, Demon's Periapps, Maker's Finger. Maker's Finger is something I didn't cover a lot in the main video, because again, I don't want to spoil too much discovery of the game. It's a very powerful item that can be used to just completely skip certain encounters if you so choose. Now, it costs 300,000 gold and 270,000 with the Fornival discount. Interesting property of staves and archistaves is that when they receive a holy enchantment, they don't just get bonus elemental damage, it actually affects the way that bolts and focus bolts act. As you can see, Holy tends to have tracking with a bit of a slow startup before launching straight at an opponent, which means sometimes I can't really always tell if they're still aimed after I originally wanted to. I completed the Noticeboard quest I got really early on for defeating 36 skeletons, thus getting me 60 skulls, which, if you're willing to fight against early on, it's a good way to help with the Maul Amity quest. Unfortunately, don't really have time to cast them, so I'm trying to finish off these dudes, save my pawn, and then you should be able to go again. To focus on yourself, much like manually targeting normal spells, you hit left stick, and that'll allow you to enchant your own staff. Miasma is another good spell, especially for starting this off. It's an area of effect, damage over time spell that can also inflict debilitations, mainly poison. Poison isn't too handy for these guys, however, the constant damage it does is good since it takes them a while to actually get going, and since they're all of the warrior build, a very slow melee vocation, they'll kind of be stuck in there for long if you stand around it. Fortunately, my miasma is still relatively short due to the fact that I have not been able to upgrade to high miasma nor taken any augments that affect length of casts. On the topic of warriors, warriors is a bit of a disappointing class. Obviously, as a game with some Berserkensburg, it's the sort of guts class for the game. That is to say, big heavy sword swinging around wildly. The problem is, you'll notice a lot of the vocations get 6 abilities. 3 for the sub-weapon, 3 for the main weapon, and then staff and arc staff users get 6 for their main weapon, which is just, a staff. By that I mean mages and sorcerers. Magic archers and mystic knights can also use a staff, but it only takes up 1 slot and only has 3 abilities. However, for some reason they decided with warriors that they should only get to use the right buffer, so they only get 3 abilities. Which is a problem, especially since they don't have a means of dodging, only dagger classes can do that. So in order to get iframes, you need to take a specific skill, and basically, if you want iframes, you only actually have 2 skill slots, because you've already determined you're going to use 1 for defense. Which is disappointing, because I would love to be just an absolute tank running around with a big old sword, but they've gone out of their way to not let that happen. Warrior vocation is definitely a disappointment in this game. I would recommend finding mods for it. There's one that allows you to use all 6 slots, allows you to use some of the one-handed sword skills, which is really badass and honestly makes sense if you're going for a guts type character. And it also allows you to use the deflect skill from the fighter vocation without a shield. The animation looks a bit funny, but it still works and is honestly very fun to use. Since we're still in the non-canon arc, I guess I'm going to talk more about Dragon's Dogma Online and a potential sequel. Something you may have just noticed there is you can't pick up items while taking damage since I was in this fellow's own version of Miasma. When I reached down to pick up the gold, my character was staggered. Another reason I hate Phantasm is they can just sort of stick on your head and deal constant damage, meaning you can't pick up shit for as long as they're on you. Anyways, Dragon's Dogma Online and a potential sequel. A lot of people have done wish lists for what they would want from a potential sequel, and while I was thinking about this, I realized all I really want is the ability to mod the game. Because this game is very fun, and obviously I would like more quests and stuff to handle, but at the end of the day, just having new vocations with unique abilities would be really fun. Take, for instance, the Alchemist class from Dragon's Dogma Online. Basically, this is a class that's based on Gauntlet, so you use punch weapons. But then you also have alchemic abilities, so stuff like, you know, transmutation. You can turn yourself to gold, and it gives you a bit of a defense buff. But it also allows you to place, like, spikes inside characters, inside enemies. And when you're climbing on them, you can just hit a bunch, and then detonate them all at once. For those of you, again, familiar with other Capcom titles, Lucifer, sort of like a much slower version of Lucifer from Devil May Cry 4. But also being a punch weapon, which is something I very much appreciate. And if we just had the tools to make new abilities and conditions relatively easily, I could probably play this game forever. My experience with modding tends to be that I will just play games that I really like. I'll find reasons to play them. Again, hence why I made this video. I want an excuse to play more Dragon's Dogma. My charm has run out. I need to remember to equip that, but I also want to be ready for the incoming skeletons. Oh, sent that to the wrong person. Oh. I also unequipped her weapon at the start of this match because, you know, I don't want her to necessarily kill the white before my chance to begin. Changing the affinity of your staff, by the way, does not affect spells. It only affects stuff like Holy Bolt or the melee thing that sorcerers have. What did I just get hard? Oh! God, I forgot to do that. Okay, Pilgrim Shot. I've mentioned the Wheel and Posterity effects of Pilgrim Shot before, but it also gives you imperviousness for a while, meaning you will not be affected by debilitations for about, but only lasts for a minute. We're up to rank 5, we're getting there. So let's start with the charm. I should be good to rank 6 by the end of this. As you see, I've made several 100,000 gold since this run. There are plenty of interesting things from Dragon's Dogma Online that'd be interesting for a sequel, but it was an MMO, so a lot of the classes I think are too specialized. It might not be fun to play as solo in this game, and I certainly wouldn't want them to get rid of Mystic Knight in favor of something like whatever the shield class was for that game. That's how little I think about them. Cast, damn you. Alright. Oh, this is probably not a great idea. Ow. And I'm out of Quick March. I messed up. Luckily, holy damage heals me the more I deal. Similar to how, you know, electricity arcs nearby enemies or fire ignites people. It's basically a status effect with the properties of holy. Much like Anodyne, it will only go up to the gray health, so I can't get myself back to max with just these. Only curatives can get you up there, or, you know, sleeping. Yeah. There's actually a Mystic Knight skill that lets you get beyond that. Mystic Knight is a parry-centric build. It's one of my favorites. Don't really have time to showcase it here, and again, I would like to encourage people to try out more vocations for themselves. The only one I'm really giving an in-depth look at is Strider. I'll be using very few sorcerer skills throughout this. I will, however, be using the optimized ones, which might take away from some people's experience. Sorry about that. Holy Focus Bolt will be one of the most powerful abilities in the game, but it does come with the usual drawbacks of magic and holy-based stuff. I've gained almost all my health back just through the holy status effect alone. Huh. That red thing there, in case you haven't been looking too closely, is basically Anodyne, but for the undead. It doesn't harm you to stand in, but of course, I'm trying to kill them as fast as possible, and so I want to keep them away from that. Unfortunately, due to the nature of Holy Bolt, I've dealt a fair amount of damage to this why I don't want to kill him too soon, as I've already stated. So let's hypothetical talk about sequels. What is the odds of a sequel coming out? And yes, I realize this is dating the video. I'll probably just redo it in the future when it gets announced, because I would like to try this again with more experience. But basically, Hideaki Itsuno is still lead director for a lot of Capcom titles, well, mainly Devil May Cry. Devil May Cry 5 came out March 2019, and with that there were of course many interviews of Itsuno-san and his team. The interviews, Itsuno states that he was given the option to do what he wants for a new title. He said that he either wanted to make a sequel to Devil May Cry or Dragon's Dogma. Now, the last Devil May Cry game came out in 2009, as where the only title Itsuno had worked on for Dragon's Dogma came out in 2012. Since that'd been a longer time for the Devil May Cry fans, he decided that they should go first. And, which is great, because Devil May Cry 5 is genuinely amazing. But that raises the hope that maybe his next project will be Dragon's Dogma 2. At least we know it's something he has considered and is interested in doing. Now, which would be amazing, because if you play Devil May Cry 4 and Devil May Cry 5, the difference between them is drastic, since Dragon's Dogma released under a similar set of restrictions to Devil May Cry 4. I would like to think that a sequel to the game would be similarly improved in scope. However, this could just be wishful thinking, as of course Dragon's Dogma is an action RPG and Devil May Cry is just an action game. As such, there is less of a world that needs to be fleshed out, and especially when a lot of people wish for more RPG mechanics, those can be very hard to implement due to the sheer variety of decisions that can be made. Lots of the side quests in this game have numerous outcomes and decisions that can be made, but the main quest is still pretty linear for the most part. There will come a point in the final battle where I can basically select different endings, and that's about it. Nothing prior helps much other than character building. And again, that's saying the RPG aspect isn't fully developed, but really you need to consider that the RPG aspect also includes how your character plays. I feel like a lot of people neglect to think about that when talking about action RPGs. They say there's not a lot of important decisions to be made for many of them, but really almost every decision you make in an action RPG is important, and you're making them at a much higher rate than turn-based RPGs. Of course, in combat, turn-based RPGs, depending on their depth, will be very similar in the amount of decisions you need to make, but for over a length of time. However, won't be as many concentrated decisions in one go. That being said, I still want them to be able to implement more story-based changes. Hopefully with a larger budget and more time, they'll be able to do well. The likelihood of hearing about a sequel probably won't happen for a while. Again, hopefully it will be a pretty sizable chunk of a game. And make no mistake, while Dragon's Dogma may not be as much of an action title as, say, Devil May Cry or Bayonetta, it is still very much an action title. You can beat the game using just about any build if you know what you're doing. Especially all the red and yellow locations will have some form of iframes to exploit. In fact, you can beat the final boss of the DLC completely unarmed. I have done it. And there are items that you can use to boost your unarmed. Rather laughably, there are also rings that you can use to boost your throwing, which, as you may recall from the Gazer fight, is not really necessary. Certain throwing items tend to do tons of damage. But I always appreciate this type of diversity. Not too many games where you can get away with doing a throwing build. Again, since this is going to be more of a casual segment of the video, I'll just talk about some other games that are very, very unrelated to Dragon's Dogma, like, I think Underrail and the first two Fallout games had good throwing builds. As for that, I haven't played many games where it's designed around throwing builds.
What successful man ever had?
I do think that, I don't know, a lot of runs you'll see people taking up Conqueror's Periaps and blast arrows and whatever you want to do. I'm not entirely sure how I feel about consumable-based combat. I quite like it as an option, but it also feels like, you know, you're being unoptimal every time you use, like, just going normal. And it makes things that really aren't challenge runs feel like challenge runs. But, I don't know, it's a good option. Maybe just does seem unfair at times. It's actually really fun to use grenades and blast arrows. I guess I would also like to see the throwing mechanics flesh out a bit, because as it is now, you have to reopen the inventory every time you want to switch weapon. Like, if you could, hell, even just being able to hotkey it would make a huge difference. But barring that, like, well, but to go further beyond, it would be cool if you could just sort of use like a sub-weapon or something. Okay, now it should not be long for me to hit rank 6. Just gonna swing on down by the Skellymen, pick up our rank 6 location, and get on with the quest finally. I need to write down the timestamp at which that happens. There you are. Fortunately, I still have to use Holy Boom since I'm not at rank 6 yet, but and I probably will be done before it even finishes. Miasma. At least I got high miasma. Look at this shred these dude. Oh, yeah. I forgot to play charms. Oh, and I'm at rank 6. Shit, I probably could have just stayed and fought the last one. Fuck. Oh well. Well, time has to pick up all of our new rank 6 upgrades and showcase time. So Raquel hit rank 8 or 9 while grinding, and I bought them, and I bought her Grand Bolide to, or High Bolide to show off on the not dual casting, but the spell sync mechanic of this game. Usually I would actually not recommend getting High Bolide for your companion, just in case you're following along. I'll explain this in more detail later, but pick a Bolide for yourself, and, well, myself. Ooh. I mean, I'm not using many objects, so if every member of your party has Suasion, it actually stacks, meaning you can sell items for a fair bit. I also took Magic Agent and Levitate, something I would not really recommend. Well, you can give your pawn Levitate, but don't give them Magic Agent because they'll use it in combat and you can't unequip it. Basically, that makes a bunch of magic beads circle you, so it gets a bit harder for melee enemies to get in, and that's about it. Really, you're better off just giving them Focus Bolt and whatever spells you like. Higher level spells, again, I would recommend not upgrading unless you know how you intend to use them. The problem with Magic Agent is that's how they usually like to start off combat, because the AI tells them, hey, you want to be protected, you're the caster, so encase yourself in magic beads. But all that really does is mean they're not casting a good spell, something that would be helpful. Speaking of casting helpful, I should re-equip Raquel with a staff. There we go.
So, I can just name it.
This guy up here, you can deposit items. And, oh, wait, can I learn or set skills? Fuck. I could have done that here. Oops. Well, timestamp will be coming down in a bit, so this is gonna switch away from the casual section a tad. Hello and welcome back to all of those who skipped forward. We are now beginning Deny Salvation, Final Quest. During the filler arc, I ground 6 ranks of grinding of the sorcerer vocation so I could show off spell sync, a rather unique mechanic that you might miss if you don't often run a party with more than one sorcerer on it, especially if they don't share the same high-level spells. We're going to deal with these ads because they will do nothing but interrupt spells the entire time, as we saw there. Luckily they flew right into my miasma, a damage over time area effect. Oh, and I still got froze by the snow harpies. Don't hit me, Mr. Cyclops. It would be very incredibly rude. Alright, we should have just dealt with most of them. Maybe all of them? No, there's one at least. Anyways, notice as I start casting full light, there is a ring around me, and if my pawn will join me, you should be able to join in. Okay, it's not happening. So I'll just show Full Light. Full Light is a fire-based spell, as you can tell, and it summons meteors. This is a pretty fun spell. A lot of the high-level sorcerers are, but honestly, this is probably one of my least favorites. Now, when you're getting this spell, if you're getting it for a pawn, I would actually recommend not upgrading it to High Bolide. So the way Bolide works is it sends 2 meteors locked onto an enemy, and if there's a lot of enemies, the other 2 will lock onto them. When you get to High Bolide, you get more meteors, but if there aren't more lock-on points, they'll just randomly scatter. However, pawns aren't incredibly smart, so they'll always cast High Bolide no matter what. Even if there's only one enemy, if they do cast High Bolide with one enemy, that will summon 10 meteors, only 2 of which will be locked onto them, meaning that you'll have wasted something like 15 seconds to deal 1/7 of your total damage. Now, it may have been hard to tell there, but when I started casting Bolide, Raquel joined me, and what that means is that she was able to begin casting at the same point I was, so halfway through, like that. Therefore, she'll be done with casting Bolide here, and won't be ready to cast High Bolide. I'm okay with her having it in this scenario because she's not wasting as much time since I'm helping her with it. I think that my point across is very fun. It causes absolute havoc with high-level sorcerers, ideally with plenty of stamina. I don't want to show off too much of the sorcerer and mage locations so you can explore them on your own if you so desire. However, I will show off this busted thing called Holy Focused Bolt. You get Focused Bolt at rank 6, and you can get Holy Boon as early as rank 2, followed by Focused Bolt at, followed by Affinity at rank 6. Focus bolts do not usually do this slow track thing. It is based on what element you have. Ice sort of creates a thing around you, and slowly tracking and launching, it launches straight away. Firebolt tends to just launch at them. Dark summons a series of slow-moving bolts that track very well. And each of them have their electricity summons a ricochet bolt. Definitely something to play around with is the focus bolt mechanic. You may notice that while I'm doing this, I often will face away from the target. The reason for this is it does seem to do more damage based on the target. I think it has to do with larger creatures getting hit more than one time. Because when the bolt is forced to fly straight forward, it aims directly at a node. See how whenever I use magic, it targets a specific node on the body. However, the Holy Focus Bolt changes trajectory after the slowdown. It seems like it's more likely to scratch and hit other nodes, potentially hitting a character multiple times. That is my theory. I'm not sure why, but I have definitely gotten better results when fighting boss enemies when using it that way. Now, while Holy Focus Bolt is a very strong ability, it follows the usual restrictions you'll have. That is to say, enemies resistant to magic or holy damage will basically ignore it. That was a water bucket. So, this area is fun. There's a lot of side areas to explore if you do well by saving the guards or if you have explosive barrels. Due to the fact I summoned a couple meteor storms, the explosive barrels were entirely destroyed, unfortunately. You can target yourself with affinity spells using the left stick. As you see, that hit all 3 heads and then ended up cutting off the snake head. We're using another spell sync so I can cast Bullet right away, and she would be over halfway done with casting Holy Light by the time I did that. Meaning, yeah, this poor guy's wasted. Bullet does a decent amount of fire damage, so it'll even work well on the heads. And there we go. This fight is done with already. Let me through. There will also be some high-level items in this area if you're interested, since this is leading up to the final conflict, kind of. Oh, you should try to save this guy. I should, anyways. Well, that's what I get for helping people, I suppose. No. You're fine. You're fine. There you go. I really like the melee attack of the sorcerer location, that little shockwave they do with one hand so casually. More secret items and, of course, an ambush. Guten Tag. Oh yes, salvation's very strong to magic, aren't they? Boom. So in spite of the fact we tried to aid and abet salvation, they still don't want us to join their team, so I guess we need to destroy them like usual. No problem, it's what I do. Let's see what's in this chest. Kunai, perfect. That's actually what I was looking for. Kunai are dagger weapons, as you probably can figure, but they have a dark element attached to them.
Welcome. It would seem our fates are closely bound. The honeyed sleep of destruction will find this place, and all the world in its turn. Indeed, the coming night ill needs us, its faithful harbingers. Just as you, in your hubris, cannot hope to stop the divine beast that marked you. Before its might, you stand as useless and frail as this ungainly contrivance of brick and mortar. Nonetheless, the trace you might delay the dragon's coming is blasphemy just the same. The shadows remain reduced to dust, but first they shall peel the flesh from your bones, my dear Arisen.
So this is basically the same fight as the one I fought outside to get my sorcerer vocation to rank 6. Except now there's 2 casters. Oh, and these ones won't cast them in this warriors. But honestly, this fight's not really worth thinking about, especially not once I have holy based magic. Undead don't like holism. Once you defeat all their ads, they will start a spell to summon more, and they'll start falling towards the ground. This is usually when red ranked vocations will take their chance to hit him. My skill has been stifled, but should be probably 30 about halfway dead. Oh, and there we go. To the ground. The other thing about Holy Focus Bolt is its penetration properties.
I fear I have misjudged the extent of your skill.
In that area is the only chance to get a certain badge for the Rift Cluster. Notice board in the
still live.
However,
it seems my regret will be short-lived. Don't you feel it? The very air dances around us. The long night is come. The dragon's reign at last begins. Merciful winged death. All powerful and merciless Gregory. Behold, you unrepentant blasphemers! This is absolute truth! This is salvation!
I'm glad they made sure to include the little blood squib.
The rantings of an up-jump zealot make for tedious listening. His ilk serves no role in what is to come. Only my death will staunch the flood of destruction. A task still far beyond your means. If you would face me, seek me out, and I shall allow it. But heed the zealot's lesson well. When the weak court death, they find it. Until then, I shall hold your little keepsake safe. Your dragon forged will speak for my diligence in that. The choice falls not to me, nor to the whims of fate. It is yours alone.
If you're doing the From Another World questline, that's one of the worst areas because you can only do it once. Okay, as I thought, there is no... I was actually testing something because I wasn't sure beforehand. There is not my Bond of the Arisen here, as the one who I gave it to did not end up being my beloved, which confirms that it's probably going to be dueling. It'll drop on the ground right outside here as basically a sort of foreshadowing that, you know, Yor has been kidnapped. Despite Grigory's taunting, we're honestly more than capable of taking him at this moment. I have 2 high-powered dark weapons. Grigory is actually very weak to dark. He also casts holy-based magic. I'm not entirely sure what he was in the past life. Some have suggested he was a magic or a mystic knight due to some of the spells can be cast by mystic knight, but he also has some that can only be casted by sorcerers. Maybe he was that. Hard to say. No, not the. Yeah, it's a bit less magic damage, which magic is the main thing I'm looking at for dark, because it might be worth taking the physical over that. But I can talk about some dark mechanics if I stick with the kunai. Yeah, I'm gonna stick with this. As you might imagine, the dragon that breathes fire is somewhat resistant to fire, so the magic part of my bow won't be doing me a lot of favors. However, it is still absurdly high level for the base game, so even the physical damage will be enough. And I can actually outfit my pawn with something to kind of balance that anyways. Ooh, Faithful Earring. Let's see. I probably won't need that since she's a ranged vocation this time, but Grigory has a spell that can take over your pawn, which is a bigger problem on hard mode where they don't take bonus damage, but you do. And if you've made them a killing machine, that's gonna be a slight problem for you. Well, another reason I usually don't outfit them with a Bastion or Awareness, the physical and magic damage reducing augments respectively. I think I should give her the Dark Staff for sure, but I think we're good on it. Unfortunately, I didn't really find any chest piece that matches the style. How does this... Oh, this may all look. You know what? I'm gonna take it because it also heightens possession resistance. It's 95%. I don't know if you need 100 to avoid Gregory's grab, but it's unlikely she'll get it anyways. He said it would be nice if I could find some more. No, it seems like 88% is the best one going. My gloves aren't providing any stat bonuses. And over the legs. Ooh. Oh, they're 95%. Nice. It doesn't really match the style, but I guess neither does the cape. Yeah. Honestly, I'm over-preparing for this.
The master work coming.
Okay.
Have your pick. What will it be today?
That we should... Oh, I need to change out her skills. Holy Magic is the exact opposite I wanted to bless me with right now. It's also worth taking off things that won't help too much, like Lightning won't be a big deal.
What will it be today?
The less you give a pawn, the less they have to use. So if you really want them to spam a certain ability or spell, it's best to only give them that. A very high damage pawn build, depending on your enemy type, is to unequip all of their abilities except for Holy Boon / Affinity. Never give them Magic Agent, and then they'll just spam Holy Focus Bolt, or at least normal Holy Bolt, which is pretty absurd. Something I haven't discussed yet is actually augments affect pawns, because unfortunately a lot of the augments are divided amongst other classes, so I haven't really had time to get them. For instance, there's one that makes your core skills better. This will encourage them to use more core skills like, you know, Focus Bolt. So you can put that to get her to fire more Focus Bolt. The problem is, when you're on a time budget, there's not much time you can spend grinding out the Warrior Vocation, especially. Warrior Vocation is one of those disappointments in this game. I discussed why at length during the filler section, but to sum it up, they only get 3 skills they're allowed to use, and they don't come with a dodge, so you need to equip a skill to get invincibility frames, meaning you only really get 2 options, and they have no ranged abilities. Honestly, I don't really need anything else for the bow. A lot of those abilities are nice, but I can save up some disappointment just in case there's something else I really want.
What will it be? Have your pick come again?
I'm gonna equip Arm Strength. That should help me with clinging to the dragon, since, again, my main damage will probably be through my dagger unless my pawn decides to enchant me at the right times, which they have an impressive way of avoiding. So, you are anticipated to go back to the Dragonforged, as he is designed as the guide to all of the Arisen that have come basically since Gregory has existed. But I happen to already know that the final battle takes place back in the Great Wall encampment, or underneath it. So I'm to listen to that fanfare as we get sent back from whence we came. This is the start of the final battle. Once I turn a couple hundred more corners. And here we are back at the Tainted Mountain where we first started this game. The rock was perched. That's apparently what I was gonna say. The Tainted Mountain here is full of a lot of unique items and a lot of curatives to get you ready for the final battle. In here there are succubi, basically harpies but with bat bits instead of bird bits. One of the downsides of this game is all of the reused enemy assets. And I'm aware that this is likely due to budget and time constraints, but at the end of the day, having this is something better. Other than, I suppose, the dev team. It doesn't make the game better. It does potentially raise hope for a future sequel, I suppose. Ice Lightnings are also just modifications of the Saurian, but with more fire damage. Fire mode probably won't do much damage, but it has high physical stats on its own, and headshots are always good. Over here is a unique item that, before the Bitter Black Isles came out, was the strongest stat boosting, strength boosting item in the game at plus 20 strength. This bonus does stack with augments you have that boost strength, in fact. I'm trying to pick up some cures right now. There's not a lot here. Alright. Let's continue on. There's more Saurians behind me, but it's not too much of an interesting fight for you. Oh, I'm talking about gathering areas, but there's a rusty staff. Not terribly useful in my case. Some Harsput sauce. Draconic strategies. This would be upon bestiary knowledge, obviously on the dragon, as you might imagine. You'll know with the second scroll. Well, so the second indicates what star it is. Your upon bestiary knowledge on quests and beast, based on a 3-star rating system. I have a bad habit of fighting me. I'm trying to take on the Gore Chimera, which is really annoying, especially when I'm trying to take on the Chimera. Oh, there's the Succubus. Just another crazy RP. The Hellhound and the Geosaurians at least have 2 attacks like Firebolt. The Succubuses are only changed attacks, the options are any around. You may notice that occasionally when I strike something, they'll just sort of explode into more damage and then take more health. The unique property of the Dark Enchantment is that it can cause critical hits, which is pretty exclusive to only dark attacks, and not even all dark-based magics will have it, but Dark Enchantments will. It also does more damage, or stagger and knockdown, in addition with damage. The only other critical chance weapons in the game are sold by Mountebank, the Black Cat, the Forger, and Grand Thorn. Chimera notices me, and we're gonna get into this. I kind of wish I had a Blade Console. Miasma is a very useful spell because of its area of effect. It will damage every head at once, and it will do a decent amount of damage to every head. In the character creator options, you can see the weight of the character, and I mentioned how that affects the gameplay somewhat. The weight can be used for other things, as it is a track stat for every single creature in the game, including this Gore Chimera here. It's a nice bit of speedrun tech. If you can lure them over to this button, then I suppose they are plural, obviously. Over to this button, you can get it to press down very fast. Due to the fact that I'm with a pawn and most of the location, or sort of a split location, it's a bit harder to get them over here. It's a bit easier with Fire and Magic Knight, as you can just use the Electric Force skill upgrade to parry them and stagger them while they're on the button, and that's basically a free press. And at least try to give them the joke type so I can stop thinking about this. Gore Chimera is now weak. Wow. Should be able to finish off their head. Oh. Okay. That's one of the spells I said was cooler than Bolide, if you couldn't tell. Geikle also does poison damage, so even to high magic resistance like the lion head of the Chimera, it still did a sheer, just absolute fuckload of damage. It also has very high stagger and knockdown, just a fun spell to overhaul. And since it is a high-level sorcerer spell, it can be synced if you have a team of sorcerers with the spell. I like this button, pressing play out in silence, just so you can really appreciate how long this is without the Chimera standing on it. And there are 2 more of those to go. I'm glad that there is a bit of speedrunning tech here where if you get more weight on it, it will go faster. But I think they way overdid how long these buttons take. Unless the intended path is easy. I always figured that was just supposed to be a unique way to solve this puzzle, not an expected solution. There we go. More unique items. The mountain. Don't care about that helmet. That's before. You can try stacking pots on it also, but they don't weigh a ton. You can tell how much they weigh by the how big the check inventory. Similar to how when I pick up my pawn, I go straight to over encumber. You notice a bit of a mistake with the inverse kinematics here, since it's hard to combine animations with inverse kinematics all the time. As the button starts sinking, our characters float just a couple inches above. And this is the end of the tutorial section, as you may recall. Let us get on to the dragon.
What is your purpose here, Arisen? If you sought to live, you had naught but run and hide yourself away. But then, tell me, child of man, what does it mean to live in truth? To wage war against the passing of days, to pray to the unseen for a few breaths more, to raise grand cities from stone and spawn new life in turn. Mankind has done this, yes, and more. But is the tapestry you weave truly of your own design?
We eat when hungry, and we sleep when tired of eating. We kill them as we watch them dead.
Their kind is easy to fathom. They go on living from simple fear of death. But not mankind. Some welcome the end with arms outstretched, while others come to face death incarnate, arms in hand. I ask again, what is your purpose here, Arisen? One path to your survival lies in my defeat. Still my heart, and you stay the coming end. Another path before you is to offer up that which you hold most dear. Abandon all delusions of control. price of a single life, I shall leave this land in peace. As my vanquisher, the duchy would bow to you. Wealth and power are sweet anodyne for heartache. You'll not gainsay my terms are more than generous. If it matters aught, the man who rules this land now won that honor through just such a bargain. The decision is yours, Arisen. Now, choose. Your choice is made, Arisen, as you have willed it.
You may have noticed there that the animations for all the Bluffed are the same, in fact, which makes Julian's simple, badass knight kind of look hilarious against these low-level goblins. Actually, a big part of this game's development and pitch to Capcom was that the team had to work on an animation system where you could apply animations to all the different arrangements of skeletons. A feature that has become much more common as time goes on. If this game interests you, I would recommend checking out Itsuno's presentation on it at the Games Developer Conference, as he shows the video they used to pitch their new animation system to Capcom, which definitely may or may not include a team of Cyclopses dancing to J-pop. Probably not the thing you want to hear about while I'm running for my life for a dragon, but yeah, it's a scripted event. Since Gregory is weak to Dark, and due to Dark's critical nature, you can see, usually at the end of the Skull Splitter there, like on that last one, did probably a third of the damage of the whole attack, I'm able to get through this section pretty quickly. I think no matter what, he's programmed to do 2 fire breaths. I have yet to do enough damage to him where he only does 1. I don't know. The point is, he usually does 2, in my experience. The head is not actually Gregory's weak point. It's weaker than other parts of the body, sure, but you're not supposed to be able to do tons of damage through it with normal builds anyways. Again, I'm using motivation here, and that he is specifically weak to, that has an effect that causes more damage. If you come in with dark weapons, you'll likely also be able to get a result of this. If you come in with bitter black weapons, you'll also be able to get a very similar result of this. In addition to dark, not really weak to any elements, but Daigo is a very good spell as you can target it and it does lots of things. And you'll be able to get it at the heart. Again, less stick to manually target spells. The reason I'm bringing this up so much is I actually only learned about it recently, and man, that would have been helpful in so many scenarios. The final battle here is set to be much more cinematic than a lot of the quests, which is, yeah, totally fair. But kind of makes these lulls trying to get to the next sequence. There we go. I just got snuck up on the dragon. Let's see what this stuff. I will say, Mad Dad makes this area has pre-programmed mechanics. Kind of feels like a infinite runner at points. Right. I have accidentally dashed in fire before. Usually staggered before you're allowed to reach it anyway, so it's not that big of a deal. But still. Of this game. Composers were Tadayoshi Makino, very experienced with Capcom, did a lot of the soundtracks for Monster Hunter games and the Devil May Cry track, as well as some Final Fantasy tracks later in his career. And on Zur was also one of the composers. He was the only Western composer that's one of the main music composers for the game. You may recognize his style and music from the Fallout titles from 3 onward, Baldur's Gate 2, Lineage 2, Dragon Age Origins. Next on my list is Ray Kondo. He has a lot of experience with action game composing, so you'll find Okami, Devil May Cry, Sengoku Basara, and Bayonetta franchise in his resume, as well as the seminal masterpiece Wonderful 101. Finally is Chami Ishii. I was not really familiar with their works before. Looks like they have a lot of experience with Sengoku Basara as well. I've not played enough of those games, sorry if I have butchered the pronunciation. But all in all, a very well-versed cast of action game composers, RPG composers, that honestly made an incredible score for this game. Listen to that chanting.
Return to the earth.
Here we get a more cinematic scene, however, it's still largely based on the mechanics of the game. As you can see, I'm crawling along the back. If you look closely at the hands, you can see the inverse kinematics trying to kick in and follow along the horn. Sometimes it doesn't work super well. And then it also sort of engages in quick time events. Now, this is based using the usual break grapple mechanic, so it doesn't feel particularly out of place. However, it's not like you can look at the scene and say it looks entirely like the rest of normal gameplay. You can also start spinning before the camera cuts to the next part. That's how my bar is mostly full there. It's because I knew that QTE was coming, I don't know. It's not really quick time event, it's not really based on reaction. Then again, a lot of quick time events aren't, I suppose.
The hour for turning back is past. The world will have its answer. You or me. Death or life beyond. If you would gain
You get a free rift summon for your pawn, and the battle begins. I'm searching these piles for curative just in case this does not go well for me. I would talking all the shit about how I can totally take Greg. Gonna climb inside of his heart and start hacking away. It's 100 kisses. He has a small flame aura around him, as you can tell. I got ignited. Oh.
Show me your power. Prove yourself.
Thankfully, while he's distracted with me, my pawn can charge up guy. She's. Oh. Well, never mind. Tongue Splitter is very useful here. As you can imagine, it gives you a slight jump after you certainly has some sort of strong curative, so it needs room. Show up with like fire weapons because I forgot, and then or as a melee vocation without any range options, and I just kind of have to sit there and wait for them to spend forever. And then I forget my grappling build, so I can't climb them. It's just hell for everyone. Honestly, at that point, it's probably better to just let a checkpoint. Looks like we are entering the next phase where he sits on the castle wall like a bitch. Yep. Okay. Again, this part's very not fun for red vocations. What you can do is there's some ballista around the map you can target him with. Not particularly great or destroyed, so there's a chance you won't have any at all after a while.
Time itself flows with your footsteps.
Barely reach him with my bow. Nice. If you get I did not know that. Several times throughout this video, this game still continues to surprise me. What an absolute treasure. Oh, fuck. This is going off better than the heart. Give me back my heart, you bastard. Yeah, not the most entertaining section, but hey, at least I'm not sword and shield right now. Dark buff would be really. Oh! Just want to get out of this section as quick as possible. Fine. Liquid Vim. Limited stamina can be very handy. Game where stamina is your main skill. Oh. Yeah. Again, a lot of high level very good for climbing builds, especially Liquid Vim. Or sorcerers. Enemies have a much higher stagger and knockdown vulnerability, minute attack animation. There are very few examples better. Oh, wow, that was a good crit. Very few examples better than Greg's flight. Most flying animals, when they do their dive attack, are big, so knockdown and stagger. Some charge animations are also more vulnerable. Take the Minotaurs and the Bitterblack Isle. Yes, there are Minotaurs. Because Bitterblack Isle is actually very diverse in its creature set. Again, presumably they had more money for that after it was proved more relative money for DLC. Obviously, the base game still took more to make. But since they had proven their value with the release of Dragon's Dogma, the original, they were able to show that we can do this. Now, since my bow has been chained with dark magic, I'm also doing, quite frankly, absurd damage to this fella, and he only has 2 bars left. 1 bar left. Well, now it's actually closer to 2. and they take extra damage. They're knocked down, so this fight is effectively over. Yeah, one skill is all it took.
Stubborn child. Whatever meaning life holds, it makes men deaf to all reason. Heed me well, Arisen. In my death, you've won a future for this world. But what that future spells for you, for all men, is a truth you'll find staring back from this world's utmost depth. Arisen, you have earned back what is yours. Your life belongs now to no other. You've won it by rights. It is yours to use or cast away as you see fit. Remember that.
some need of me? I've become human.
Completion. Of course, Selena's here.
Have I not? Human.
I told her she could stay here.
Like you. Herbs? Ah, for brewing ale. Very well.
Sure enough.
Here.
Oh, want to make me...
As I think on it now, 'tis a funny thing. Just what have I come here to
and
do?
of course your beloved
Until
music
now,
with you.
I have acted for my homeland and its people. I know well others would brand me a villain, but I have e'er followed a knight's path, as I see it. But now, having stood betwixt you and the dragon, I am humble. Yours was a struggle far above the petty matters I've long concerned myself with. The worm exists beyond diplomacy and intrigue, unbound by oath or expectation, as do you. You've given me cause to see how minuscule, how insignificant I truly was, though I bear you no ill will for it. Nay, I thank you. I thank you and watch on with eager interest where your journey takes you next.
Don't you have a kingdom to take care of? Anyway, we have slayed the dragon. All of our gear that we were currently had equipped has become dragon forged, and we get a later game item for each of our weapons. That is the
many long years.
Dragon's
Thank the
Iron,
Maker I
Dragon's
don't
Fan,
have to
wanna
flee.
say. No,
I
Dragon's
would
Iron,
dearly loathe to
Dragon's
leave this end
Red.
behind. What can I do you for? You seem tired. Take care now.
So the people of Castardis are pretty thankful for you. They're happy to see their town as a hero. However, Grand Soren is suffering a tad.
Take a look at that, friend. A clever trick indeed. Here we all cower with our heads to the sky, waiting for death to come on dragon's wings, and the damn ground falls out from under us. The Makers played us all for fools this time, and now we... There's not to do but laugh. Have your pick, any you like. What will it be today? What will it be today? Have your pick.
Alright. We're gonna get fashioned up so we can get through the rest of this game. Ideally in a second speed. Oh right, that's female only.
Have your pick. What will it be today?
So we will re-equip our sorcerer build as it's probably the best way to handle the boss and counter. Let's see here. Can I customize this to be any better? It looks more sorcery, but I don't know. Is there something that goes better with the speed? Yeah.
What will it be? Have your pick. Come again.
That's enough that for now. Let us go see how the rest of Grand Soren fails. I don't like this cape. As Aslam alluded to, there is in fact a massive gaping hole in the center of the city. This guy is now a sick green, but Caxton still wants you to bring him an idol if you have not yet. You seem pretty nonchalant about half the city disappearing. Now, they'll have some stage 6 gear, which is not quite as good as Golden Idol gear, if I recall. No. Wait. Okay. It is mildly better than Golden Idol gear. But since it doesn't have a dark bias, I should actually be taking this. And then I can equip Raquel with the Stagnant Surge. With that out of the way, let's rearrange some more things.
Have your pick. Any you like. What will it be today?
There's not a lot to say about post-game. Suppose we can talk about the cutscenes that I'd let play. Obviously, all the Beloveds use the same animations, and that kind of makes them a bit silly, especially when you get a very old balding merchant as your beloved. The Dragon Forge disintegrated upon reaching his true age, and the Duke got very, very old. When the dragon takes their heart, effectively their life is stilled, because the heart is what ties them to the world. If the dragon does not age, neither shall they.
Waste no time on us, sir.
Their hearts are returned to them, and they are set to
I fear for the others in the castle besides. Though 'tis small mercy to be spared, only to face this world. Perhaps we'll all be wishing the earth devoured.
That's a very good point. When you talk to them, they teleport you back, so might as well deal with this now, so I don't have to keep doing that. This is going to take us through our possibly last run up through the upper class area. And without Mad Dash. Should have thought this would have been better. Well, let's go see how the Duke is... Oh, hey, Fornival. Let's see how the Duke is faring with his new age. You may have been able to put together that the Duke did take the dragon's offer of sacrificing his loved one for dukedom, since, you know, the dragon offered us dukedom in exchange for our beloved, and that means that the dragon that the Duke slayed was not in fact slayed and was Grigory. Grigory is not the first dragon to descend, however, probably the first one anyone here is aware of, since both the Dragon Forge and the Duke died upon its death. That means they would have been tied to him.
You met with the dragon. And don't think for a minute I don't know what you did then. I of all men. No human hands could fell that beast! No. You took the dragon's bargain! You conspired with it to wither me and usurp my seat as Duke! But you'll not be quit of me so easily!
I could have just bought the Maker's Finger. That would have been a very easy way to kill a dragon. No one could have done that. Anyways, we are going to fire an appropriate response at this old man. And farewell, Edmund. The fact that he disposed of his loved one is probably part of the reason he suffers from madness and killed the last few duchesses, and it's also likely why he was crying out Lenore instead of Eleanor as he was strangling her. Oh, Eleanor, by the way, you can save her before doing the final battle, but after Deny Salvation if you want to not have her loved, probably.
Not give it up!
It would have been worth mentioning when I beat Deny Salvation. I did mention it beforehand. So I think the bolide wasn't targeting right because the desk was in my way. We'll be able to tell if to hit this guy directly. There we go. There we go.
What? Your Grace? What devilry is at work here? Devilry indeed. And high treason. This brigand has joined a covenant with the dragon and struck me with a curse. He will tell you the beast is dead. Lies! He has
has become its minion, spreading evil upon this land as upon its ruler. Just look upon the hellish wall that gapes where once our city stood, and tell me this is not the work of the dragon's dark magic. Seize this traitor at once!
Remarkable how unwilling anyone was to, admit soldiers are any good at anything, yet they're all thinking that they can take me on. Much more skilled than any of these guys. This is not a bad way to farm discipline, actually. It's not the fastest, but you can do it overnight. Just get a decent pawn and they'll just kill all these guards for you. And they just spawn infinitely. Bit of a odd choice there by the group. Anyways, time to escape. We are back in the Everfall. It's been a while since we were here, and it now lives up to its name. To extend the original purpose of the Everfall, that is to say, its original incarnation as a tower that stretched between all the players' worlds, presumably the Everfall is a massive hole.
I beseech you, bring the Wakestones here.
Right, but that's a lot less resource intensive. So Queens wants us to collect 20 Wakestones. You may recall she was the Strider in the starting party in the tutorial section. I'm trying to get to a specific one so I can make this a bit quicker. I missed it because I forgot where it was. But it's the Everfall for a reason, and we're back. Okay. So it should be north, R2. So using the grab button will allow you to land on a level without taking damage. Or that's not of much concern. Landing at any level from any height will only deal 200 damage to you, so it should be fine. Okay, we're getting it this time. There we go. Each of these chambers has their own unique layout and setup, except for right now.
Hello. Our descent was slow work and hard won. In the end, it claimed my master's life. This place is home to fearsome creatures, sir. Take care.
There are those among the pawns that haunt this place who attack any they see. I know not the cause of their corruption.
It's causing an audio desync on the game track for some reason. It appears to be working now that I have moved it over. So I'll just recap what was said. Every hall is turned into the Chamber of Confusion because of a powerful being lurking within. There are the areas scattered with Wakestones and Wakestone shards. And the fonts have some unsettling lore that sort of goes in. There are apparently many Arisens that killed the dragon, and they made it to the Everfall, but died along the way. So it kind of makes me wonder how long this has been going on. How many dragons have there been? I suppose infinite, as it is part of the meta lore with the online component of the game. Perhaps these Arisens are just other players. So we're gonna get Holy Focus Bolt ready, as it makes short work of most enemies, especially these types. Now, this Beholder-looking motherfucker is the one I was referring to when I said not as unholy way back. Now, he's trying to cast a Dispel magic right here, since I used a holy enchantment. It's not like that, since, well, they're weak to holy. So, baiting out this holy enchantment forced him to put down his shield, meaning I don't have to go around and sever all the tentacles, and I can make this battle really quick, if I could position myself correctly to hit him in the eyes, which I'm not doing a very good job of, admittedly. Again, you want it to be kind of angled so it'll hit multiple times, and that's why I usually face away from my enemies when doing it. Thankfully, I can just kind of juggle this guy forever, since he's gonna keep trying to dispel me and keep losing tentacles because of it. Kind of interesting that this is considered post-game and is still introducing new enemy types, despite there not being too many in the base game. Maybe that should have been spent elsewhere, but this guy's also been foreshadowed since the very beginning with tentacles in the Everfall. And this is the reason for them, and now they're dead. Dropped a handful of Wake Stones, but really that's not what I'm here for. There's a boss in this area that will drop 20 upon defeat. Now, this boss can be a bit of a hassle to take on. It is known as the Dragon. In online mode, it has millions of health, and its health
'Tis a
only gets
chilling
higher
sight,
the more
watching
times
the cadavers fall ever down the shaft. It sets this pawn's body to trembling.
Well, that was a rather fun story we got to hear from that pawn. The offline Dragon is much less intimidating, and I will soon take it down. Fortunately, this is a timed boss, which is a mechanic I really don't like, just in general. Timed bosses always feel like a lazy gimmick to me. I will give this one some points, though, as when it escapes on the timer, it doesn't regain its health. The best part about the pawn is it's going to accidentally combo with you. Did I just enchant that pawn? Okay. Apparently you can enchant the enemy pawns. Thank you. Thank you, Raquel. With them out of the way, the Dragon should be heading towards us. He takes a while.
Very well, Arisen.
And the match begins. So, you may notice the Dragon looks a lot like Gregory. It is also described as an unfed dragon. I think this means it was one of the dragons sent to test the previous Arisen who made it through. As was hinted at by the prompts in the previous section, there have been methods to defeat the dragon, but not open up the rift, as we are trying to do now. The Dragon is somewhat similar to a golem in a lot of ways, as he is decorated in tokens all along his body, which can only deal damage by hitting them. When they explode, they'll also drop resources. Depending on how you fight the Dragon, sometimes they'll give you free Wake Stones, then sometimes they'll just be rotten meat. Only Focus Bolt allows me to hit many points at once, and it allows me to get out of reach places like the wings. The wings are especially hard with melee vocations, as you cannot actually climb on them, you can only sort of climb at their base. More damage in those chunks tend to glow red, and eventually you will see them burst. And Miasma is a very good spell, hits several things at once, just generally a good spell to have on any build. There are very rare occasions in which Miasma will be more of a hindrance to you. Fully Focus Bolt again, anything that's resistant to magic or holy problem. That's not thankfully. The Dragon has probably the most insanely inflated health bar in the game. Even in offline, it's quite the hassle. The moveset isn't particularly interesting, it's effectively just Greg's, except a lot of the fire is replaced with poison and the like. In offline mode, it has a relatively low chance of Dragon Forging you. If you manage to beat the online one, which works on quite the interesting mechanic, you'll get all of your stuff Dragon Forged and additional items upon defeat. The thing about the online mode is, as I've mentioned, it has like billions of health, at this point, especially on PC, where there are some folks who have beaten him over 999 times. That's where the scoreboard stops tracking. But what happens is once you get it to the final last legs of health, it won't just immediately die and reset. It will be a grace period in which every player on the console you're on and version of the game will get a crack at the Dragon. Usually only takes a couple of hits to take him down, and you get all your stuff Dragon Forge and a bunch of unique items. There's a set of heroic masks that you won't use. That is to say, only the online version. I'm gonna use the Wake Stone. Yes, Wake Stones work on you, not just the NPCs by shown. I know those it's all the ones they have, as far as I'm concerned. It's been so long since the hard drive acted up. Why now? Don't worry, you didn't miss a ton. Some holy focus bolt casting. Try to take down the Steed. I wonder if Greg becomes an Dragon at some point. I wonder if they're all technically Greg. Maybe these are all just versions defeated by other players. Well, I suppose the first player that got here would have had to have been fighting Siobhan's dragon at the very least. Siobhan's the total character. I haven't used his name a lot, so I should specify that. You should have hit the timestamp already. So, feel free to go past that whenever. Basically, just take out slims, you'll stagger it, and then you can usually keep staggering him for quite a while, get you a bunch of free damage. Of course, if the parts are back, you need to work your way around his body. Let's get this stuff on. Started. No, seems like next one. Big amount of staggering knockdown. But if you just across the body. Casting. Nice spell. Oh. Again. It's always good to attack enemies when they're ready to attack. They are most vulnerable at these times. Aye, excellent. Fix that too early. Oh. There's an augment that lets you ignore this wind shear, and there's also some very black skins for high level armor. You can get those items especially since you can combo stagger me with that. I feel like the holy spell you just casted has a very short window. You have to start sprinting like as soon as the ring appears, otherwise you go and there's a very reasonable chance that you knock down you and take your damage. I feel like that spell could be some. There's very little complaints I have about creatures' movesets in this. I suppose Bitter Black Isle, the grappling is absurd to have the fighting item that lets you grab Dragon, I'm only halfway through the You won't get staggered if you're in air when the wind beats hit, but that's not really something to rely on for most classes. It's hard to stay in the air. And even then, you can't really I think Propel just has to let go. unfortunately, yeah, don't reset your back faster. The aspect of the focus bolt is now, I do want to be careful. I'll get to that later. Welcome back to we're almost done pruning this old man. Yeah, right hand's got close. It looks like the torso still has quite a few attack. You know, I haven't tried using the left mouse stick. Get it shortly. Oh well. Yeah. I'll try it later. Where are you going? I'm sorry, it's my ex. I just miss him so much. Ah, I must have hit the timer. 150 minutes already. Well, let's take a look. So we're gonna take a quick rest. I don't remember exactly.
What will it be today?
I think it might just be one rest is enough to. Hey, it's not select JJ. But I think this might be enough to trigger the dragon again. Let's see.
At your pick. What will it be? At your pick. What will it be today? What will it be today? At your pick.
No, understood. Oh, I like that. Good shout. But I don't know. It'd be nice if I kept getting the chance in my own time rather than having to, you know, waste time attacking. Since I don't have the augment that favors core skills, there's a reasonable chance he'll just use my as long as I'm enchanted. Just need to not miss this again. 200, no matter what. Always feel free to take the free fall. Blah blah blah, your son has returned. We'll be able to check really early if the 2 rests are enough. Because there should be pawns. You know, yes, I see the silhouette of a pawn. Okay, I don't need to charge all the way since I'm going to recharge before he comes in anyways. Jumping before firing is also not a bad idea, as you're more likely to get headshots. Basil has some resistance to him. Alright. Time for just about the end of the game.
You would rise against me once more.
If there's anything you haven't done yet in the game that you still can do and you haven't done, do it before delivering these wake stones. Yes, I would rise against you once more. I've done it many times. There's some people who have done it 999 times. Okay, when we were talking shit. Behind me? Hello? There we go. Some more pimples left to pop. Oh wow. Something fun about these cutscenes that you didn't really do since I killed most things before cutscenes is your reticle will actually track them during this, so you can still spam 5-volt bolt and blast arrows, you know, while cutscenes are playing like that. Those short types, not the full cinematics. If you can still see your character moving when you wiggle a stick, that's good. That being said, depending on the angle, the camera may not be as direct on as you would hope for. But it's a fun technique to use when knocking a griffin or dragon out of the sky. It'll make you fall to the bottom. If you don't need to hit a vital point, you'll still be fine. Gotta watch out for the splashback. Blue fire. There we go. Should be just pop. Obviously, the shattering of a hemorrhoid is incredibly painful and causes you to fall over. Yeah, I'm so sorry, my dude. Okay, now that I'm getting close to the boss, we're gonna go back to the thought I discontinued earlier. Want to be a bit careful with the drops. Too many drops will cause despawns, and this applies to not just rift crystals and gold, but to all items. Meaning that if I pop too many scales in a close time, there's a bunch of stuff on the ground. The stuff on the ground should disappear first. However, I might hit the item cap early, and then he'll drop some scales all at once because if it's multiple, and this could despawn the items that show up after he dies, including the wake stones, which would mean I would have to spend more time. I don't really want to do that. This video is already a behemoth. Nope. Again, we can drop wake stones and wake stone shards, and my pawn is not in fact buffing me. Using normal bullets. Dark against the undead. Oh well. So it doesn't take long to cast that. Just, it could take less than. Oh, it's hungry. We have to use this effects end. Alright. Still something. Okay. I think it might be getting better. All you missed is one of the splashback from his little breath hit me. No, it still sounds pretty bad actually. Stagger juggle right now. A few more. Feels like it's knocked down. That's one more down. And I think we're down to one. Maybe two. Nope, just the one. 241 KXP. And of course, these drops, I'm going to try to pick them as fast as I can. Well, they might despawn Warsfall, they might despawn my wake stones. But since they just spawned in now, they should be safe. Perfect. That looks like all of them. Oh, of course I didn't think Dragon Forge. Almost everything I had in me was already Dragon Forge, except for the staff. In the online mode, it'll spawn, I think, 4 separate holy-based weapons that are endgame tier, not about as strong as what I have now, and it will spawn random assortments of the Abyssal set. So we got the Abyssal outfit for beating Greg the first time, but this will come with, like, the coat, the greaves, the gauntlets, so on. It will have that same purple scale texture. I already hit 20 wake stones, but let's go. As for this, I just kind of got some consumables. I think it was the holy daggers, which would be nice, but I don't really have much need of them anymore. We'll fighting. In fact, I'll be fighting 2 more. Anythings, really. Once more, make our journey back to Grandson.
Take a and now, have your pick. What will it be today? Have your pick. And you like.
We're gonna re-equip our Strider set, because that's what I played the whole game, so it only seems fitting to be the one I take on the final boss with. I gotta say, I'm actually feeling a lot of nostalgia right now, even though this character is like, what, 10 hours old? Including the times I had to pause the stream. I feel like this is really Finnegan here. No cape.
Have your pick. What will it be today?
Sure, let's equip that. Some distance running slashes will be handy. Oh, wow, I never learned it. Now it's gonna be the first one. Yeah. Do I wanna take cutting one? No, using the ring anyways. So it's automatically upgraded to Shearing Wind.
Rather big, or will it be today?
Yeah, I think that's everything. Let's drop some weight so I can run faster. Even at the end of the game, there is some speedrun tech they decided to implement. I gotta say, I'm really grateful for all the speedrun tech they did.
What will it be today?
Not really speedrunner, it just makes replaying the game a lot more convenient. And this is a game I really enjoy playing. Despite in front of all the weirdness, despite the lack of dialogue or RPG elements, despite somewhat generic main storyline, this game is flush with interesting characters and a good combat mechanic that, to be quite frank, I believe is unmatched in action RPGs. And every time, I beat it or I put down a character, I gotta say, feel a bit sad.
Yes, at last. At last you've gathered the whole of them. With them, you can summon forth a rift of considerable power. This rift, born of the Wakestone's power, will guide you forward, Arisen. I fear there will be no returning to this place. Are you prepared to journey on? End this, Arisen. May the world be put right by your hand.
One more time for old time's sake.
Well met, Arisen. I'll not waste time on rhetoric. Defeat me, and take my place as keeper of this world. You saw it awaiting you at the end of your descent. Aye, the same world you've traveled to arrive at this place. A world you may well now inherit. It is a simple proposition, no different than any you've faced. You need only the will to claim what is offered you. The will to survive. Yes, fight, Arisen. You e'er have fought in coming here.
What is it that impels you? What force spurs you on? What sustains your wanderings and led you here?
Our willpower to see. We are ready to be basically God.
'Tis volition.
Seneschal is a bit of a joke, to be entirely honest. So the speedrun tech I mentioned is you can run to the edge of this seemingly infinite arena and it will automatically trigger the next cutscene. After
Consider the infinite potential. Just as you call forth horns, so I command all life into existence. Call it divine creation if you must, but expect none of the mercy men seek in their gods. This is cold truth, the unbending reality of a world without compassion. The world and all its denizens are but empty vessels. In that regard, no different than the pawns. Without volition, there is no true life. The world falls stagnant, dead as an ocean with no current to guide it. That volition is tempered by the struggle for survival. The decision, just like yours, to fight. Just as the pawns need a master's command, so the world thirsts for the will to live.
Let us continue, Arisen. Show that you are more than an empty vessel, animated by
quickly read through the last battle, dodging the magic.
Show that the temper of your soul is strong enough to command.
It seems like I'm not going to die here, so if you do die during the test, it will replay the cutscene of Greg getting summoned out of the rift and eating the harpies, but, you know, you fall through the clouds of the rift, so you become the new dragon. Meaning Gregory is in fact another Arisen that made it all this way only to trip at the finish line. It's kind of embarrassing if the dragon was easier to kill than the Seneschal, being quite frank.
It is time to decide. Will you claim your right as Arisen, or shrug the burden and seek peace in oblivion? Just so, one foot after the next, come what may. That is what it means to live. Turn back now, and I will grant you a merciful death. The choice is yours, Arisen. Yours alone. Tis a simple choice, Arisen. Step forward or retreat. Accept the quiet emptiness of a false peace, a false life.
Why not put an end to it? Praises of the quiet
So,
life
his
are
idea
sung
of breaking
far too
overpowered having to run
infrequently.
against all of the major plot essential characters in the game.
You're not without a home to return to.
There's the Dragon Forge and the Nice talk.
Why is this hesitation, sir? You
There's the
ought
Duke
to
and
protest,
Festus.
do you know?
See, Festus even got included here. That just tells you how true it is.
I would beg you rest a while, but just as like
Gotta kill the Duke one last time. Excellent.
instead, I ask only that you keep this in mind.
I've done it many times before, but I don't know.
I was always so
You guys
afraid.
are really trying
You
to
seem
stop. The things they say are honestly kind of encouraging. That's right.
You are close now. So very close to me.
Come, Arisen. I shall meet you on your own terms, joined by my own companions of old. You stand now at its end, Arisen. See your journey through. It repeats.
And there it is. You're now facing the character you were at the start of the game. And likewise, it encourages the use of the starting game mechanics. We cannot kill Savan ourselves right now. Teamwork with you.
Arisen, forgive me. All I've done was to test your will. It is the fate of all Arisen. You and I are swept up in the current, same as the rest. Each tempers the volition of the next, and the endless cycle continues. And so, until the coming of a new soul fit to craft the will to live, someone like you Until that day, may you guide the world ever justly. I present you with the Godsbane blade. Those who arise to oversee this world are undying, save by this brand's kiss. I ask that you, as the world's new seneschal, use it now to vouchsafe freedom to your weary servant. New crown sovereign and keeper of eternity, grant me now this single boon. The fire of my life is spent in guttering. Give me freedom with the kiss of the Godsbane blade. If there is aught you wish to know afore my death, you need but ask. Mourn me not, for I welcome the release. At long last, I am free of eternity, of infinity, free of the cruel, unending ring.
Godsbane is actually what a lot of players do, especially after beating the game the first time, to reload checkpoints, since usually you have to quit the game without saving to get to a normal autosave. You can obviously just use menu if you're going to a full checkpoint. Anyways, you can explore this empty world of Xardis and Gran Soren now, and just sort of take it all in for however long you choose to be the Seneschal. I like that it ends with the mechanic. Your pawn will be conditioned to grapple the Savan. Well, actually, when you beat the game, you become Seneschal, and if you're online, you have a chance of encountering a previous player's Arisen, one of the main reasons I was playing offline. They will grapple the Seneschal, and usually you'll do it alone. If you're a red vocation or yellow vocation, your pawn's blue. I would recommend grabbing them yourself, as I did. The pawn will know what to do. You cannot interact with anyone in this world. I can only really observe. Listen to the score again. Well. Huh. Yeah, everyone still runs on their normal routines now. I suppose it is finally time to put
Ooh.